What is the event, Omni?
M agent opens up debate about whether or not water has anything to say about the shape of the Earth. Change his mind.
Just thinking about what he means is enough for me to chew on.
Should I ask his legal representation?
What was that?
No, Tanks is on strike because Democ's on mute. What do you call it? They're doing a silence protest.
I see.
Isn't that what the nuns do? I don't know where I've heard it before.
You would think that No Tanks would have acknowledged that Democ doesn't generally behave himself after the last time he tried that.
Well, yeah.
Why do you guys snivel so much?
Hi, Steve.
I didn't understand that.
Democ was asking for a magic ball in a lab again, so I'm bored of that already.
Magic ball?
Well,
magic? What? Go ahead.
Possibly he's making a point that we can't simulate or generate gravity in a lab. So therefore, how could it possibly be scientific? But that's
extraordinarily generous.
Yeah, I was going to say sort of.
Well, but the point is, he doesn't bring that up in any way that is capable of having a conversation. He just rants about it, and then demands other things like marks on a wall or something that I don't really understand, and a sideways view that I don't really understand, and he won't really explain it or have a back and forth. He just yells about it.
Yeah.
And everyone treats him like he's special, but like he's he's got some kind of a problem with some kind of
problem with magic.
With English language.
Let's talk about magic. What's your opinion on magic?
My opinion on magic?
Well, yeah. Well, the definition, your opinion of it. Yeah, go ahead.
What sort of magic do you mean?
Well,
Crowley's definition is simply exerting a force in the universe that does what you want it to do as a result.
Magic, yeah. I can.
Well, it's got to be an art and a science, but that could include anything.
Well, that's what. Well, I mean, kind of my point. Well, I'm just kind of magic, right? Like you wake up and you kind of know life is kind of magical, right? Kind of not a make-believe type of thing.
Yeah, I agree, Steve. I meant magic as in Democ knows we can't do that with a ball.
Well, yeah. Well,
But obviously, I believe in magic as well.
Well, that's why I brought it up, right? Because here we go again, right? Language kind of has two definitions, right? Like we all kind of go with the wizard up on stage, that
Most
type of
people
magic.
sort of conflate it, yeah. Wizards and stage magic.
Yeah. But then life, so that because of the human being, right?
But I
Special
think
respect.
existing, Steve, is a miracle. So that's like a type of magic. Waking up every
Yeah.
day as a human.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, exactly.
How did I become
Well, when you
this?
believe in magic,
Whose idea was it? It's weird.
It's wonderful,
when
right?
you believe in magic,
Go ahead. I didn't hear you.
no, I was going to say, when you believe in magic, and I hope you do, you'll always have a friend wearing big red shoes.
And a nose, a big nose.
Yeah, that's the clown Joker archetype. Also, one of them groups of weird men. They wear red shoes to reference blood, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Clowns.
Do you believe in like bad magic, Steve, like sorcery, like manipulating a whole country with the TV
Well,
to a planned magical pattern?
well, that would be a hard one. But yet, on the same hand, if you're just going to invoke that, uh, we're being exposed to the magic, right? All
Yeah,
of us.
yeah.
So
The revelation of ISIS revealed, or all of that shit.
everything, yeah, it's bigger than flat Earth, right?
Yes. It's a new religion forming from lots of old religions.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, the computer's a real thing, right? Call it whatever you want to.
Oh, just in normal society with atheists, some of their technology is magical, I think. Like, how do microchips work?
Let's be, why did atheists?
How
Is
does a
there,
set of speakers work? How does like ones and zeros turn into music, lovely music?
yeah, yeah. Those are kind of factual things a man should kind of have a basic understanding of, right?
I was thinking about simulation theory. You know, when like a kid starts to design a video game and it looks shit, and you think, how can anyone design a game? And then you imagine they slowly build it up, and eventually there's a whole world there you could play in. Just depends how much money's funneled into it.
Yeah, money. Gotta debate that just a dab. I don't want to. Saying a lot of people get lost in the fiat currency.
Magic could be supernatural levitation, or it could just be knowing how psychology works and then putting it into action.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying, Don. I mean, you can't deny certain aspects of life right now. You can if you want to, I guess. But every man's a truther, no matter how you slice it. You want the truth, right?
I think I want the truth, yeah.
You don't know.
Well, on most things, sometimes I seek out the truth, but it's not like all the time I really care about the objective reality.
Yeah, yeah, you don't want to get wrapped up. You just don't want your life complicated, because that's the trick. For me, and when they send you 1,000 different directions, that's back to the psychology is part of the game, right? So the human brain, and then you don't want to have that. See, now I always preach God then you, right? Just for anybody listening, I don't really care. It's just kind of a message of putting you on a level playing field, right? Like, see, it's kind of hard for me to visualize. I'm actually debating some of the higher scholars in the business.
I think I know what you're
And
saying.
yeah, well, yeah.
Well, let me try and
You don't
interpret it.
yeah,
The
go ahead
elite
and help me
the
out a
elite
little bit.
magicians, yeah. The elite magicians are enlightening and initiating us to give us equal playing field. Some of us. But
No, he's
then,
already given it to you. He's already given it to you, Don. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That message
but it's a
is
work in
actual
progress for
message.
society.
Well, you always got to just start with the individual you're talking to, so me and you can have an intelligent conversation. So if you go with high intelligence, which is what I roll with, man rolls with smart, stupid, but God then you. Now you don't have to invoke any magic, just X. Don't take away my brain. I don't like it when people do that. And that's what we do out here. That's why every individual that you meet out here is cool. And that's the wake up call of the God in you. And then you go to God's word, and you're not invoking nothing other than the truth.
I don't know what you're saying now.
Well, I'm trying to keep everything as simple as possible when me and you communicate, right? Because it
Okay.
always depends on where you're at in your own life and how you view your brain. Go ahead.
You've diverted from magic to everyone's cool, and have you heard about the Bible?
No. See, you totally weren't listening. I was stating factual things, not the Bible, not religious. Follow,
Yeah,
Don?
the end of your sentence was, and it's definitely the truth. The Bible is the
Well,
truth.
God's word is. You don't get confused. See, like me and you talking, you're liable to give me a straight up truth and I can run with it. Follow? But people start bullshitting me, which, I've been told I've been bullshitted. A lot of people are full of shit. So it's pretty easy to pick them apart.
Lying to people is part of the sorcery, the bad magic.
Yeah. But like I say, I'm not invoking nothing that isn't factual. See, the only reason I invoke the magic is the human part of it. The magic, the wonderful, definitions, language, speak plain ass fucking English, that type of thing. A lot of people don't like doing that, Don. You ever notice that?
Divinity.
No, English.
Yeah, but you're referencing human magic of being a human and God.
Well, you see, like I said, I don't know how you classify yourself, Don. Myself, like I said, just 2 seconds ago, me and you are standing on the table, flat table. We're equal. You're not special. No. Yeah, you're not special, Don.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I'm not going to worship you because you have this appeal to my higher authority. See, that's where the bullshit starts.
I don't want you to worship me. We can help each other.
Yeah, but you don't want to go on an equal playing field. You want to go, oh, no, I'm not on. Oh, what are you talking about, Don? I'm not on an equal playing field with all these so-called scholars that read something in a fucking book.
You can Google everything that I've Googled, and you can buy all the same books. You can spend the same amount of time I have, so it's all equal.
Yeah, my point. So why would I appeal to higher authority? Doesn't make
Well,
sense.
I'm not asking you to, but you invoke the Bible.
No, you no, you are asking me to. You guys come out here day in and day out and never provide truth. You just provide bullshit.
What do you want to know about? And I'll give you a truth.
Well, you guys can never even demonstrate how the Earth is measured.
Because truth is like what I think is real, right? Do you accept that? If I'm giving you a truth, it would be what I think is real.
No, well, I wouldn't accept that. You are obviously would.
Steve. What is a truth then? How would I have to tell you something that you agree with? That's what a truth is.
Well, I verified it. Yeah, me and you
Oh,
both have. Yeah. Not magic. See, that's what now you're getting into magic. The kind of magic I
what
call
sort of
bullshit.
conversation is it when you say you want truth from me, but then you secretly enforce me having to say something you already agree with?
No, Don. So you're
What
getting
the fuck is
confused,
that?
dude. You're getting confused once again. We come out here in a science debate, and I'm asking for evidence, and you can't provide none. Are you confused?
If you want evidence, then tell me what you want evidence of, and I'll show. But you'll have to agree. If I'm giving you evidence, it's what I think is evidence. Yeah.
Right. You're going to
Not
show
what
me
you
a
already
picture,
accept.
a video of the moon landing, and you're going to go, "This is real," and I'm going to go, "That's fake." So where are
No.
we at? Yeah, no, don't go. No. What are you talking about?
So
You're going to tell me.
you said that we never demonstrated measuring the Earth. So no, that's not true. We have demonstrated. It's just every time it has been demonstrated, you haven't accepted it. So let's just change that. It's never been demonstrated to yes, it has been demonstrated, but I don't accept the demonstrations.
Well, I mean, I know how you
Which
measure. What are you
demonstrations do you
talking
feel
about?
to?
An attempted demonstration.
What are you
wouldn't
talking about? You guys don't
both
know how to
sides.
survey. You guys are so full of shit on basic surveying.
We don't know how to. There's literally 2 surveyors that are in the server. What are you talking about?
No, there's no surveyors in this server. What are you talking about?
Shoebill's been a surveyor for like 30 something years.
No, he hasn't.
Okay.
How do you know that? What makes you say that?
He's never given me the truth about surveying. So why would I say he's been doing it for 30 years?
I don't think he's a real surveyor either, Steve.
Okay.
But he does have what he calls measurements of Earth, and his opinion and knowledge and truth.
Yeah, it's all surveyed.
He's absolutely he's absolutely a licensed surveyor. Yeah.
Well, fine. I mean, big deal. We all know how we survey the land. What's your problem?
Well,
You don't know how you don't know how to survey Omni. What are you talking about?
So I can explain how reciprocal zenith angles work. I don't think you can.
Well, now we're going to the sky.
No. Yeah.
What are you
that's
talking
right.
about?
That's right. You can't. Because reciprocal zenith angles don't have anything to do with the sky.
No, they don't. Why don't you explain to the class what a reciprocal angle is?
Okay. This is from Shoebill's, one of Shoebill's measurements. I'll post the picture in the chat.
So let's just make sure, Steve, that you pay attention. That way you can't say it hasn't been demonstrated before.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
But you're just not going to accept it. Go ahead.
You don't think I've seen this demonstration? Go ahead.
So can you look, if you've seen it, explain it to me. You already know it by saying
you're the one doing the reciprocal angle. You made the claim. Go ahead. Show it to me.
Okay, so Steve, let me explain this to you. Number one, I'm sure it has been explained to you a whole bunch. Number two, you still don't understand it. So, that speaks volumes, Steve. I thought you said you were going for high intelligence.
I understand what you're explaining to me.
It doesn't have anything to do with the sky.
Well, fine.
So,
yeah, well, whatever, right? You're gonna just
so do you see the
anyway.
picture that I put in the chat? That's a
Yeah, I
measurement.
see a bunch of lines. Okay. What do you want me to, what am I looking for?
Okay. So see the two black dots that are connected by a line?
Two black dots.
Yeah, circles. What they're along points of the brown line that indicates the terrain contour.
I see one level line, two curved ones, and
Do
straight
you see
ones.
you see the little dots?
I don't know where the hell you're seeing dots at. Okay,
All right.
I see a dot at a cross.
Okay, you're
But I don't
Yeah,
see no dots.
I know you're kind of blowing it already. I'm going to share my screen so that you can, so we can possibly
Talk about reciprocal angles.
yeah.
Okay.
Do you see the two lines that say vertical?
He's gonna you know. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. All right. So let me know when you can see it. I realize this is difficult. This is a big deal. So let me know.
It's
Just a
visible.
second. Go ahead. I'm trying to get
Okay.
into your room here for something. No, I'm not into your room yet. Just a second.
Put your
Well, let
glasses
me
on,
in.
man. Put your glasses on.
I'm trying to, but
Put
my
your glasses
finger
on.
won't. Yeah. Well, hey, I'm not claiming eyesight. Night.
Okay.
72 years old, and I can't even get the damn. Oh, there it goes. Maybe. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. I'm watching your screen. The same picture. It looks to me like. Go ahead.
Okay, you see that dot right there?
Where? I mean, give me a reference. I don't see no damn dot.
Look where his cursor is.
You see where I'm moving my cursor?
You're moving the cursor.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. Yeah. Okay, I see it now. You got it
it's a
over
dot.
there in
Okay,
the.
do you see this? Do you see this dot?
Yeah.
Okay, we have
Just
two
bare-
dots. So this is
Yeah.
so Cleary, you should join too. Where's Cleary? Join the live stream.
Okay, so the dot is your little mouse. Is that what we're talking about here?
I am moving because you are having a hard time. You're having a very hard time with this. I am moving my cursor around where the two dots are because you couldn't identify them from the
That's what I
picture.
told you. I told you that earlier. That's only two dots I see is where they cross. Those aren't
Yeah,
fucking
okay.
dots.
Well, there you go. These are the dots. You see the dots. So these represent stations where there's one theodolite here pointed at a theodolite here and one theodolite here pointed back at the theodolite there. That's what is called reciprocal. You with me?
Yeah, I guess so. So you got a theodolite at both ends. Is that what you're telling me?
Yep, pointed at each other.
And which one is the HI? Which one?
The what?
You got two theodolites looking back at each other, looking
Yep.
level. So they're looking right down the barrel of each other's gun.
Yes,
Is that
correct. Yes, correct.
So they're both at the same elevation.
Nope. This is the
Wait.
contour line of the
Well, yeah.
graph.
That's the contour land. Okay, so that guy's up on a little bit of a hill there. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah. Yes.
So then the other guy is a little bit lower,
Yes.
and now they're looking down the barrel of each other's gun, right?
Correct.
Okay, so they both dialed in, and they're both at the same plane. You know,
Well,
it's not
they're both
level.
looking at each
Not
other.
level, but it's not level. But go ahead.
Okay. So now a zenith angle. Now this is complicated, so listen closely. Nothing to do with stars. The zenith
Okay.
angle is from your vertical. Each one of those theodolites has a bubble level that gives you plumb. Okay, I'm going
Yeah.
to say that again. A
Yeah.
bubble level gives you plumb at that location. Okay. And what happens is the zenith angle is measured from the vertical. See how it says vertical here in red?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's this vertical. And the angle is from that vertical down, down, down to where it's pointing its crosshairs at the other theodolite. And this one here is from its vertical down, 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 down to where it's pointing at this theodolite. You see that?
One's at 87 and one's at 91. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
One's at 88. So this one here is almost 90 degrees, but not quite. This one here is a little bit more than 90 degrees because the elevation here is lower. So it's horizontal will go out like that. And it's 1 degree and 9 minutes and 55 seconds below that horizontal.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, yeah, you just got two theodolites set up looking down the barrel of each.
That's correct.
Each one.
Yes. So this is the preferred way to measure elevation for hundreds of years before GPS. So this was how you did it if you could. You couldn't always get a theodolite up to the point here where you wanted to check the elevation. So then you'd have to do other stuff. But this is the preferred method. And
Wait a minute.
go ahead.
Preferred method of what?
Determining elevation.
To what and of what? I mean,
That
you're not doing surveying. You sure as hell ain't doing land surveying. What are you talking about?
Okay, so this is going to be difficult. So pay close attention. Elevation is distance above mean sea level. Okay.
Well, yeah.
And I want to know the
data.
elevation of this point.
Yeah.
Okay. So I know the elevation of this point because there's a marker somewhere, or I've brought in sea level or some other method.
Over there at 88.
Yeah. Well, this is just the angle.
Right. That's the angle. Now you're giving me. You got the elevation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I can tell the
Okay.
elevation of it.
And we got that from sea level. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, see, that we know the elevation of this point. We want to figure out the elevation of this point.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Are we okay with that?
Well, I got an elevation at the one point, and I'm turning an angle to you. And so I'm getting some angle measurements.
Yep.
So go ahead.
Yeah. So I can, using the cosine of, this is ZA1 times the distance. See the distance? Do you see the distance?
So you're doing math calculations now. You're not doing any type of measuring.
To get the elevation, yeah, I am doing a math calculation. That is a measurement, it turns out.
How
But
could that be?
well, so it turns out that people like Shoebill go to school for surveying and they learn how to do this.
Well, they would never use it. I mean, what are you talking about?
They do this. This was done, the preferred method for determining elevations for hundreds of years. I'm going to say that again.
No, that's ridiculous.
Okay. So we've hit incredulity.
Oh no, you have.
No, I'm not
You're
incredulous.
explaining something that you. Wait a minute. Now we both agree a survey transit has been around for, hell, I'll even give you 1,000 years, right? It swings around 360. You level it up. You can turn it back and forth 180. I mean, that tool, even what they tell us, right? A couple hundred years old. That's a basic survey tool, the original.
Yep.
It's been around forever. So, you can invoke the theodolite and you can get as fancy as you want to, but I mean, what boils down to it, the tool is the tool, whether it's a transit or a theodolite. That part of it to begin with.
Okay, so what's the point
Well,
of saying
no,
it's
it's irrelevant when you're talking about certain things, so don't go invoking magic on my dumb ass.
Okay, so in this case, what you're doing is you're just going, nuh-uh. You don't have any
I
idea.
didn't do any nuh-uh.
You did. You said yes. You did. You said nuh-uh. Yes.
No, we're talking about land surveying, and you're
I'm talking about measuring. I'm talking about. So you don't know anything about land surveying, Steve. I'm sorry.
Yes, I do.
No, no, you don't.
I do.
You believe
I
me.
know
The
more.
laughing and the nuh-uhs. So
Yeah.
what is not but a theodolite, whatever you want to call it? What is not one but a water level and a protractor? And those were both invented in the year 1600. So that's 600 years.
Okay. So this is a method for telling what the elevation of this point is. You do it with the angles and the distance. It's trigonometry. Do you remember trigonometry, Steve?
Where'd you get the distance? Where'd you get that measurement?
This is from a map.
Okay, so now you got a measurement again. Okay, now you're going to turn to calculus or some damn thing that's going to use
Trigonometry. To
your
trigonometry.
imagination. Yeah, now you're doing calculations.
Yes, that's correct. I'm doing calculation. This is how I get the elevation. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can be incredulous about it. You can
No, that's a known factor. That's a known factor. What are you talking about?
Okay, so
You're
now
doing.
okay, good. Okay. So here's the important thing, though. This applies to you. So listen carefully. You see these verticals here?
I don't see any verticals, but you call them verticals. Yeah, go ahead.
You see these verticals here?
I just said I don't see no verticals, but
Right, I know you said
got 'em
no. So I'm
labeled.
asking again. Do you see the verticals?
You got them labeled as vertical. Yes, I see those.
Yes, that is what your
But
plumb
they're not.
line.
But they're not vertical.
That is plumb. That is plumb.
No, it's ridiculous.
I know. This is the hard part, Steve. So this is the part where just let me finish. This is the part where you could go and do or you could go and do it yourself.
You said you know it's ridiculous, but this is the hard part.
You could
you know it's ridiculous.
You could get
that one part right there, Omni.
You could get two theodolites. You could get two theodolites, and
What's ridiculous about what you do, Omni?
You could do it yourself. Okay?
Omni, we know it's ridiculous. We're not into ridiculous shit. We're into doing ridiculous shit.
What I'm trying to point out to you is that if
are you measuring the Earth?
Can I just ask one quick question?
You just measure the fucking Earth once and for all.
Just a quick question.
Omni. And where are you measuring to? Can you go to point B? Go to point B.
Is this using Cartesian coordinates?
No, nobody knows where point B's at, but Omni's fucking magic. Omni's magic that he just said was fucking retarded. He just said it was stupid. It didn't make no sense. So what are you doing, Omni? If you just
it is using Cartesian coordinates.
Yeah, so you're using flat Earth coordinates.
Nope, they're not flat Earth coordinates.
Cartesian are Euclidean. It's flat Earth.
I am terribly sorry.
Measuring stick.
Yeah, I'm terribly sorry, Papa Flurf.
He doesn't comprehend.
It doesn't work the way you want it to. It's using coordinates, ECEF. See that? You know what that is, or at least you think you do. So
Earth thick.
This is Cartesian coordinates.
You're using
plain old trig.
Yeah, Euclidean geometry.
Right.
X, Y, Z, the old classic. Brilliant. Yep. Using the flat Earth measuring stick.
Oh, it's not the flat Earth measurements. It's not the flat Earth measurements. That's what you have to hope, but we all know that's not true, including you.
Where are your arcs for archangles?
I wish no tanks was here.
What corrections do you need to use anyway? What corrections?
Oh, that's a good question, Papa Flurf. That's a great question. It turns out that there are no corrections that you need to do for this.
Oh, so this was the raw data. What's on here?
It's just the raw data.
Doing ridiculous.
You don't have the beauty of this method. And I'm going to say this again, Papa Flurf, because I think you need to hear it. The beauty of this method is you don't have to do corrections. And you don't have to do correction.
You know what? Ridiculous enough?
You don't have to do
You
anything.
don't have to
Oh,
do
yeah,
anything.
yeah, just was talking over it. Oh, yeah.
Make shit up.
For hundreds of
Magic
years.
fucking lines on paper must be measuring something.
Yeah, this is actual
Those are
measurement.
weird.
Sorry, can you say that again? I
What
can't
do you-
hear. There's somewhat over talking going on.
Yeah, of course, because nobody's muting Demok, and Demok has
Nobody's at point B. What the?
It's funny how silent it is when he's muted.
So, anyway, so what we learned from this, it turns out, Papa Flurf and Steve, is that if we lived on your flat Earth, these two lines here, these verticals, would be parallel. They would be parallel, straight up and down, what you think of as
Why?
a vertical. However, we know
Why would they be parallel?
because the Earth would be flat and the plumb lines would all be pointing the same direction that you called down.
So from this you're reifying by using your Cartesian coordinates, and you see there's a bit of a deflection there from the vertical. Your assumption is that you're on a globe.
No, it's not. We have thousands, maybe millions of these measurements, and they all work the same way. Not only do the verticals deflect, or if you will, that's actually not a deflection of the vertical. That's not what this is called. This is just, they are not parallel, they converge. But they also converge by a specific amount based on the distance. And if you're smart, if you're intelligent, you could figure out what that distance would be. You could figure out how many degrees you would have greater than 180. Because if they were both, if the Earth was flat, these angles would add up to 180. But you can tell how far apart you are by how much those angles add up to. So I'll show you something else.
I agree with you. If we're talking about actual space in the spatial field, and we're actually talking about the real geometry of what you're discussing, of what the landmass would be. Yes.
No,
But optics, we're not in the spatial field. We're in the visual field. And as you just said, that you didn't apply any corrections, and refraction is a key. Well, how have you accounted for refraction then over these distances?
A good question. This is almost a good question, almost smart. So the reason why you don't have to correct for refraction, Papa Flurf, or Rick, I guess, is because Rich, whatever. I know that this is the first time I've ever seen you talk in chat. So, so it's because those two theodolites are looking at each other. You can calculate how much refraction there was if you care. You don't need to correct for it.
Okay, so what's the error margin then?
About 1 arc second.
Is that in the diagram?
I don't know if that's in the diagram, but we know that the tool has a error factor of about 1 arc second.
So what was the error margin calculated? What percent? There's usually a percentage.
It's about 1 arc second. So you can do the math if you
I
care
don't know
about
what that is.
I know, that's okay.
Could I ask you a question, Omnivore?
Sure.
So how you say the curve doesn't matter, or sorry, the refraction doesn't matter?
Neither does Earth curve. Yes, you don't have to correct for either of those.
But you get like a deviation, which you could extrapolate what kind of curvature.
So yes,
not curve, but like what is the angle between the two verticals?
right. So in this case, the overage is about I don't know, what is it, one point something degrees or point?
Yeah,
it's under a degree. So
but wouldn't that be less or more based on refraction?
no. Well, yeah, it could be less or more based on refraction. However,
it would be a little bit less. So on normal refraction, it would be less. So it would be in favor of flat Earth, not looking it
Yes.
more bendy as it is. Yeah.
Sure,
So-
sure. I
so-
understand that, but I was thinking just because you said it like it didn't matter whether it was refracted or not. I
It
guess
doesn't
I know that
matter.
this is like the raw data. If you have
Yeah,
the raw data, that's
you
great,
don't,
right?
you don't correct for refraction when you're doing this. You can calculate the refraction. You don't correct for it. So no, the angles measured would be the same regardless of the refraction.
Are you sure?
however-
Wouldn't it be more or less?
No, they would be, well, they would be so it could change the ratio between these two values. So like if this one goes down, this one would go up. If this one goes down, this one would go up.
But I think
No, I think
Schubel
that's. I don't
has
think
added
that's the. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I think Schubel has added the refraction accounting at the bottom. So at the moment we are roughly at 11 arc minutes or so deviation, and I think below the two verticals he has added this plus 51 arc seconds refraction measured. So that would mean the corrected zenith angle is below. If you move a little bit on the left, you could see both of those.
So
he added some refraction,
there
but
it
I was thinking, I may be wrong, but what you said about if you have less on the right side, you would have more on. It would like align. It would like compensate each other out. But are you sure you're not talking about like differential leveling method?
No.
Yeah, I think the differential height would cancel each other out. I think more and less refraction would cause a greater zenith angle deviation or a lower one. So it look more parallel if you would have a higher refraction and more deviation if you have a lower refraction.
But I don't. That's not the same that Omnivore said. I think. Because what Omnivore said was, is it?
No, well, I'm not exactly sure, but because I didn't hear exactly what Snooze said, but
I get that like standard refraction.
No.
If that's like the opposite refraction would make it more curving, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
But standard refraction or like anything around that would make the
we
Earth
can
look
ask
even
Shoebill.
flatter.
We can ask Shoebill. Somebody maybe ping him. I don't know if he's around.
Yeah, but I mean the refraction would have a real minor difference. So we see here Schubel has marked 51.9 arc seconds as the accounted refraction. And we have at the moment 11 or roughly 11 arc minutes as zenith angle deviation. So with nearly 1 arc minute of maximum accounted refraction, we are still way off being parallel. Way off.
Yeah, I understand that. I was just a little bit confused when you said, well, it didn't. I mean, the way you phrased it, maybe I misunderstood, but you said something along the line of, well, whether it's curve or refraction, it doesn't matter because you don't care about it or something. But I mean,
No,
I guess
that's
I
not
will.
what I said. That's not what I said. That
Yeah,
made
I think I misunderstood. Yeah,
So the way that I understand this, and we should ask Shoebill, is that you take those measurements, you do not, and I will say again, my understanding is you do not correct for refraction or for Earth curve. Okay? You do not do that. You do not need to do that.
Well, the elevation difference is not raw optical observation, is it? It's already derived from a spherical model.
Nope. It's not.
Well, what's the ECEF? How did you get your GPS or your position of where you actually were?
ECEF.
You've got which is what my point is.
Yeah, because you think ECEF is flat Earth, but that's because
No,
you're
I'm not saying it's flat Earth. There are things embedded into that. You know, this data might not have been like, what's the word? So the data directly, if you're getting the data from your coordinates that have been given to you from like the ECAF frame, then there's stuff going on in the background.
oh, you're doing the graticule dance. I got it. Okay.
I'm not doing the graticule dance. I'm trying to remember what it's called, but there's stuff going on in the background that does correct the data.
So this is not correcting the data. So
based on your GPS position.
Okay.
So your GPS position is assuming a globe from the start.
So
what would that change?
The
I can't remember
data,
what it's called. I need to look back.
the data is the data. So either GPS tells you where you are or it doesn't. If you believe it doesn't tell you where you are, then I'm thrilled to hear how you think it works, how it gets you where you're going. But if it does tell you where you are accurately, which we know it does, then it doesn't matter.
Based on an already sphere. So it's just
nope.
that's circular reason. Yes, it's based on an already spherical model.
So let's do this. Let's explain.
You can't try and prove your sphere by begging the question it's already a sphere, and that's what you're doing by doing the ECF.
No. Okay. So I'm gonna ask you some questions, Papa Fleur.
Oh no, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, here we go. So do you think this location was improperly given by GPS?
No, I think the GPS. Sorry, I'm just eating. I think the GPS is correct. However, there's things that have gone on in the background, which I know you found funny. I don't know why.
What things in what background?
So the output of the GPS, to get that output, there's things going on in the background to then give you them coordinates.
So is this my correct location or not?
Is your correct location assuming a spherical model? Yes.
Okay, but if the Earth is actually flat and they're hiding the flatness, then it's not my accurate location, right?
Well, it depends what model you're using.
No, it really doesn't.
The ECEF is using an already assumed spherical model. So you're kind of begging the question.
No, I'm not.
So you're saying the data's proving a sphere, but based off of...
Do you know what data proves a sphere here? Do you actually even know?
What data proves the sphere? Well, you're talking about the vertical being slightly off.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, that's it, right? That's what you're saying.
Yes. So either this location is correct or it's not. But in this case, Papa Fleur, you have created Schrodinger's location. It may or may not be correct. Nobody can say. Yeah.
You're missing the point.
I'm not making the point.
No. Right. So it's not raw optical observation. You already conceded that you performing a calculation.
Wait, just a minute, Papa Fleur.
Well,
no.
The important part is that's not my main point.
You're wrong. You're already wrong from the gate. So I'll correct you when I get a chance.
Okay, but the main point I want to focus on, because I don't want to get into that, because this point's better, because it's already derived from a spherical Earth.
Nope.
Because the ECF.
Nope.
Is spherical. You're deriving it from an already sphere.
So wait, hold up. How does the ECF being centered at the center of the WGS84 ellipsoid create bias in the GPS measurements?
So are you saying that? So are you saying it's not spherical?
No. I asked you a question, Rich. How does the ECF being based at the center of the equatorial plane?
Wait, Morty. 1 second. I just want to tell Rich what he's wrong about, because he was wrong about a bunch of stuff. But of course, he wanted to finish, so I had to wait. And then we can go and you can ask him about ECF. So first off, the evidence of a spherical Earth does not hinge on either this distance or this location.
Sorry, I missed that. I got a call. I'll run off in a sec.
It does not hinge. The evidence for a spherical Earth does not hinge on this distance or this location. I'm going to say that again so that you understand. The ECEF coordinates of this do not matter for purposes of trying to show that the Earth is a sphere. That is just, you're just, rabbiting off in a different direction because, I guess it's too complicated. But we don't care about any of those. These measurements here, direct optical observations, show us that the Earth is a sphere, because we know that these are off by 1 degree per 69 statute miles. So for every degree that you're off, for these two zenith measurements here from the arc of the triangulation from two different mountain peaks, maybe the longest distance reciprocal zenith angle ever taken is off by 2 degrees because they're approximately 140 miles apart.
So what's the distance that you should be using when doing these type of the distance? So I'm like in the middle trying to sort something out. So you should be using geodetic surveying, right, to do this.
You're using surveying, yeah. There's no globe calculation in here. It's just adding up the two angles. I'm terribly sorry. You just add these two angles. And if it's more than 180 degrees, and especially if it's off by if it's more than 180 degrees by 1 degree per 69 statute miles, then you're proving the globe. No, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead, Morty.
Reifying the globe, you mean?
No. You don't know how to use the reification fallacy like most flat earthers, so I have to be a little bit gentle, but no.
Can I ask Papa Forth a question?
Yeah.
Because you said something earlier. Seemed like. Anyway, what do you think a Euclidean geometry is exactly?
Sorry, I can hear you. I'm literally.
The balloons are no longer.
I think one of the satellite pumps.
I get the argument that you're making because you're sort of saying that we're begging the question because the ECEF. Let me steel man your argument first. Your claim is that by using the ECEF, which is based on a spherical.
By the way, I don't know if he can hear you. I don't know if he can hear you right now.
Oh, is he deaf? All right.
No, he was just like out of coverage. But the point is, we don't care about this. These ECEF locations are necessary for getting the elevation of this. But the evidence of the globe is in these two verticals not being parallel.
Yeah.
I think to Mordwan's point, having those measurements based on a globe, having those locations based on a globe would either make the math not make sense. I mean, I guess that would be the only thing. Either it's based on a globe that doesn't actually exist.
Measurement that the tool returns. That's it. That's all it is.
Yeah, I was just curious. Earlier, he said you're basing it on Euclidean geometry, like it somehow is unique to a flat Earth.
Oh well, I think what he's desperately hoping is that there's some spherical geometry being involved in this that can be
in the best case
obscuring the globe.
But why don't you try it with just 2D geometry and see what the difference is?
With what geometry?
What does that even mean?
Just 2D geometry, not Euclidean.
Technically, 2D geometry can be Euclidean. Euclidean isn't specific to any dimension.
Well, I don't think so.
But technically, it is 2D.
Add these two numbers and tell me what you get.
The thing is that if you look from the side, that is 2D. You don't need that to be three-dimensional. Exactly.
It's all on the same vertical plane.
you're. Oh, I don't know. I'm not going to argue with you.
Okay.
I mean, you can see in the drawing, it's all the same vertical plane. That's why it's represented on a piece of paper.
Yeah. Yeah, this is just the orthogonal projection.
Maybe it's like.
It's not?
I just don't. I like. I just don't think you're using your brain properly.
Oh.
That's my personal opinion. I'm not going to go into details and an argument about anything, but I think, really, hand on your heart, you know.
No. Hand on my heart.
But I don't think you sound very convinced when you're repeating all this stuff. It's like you've read it off a script and there's no feeling in now. That's why I've said this time and time again.
Okay.
I'll say it again. It's like a mantra. It's become a mantra.
More feeling.
More
feeling.
Yes. The measured angle from the zenith is 88 degrees 57.
I want to see it in the style of Hitler. I want to see it in the style of Hitler.
What's that?
I want to see it in the style of Hitler addressing his population. Hit it home.
I mean,
the problem might be these intelligent people are getting frustrated explaining this shit to idiots who don't grasp it. That's probably where the feeling
I
is.
suspect that no matter how many times this is explained to Papa,
who was that? Who is that big mouthed guy?
Oh, forgot about it, Shorty. It's okay.
Do you know what it is?
Like it.
Do you know what it is?
What?
It's like when you come across and say things like that, that's why you're going to alienate people.
So let's see, we both know that no matter what these guys show you and tell you, you're not going to change your mind.
I know.
And on your heart,
you're gonna have to
I don't personally mind being alienated. I mean, that's a good movie.
Mustard. Stop.
Anyway, this is excellent evidence for a globe. A globe of the size.
If you assume you're on a globe in the first place, how's that? You've made the assumption that you're on a globe anyway. So how is that convincing?
Because
if you had established where you are without assuming you're on a globe, then I'm going to maybe listen to what you've got to say. But I can't while your assumption is you're on a ball anyway. It's established. Listen to, what's his name? I always call him Sanak because he sounds like Sanak. But Shubil. And he will tell you, it's for 300 years we've known it's a globe. Everything he does, even when he says, I do all these figures myself, and then he drops the thing, oh yeah, I picked it up on a GPS, and I'm thinking, well, that's assuming you're on a ball in the first place, so that's kind of crazy.
So,
so
let's see, are you finished? Because you said a bunch of stuff I wanted to respond to. So, you just kind of blew over all this. So first off, it doesn't matter where these are. The ECF coordinates don't have anything to do with the Earth being a globe. It doesn't matter. What matters is these two angles, which are returned from the instrument. That's it.
What instrument?
Theodolite.
Why are you using a theodolite? That's not the instrument you should be using. You should know that, regardless of what you say and what you think of these capabilities. You're absolutely incorrect.
Okay, so you don't know anything about surveying. I understand.
No, I don't give a fuck about surveying. Surveying is terrestrial, yeah, and the tools are accurate in terrestrial.
I'm not using the stars here, my guy. This has nothing to do with the stars or heavenly bodies or anything.
What are you doing then? picking point. You're doing angle elevations.
So listen,
angle elevations with straight lines, and now you've got a curve.
The fact that you think, that this has to have something to do with the stars.
No, because I've come in halfway in the conversation.
It's just crushing evidence that you have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, well, we go back to the theodolite. It measures
angles between
elevations. Nothing to do with curves. There's nothing to do with curves.
See this angle here? Do you see this angle? Do you see this angle? Yeah, you see the angles. That's what's measured.
Oh my god.
What tool do you suppose you should be using?
Oh, stop with this shit.
According to Klitzy, probably a protector.
Absolute rubbish.
Well, I said it shouldn't be a theodolite. I'm curious what
You
what's the
cannot
appropriate tool here.
prove you're on a globe with a theodolite. If you think you can, you're absolutely insane. I've got nothing else to say, and I'm actually going to leave because, like, you're intelligent people and you're acting like fucking babies.
That was the question that made him bold.
Look, nice talking to you. Bye.
Wish I could say the same. Should have been a simple question. I'm sorry.
So was there this night the talk with the forensic video analysis?
It didn't happen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I set up 2, and both of them didn't come through. I think that when I get down to it and tell them that we're going to be looking at like moon landing stuff, they're like, "Oh, I'm not doing that."
Oh, okay.
Because these are people who work in legal forensics.
Okay.
So,
unfortunate.
Well, I'm the hunt continues. So.
Oh, but there's an event now coming up.
There is
something, or
there is an event. M Agent wants to do an event about water and the shape of the Earth. Basically, debate people as to whether or not water has any anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
yeah, water measures flat, or
So since it's quiet, guys, I posted 3 pictures 49 past the hour, since we're talking about the angles and this and that and the water. Or maybe we should save this for later. For when Agent wants to do his thing. Yeah, maybe I should wait for later for this. Okay, my buddy Cool Rich has spoken. I'll do it later.
Does anybody know why DMOC overtalks so much?
Say that again?
Why does DMOC overtalk so much?
DMOC is DMOC, bro. Why is the sky blue? I mean, what kind of question is that? People are the way they are.
Yes, but why does he overtalk so much? It's not really constructive.
You ever hear the story about the frog and the scorpion?
No.
Seriously, you never heard the story about the frog and the scorpion crossing the river?
I don't think so.
Okay, so I'll see if I can do it justice. It's been a while. So there's a frog and a scorpion, and they're on a patch of land and whatever, and water starts coming in. So the frog offers the scorpion a ride across, right? Now, the scorpion knows that if he attacks the frog, he's gonna die, right? But, and I hope I'm not doing it like I'm not murdering it, but halfway across the water, the river there, the scorpion bites and injects not bites, but stings the frog. And the thing is, it's the scorpion's nature, right? It's in its nature to do that. So that's it. So when you ask why is DMOC, or why am I the way I am, the answer is it's in our nature. That's the way we are.
I gotta say, it's not so fulfilling, but it's fine. That's fine.
I hope I did it justice.
That might
If
be-
anybody listening that I butchered it and you want to say it better, go ahead.
That might be accurate to some degree, but also people have told me, and I actually do remember this myself. Back in the day, in Gempandas, DMOC was quite more chill, so we can actually see a progression curve. He has been like this for years and years and years on end, but before this, he was something different. Same with Nathan Oakley. I I'd say you could say that for a lot of people. So it's not just nature; it's something else as well.
But was he worse or better in a sense?
He was better in the sense that you could actually have a discussion with him.
Interesting.
And nowadays, mostly you cannot.
I have had normal discussions with him on other topics, but on flat Earth stuff, it's impossible.
Of course, because I'm a glober, my stint on that would be we have the winning position, which derails flat earthers in psychological ways. I know that's harsh, but that's my view on it. Definitely that goes for Nathan Oakley at least.
I think Nathan Oakley is faking it.
He might be faking it. I mean, he found something that works. Like if his show is basically his show is based on let's get a glober and fucking nail him as hard as we can by using any
Have you
tactics
heard
necessary.
how quickly he switch off and go to like commercial mode between takes? It's fucking.
I really haven't in the way
it's
like I don't listen to
we
him a
hope
lot.
you like die like
But yes.
bitch, and then like 1 second it's like, thank you for listening to our show. Like as always, I'll hope you have a nice day. I'm like bye bye, and it's like, dude, like you you're like so fucking. What the fuck is this? It's insane.
Yeah, I feel like in your nature, guys. What's in your nature? Like, what are you trying to find here? Are you just trying to make fun of stupid flat earthers, or trying to find
No,
answers?
it's not about that. It's just impossible to talk with him. Like regardless of what the subject would be, it would be the same. If he talks like that.
Forget about DMOC for now, right? I'm saying,
yeah, okay.
Like in general, yeah. Why are you here? Like I'm not saying it in a bad way. I'm just curious. Like, what's your objective? Like,
I don't know. I mean, I have been a little bit tired of the flat Earth stuff because I feel like it's the same stuff over and over again. So I did spend actually some time on some other stuff. But I don't know. I just get tired. Flat Earth intrigued me because I was like just so surprised that people believed in flat Earth, and I didn't realize like you don't meet people like that in a daily life. It's such like a fringe idea that like it's almost nobody in my country who believes it, very few at least. And like on Discord, you can meet these people. It's kind of interesting.
oh yeah, it's ingrained in people's head. Yesterday, I talked to a surveyor, a City of Montreal surveyor. Did you hear me when I said that?
No.
Yeah. I asked him if level is horizontal, and he said no. He said no. I'm not kidding you. Yeah. I mean, it's ingrained. Even people that do that job, they're convinced that level is not horizontal.
But he did work with it though, so I guess he would be like an expertise on it.
He was working at the time that I talked to him. Yeah, he's definitely an expert on it, working for the City of Montreal. There's no question about it. He was a certified surveyor. He had the equipment, the works.
Yeah.
Doesn't like Shoeville do that for a living or something along those lines?
Yeah, Shoe Bill heard that yesterday. He agreed. Yeah, that's apparently what Shoe Bill does as well, or did. I'm not quite sure.
He's retired, but he's old. But he did work as a professional surveyor for like many years, 20 years or something, I think.
I also asked him like, how far can you shoot? Like, what's your max range that you can shoot? And he told me 1 kilometer. And I asked him, is that like for a visual accuracy? And he goes, no, it's because of the antenna range.
Antenna range?
Yeah, they have.
Like, I mean, does he use like a total station or something?
It was kind of like a mini total station. Yeah, had
Okay.
yeah, it was like a RF reading. Yeah.
Yeah, total
I think-
stations have laser rangefinders and they have communication with the target. Yeah. Or can
Yeah,
have.
didn't Shubo say it was like Bluetooth or something, and that was like the range thing was because it was like similar to Bluetooth how they link up?
Yeah, he said Bluetooth, but then I told him it had an antenna. So yeah.
Bluetooth, Bluetooth does not have
No.
1 kilometer.
Yeah, it's RF.
Bluetooth
It's some
will
sort of
not have
RF. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Bluetooth is
Shubo
the
was
same as
just trying to
Wi-Fi,
simplify it
2.4
for us.
gigahertz. So it does it. You can have external Bluetooth antennas. So, but maybe he just meant the same frequency range, 2.4 gigahertz.
Yeah.
I mean,
With
I also asked him
2.4 gigahertz and a directional antenna, you definitely can go way more than a kilometer.
Yeah, and I asked him like over water, and he said, no, over water is not good because there's waves. And he said, let's take a highway, for example, you know? And I go to him, okay, let's say you were to shoot like, let's say 10 miles, or I forget how many miles I told him, 15 miles. He says, well, it's going to be hard to detect any difference. And I go to him, well, how about the 3959? And he's going to me, like he's not convinced of that. Like that was his attitude. I wish I talked to him for longer. But he seemed to like have a question with the radius, like he wasn't sure about it. And I found that really odd.
Oh, he didn't remember it by head?
No, it's like he didn't agree with it, type of deal.
That would be very strange.
Yeah.
I think he probably don't remember it or something.
Could be, but he
it's
said
not
like
like
it's
somebody.
Yeah, like I told him, isn't like 8 inches per mile square, and he's like, I go, it should have been like, in other words, meaning that after 15 miles you could like detect something, right? And he's like, not really. So I didn't want to press him too much, like the guy's working.
Yeah,
So I
get-
said, okay, thank you, and I mean, I'm not gonna stay there half an hour.
But the 8 inches per mile squared is more like it's a very rough approximation. I don't think any surveyor would use that number for anything. I think it's just they use some other type of data.
Yeah, like
I
he
think.
seemed puzzled. He seemed puzzled with that. Like maybe
Yeah,
not
that number,
puzzled,
I
like
don't think-
dismissive. I'll say like.
Yeah,
I would say specifically modern surveyors, they work typically GPS based and with total stations.
Yeah.
I mean, why should they do it all by hand?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it appeared to have. He had a pole, what appeared like a laser range finder, and he had like a screen with an antenna on it. So it didn't look like like one of those fancy total stations. It looked like something on a pole that you can just easily carry.
Oh yeah, but then it's maybe just a GPS receiver. There, you can also do surveying by just pointing to the things and then basically press a record button and you just have a GPS receiver, a high accuracy GPS receiver on that pole, and it's fully GPS based.
Yeah, it was
I guess
kind of weird listening to him, but yeah, that's what he said. I'm telling you exactly what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically,
I guess it's like
kind of an iPad and a pole with a kind of a disc at the top or so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
I wouldn't be
exactly.
surprised with modern surveying. If like you meet an older person, I guess he would have been like more old school. Like he could do all the calculations and do the manual readings. But like as with all fields, I mean they probably have a company. They have to be effective. There is profit margins. They are hired as consultants or something to do jobs, and they have to be efficient. So you use all the tools you can to be more efficient. That would include just a tool that you can just switch on, bloop, and then it's like downloading all the shit and does the calculations that you have to do every time. It does it for you. And I mean, it would make sense that if that's the case, obviously you wouldn't know all of that stuff by heart anymore because you don't practice it.
So SE, did it look something like this? What I just posted? If this
Yeah,
monitor
what
thing
Stu's
would
posted,
be,
it's kind of similar to that.
yeah. So this is a GPS station.
Actually, it's kind of different though. It's not exactly like that.
No, but I mean the concept. So you see here. Wait a second. I will put another picture in there with a person in using it. Oh no, wait a second. That was the same one again.
That one had like sort of like a prism kind of a looking thing, kind of like a laser, and it had an actual screen on it with an antenna on it, like an actual like a mini pad, for example, like an iPad.
Okay. So not like this here.
No.
Okay.
It looked, because I asked another guy, another surveyor, it could be a 3D laser. I think something like that. If I remember correctly, what the other guy told me, it looked similar to that one.
Wait a second. When you say like a prism, 1 moment. Come on. Why is it not saving?
Say again. Sorry.
Just a second. Like this one at there's the one pole and there's kind of a prism below or some kind of looks like a reflector or so.
Nah, it doesn't have a big bulbous thing on top of there like that. No, nothing like
Yeah,
that.
okay. The big thing on top is a GPS receiver.
Oh, the thing on the bottom, yeah, kind of something like that, but it looks like a prism kind of a thing, like more than one. Because I saw it quickly.
I mean, this is a total station with a GPS target. So you still look to the target, but the target has also a GPS position and.
Like I found it like, shall we say, illuminating, because I asked him directly, right, is the level horizontal, and he said no. So I found out, okay, wow, like it's in their mind, right? Even the pros. And then when I told him the 3959 and the 8 inches per mile square, he was like, kind of like dismissive, like it was weird. Like, how could you not know that, right? Like, how could you know that it's 8 inches per mile square and the 3959? How can you like find that dismissive? That's the model, right? Like, were you not trained on this? Like,
no, 8 inches
found
per
that
mile
weird.
squared is not the model. 8 inches per mile squared is this rule of thumb about something, and you wouldn't need it in daily business. You could measure it. You could calculate it accurately. You don't need a rule of thumb. It's the same like pi. If you ask a physicist or a mathematician, is pi 3.141? They would say no. But it's still good enough to use it.
Also,
but in actual reality, you would never use it like this.
Yeah, 8 inches is also not good up to a certain distance. I think it's like 70 miles, something like that. It deviates from the correct value very, very much more after that.
And didn't you ask it in Montreal?
Yeah. Was in Montreal.
Don't you have metric system there?
Yeah. That's why he told me a kilometer. When I asked him how far can you shoot, he goes, oh, about a kilometer.
Yeah, but why should he ever have heard of 8 inches per mile squared? Like,
but don't you
5 units per 5 units squared.
have you been to Canada? You know, you know how large
They have a lot
expanses of space we have here.
But in school, they would only learn like metric stuff. They would only be told about metric stuff. It's the same like if you would ask in Germany a surveyor about how many degrees, they would say, no, what degree? We're not using degree. We're using a rad. So
yeah, but then he should have told me, well, it's you know, it's so much in meters or whatever, right? But he didn't. He didn't like correct me like Celsius and Fahrenheit, for example. He just like was dismissive of it, like almost.
Okay.
Like if he knew that, he would have shouldn't have be corrected me. He should have said, "Hey, yo, no, we don't. You know, it's so many meters per mile squared or whatever."
I haven't talked to him personally a lot, but I do see him posting stuff, meaning that I guess what I'm asking is his dismissive nature of that conversation. What does that tell you?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm not in his head. Was he like? Did he not know it, or does he have another number in his mind, or I don't know. I just found it funny. Like it was. I don't know what to make of it. I'm not in his head. I can't read his mind.
Well, I think he seems like the person. There's not that many people here who you can actually ask that question about. If you're curious, I bet he would answer you.
What's that? What?
I'm saying if you wanted to ask him more about it.
Yeah, well, like I said, the guy was working, right? So I mean, he was in the middle of writing numbers down, and even when I said, "Excuse me, sir," he was like, "1 minute," because he was taking a reading. You know, go, "Sorry, I had a number in my head." I go, "No, no problem." The guy was working, bro. So he did me a favor, really.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool of him.
So I posted a picture, guys. Which one do you think makes sense? More sense?
Number one.
One on top, right?
Logical.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, if gravity goes to the center, it makes total sense.
All right, just checking.
Oh yeah, SE, the pictures you posted earlier. I asked, what is your opinion? That's what's obscuring the bottoms of those buildings.
Well, we said we're gonna leave that for later, for because who was it that wants to do it?
Oh,
Agent.
I thought it was at 12.
Yeah, we decided we're gonna wait for that, like, so we don't do it twice.
Okay, no worries. I'd love to. I have to go back to work, but someone give me the synopsis of that. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Is he coming, Agent, or?
I don't know. I don't even know what time it's. I just found out recently about it. I don't know.
I think it was. Oh, there he is. Beetlejuice, 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 and pop, there he is.
Yeah. Tomorrow, not today. So you don't have to wait. You don't talk about whatever. Yeah.
I don't want to do it. We're gonna do it twice. I mean, this is an old, this is an old thing. Like,
I mean, we have done it 1,000 times. We have done that tango.
Yeah, we did it we did it thousands of times. I just wanna, instead of doing a typical flat Earth debate, I wanna focus on one claim and remove it completely from the lexicon.
Looks
Oh,
like
you
to
want to
me.
TFE the water curve? Ooh, that's pretty brazen of you. But I like it. I like it.
Yeah. Well, I can try.
Yeah, yeah. Don, just for you, the bottom one. Any, every time I've seen water, behaves like that. Unless when I went to Niagara Falls. Oh, that was a spectacle, bro. That's a severe drop right there. Yeah.
Yeah, SE. Why does it drop there?
Why does it drop there? Niagara Falls?
Yeah. Why does the water fall down there?
Because it's falling from a higher elevation.
Is there something like gravity in your idea, or something that pulls it down?
Gravity, huh? You want to talk about gravity?
No, I'm asking you what's your point on that. I don't want to debate about it. I'm just curious on your point.
Yeah, I told you it falls from a higher elevation to a lower elevation. Simple. Water runs downhill.
Yeah, and do you have any
Unless
point
you're
why
unless
that's
Zanuck.
happening, or
Sorry?
do you have any idea of why something falls down? I mean that things fall down, we know, but I mean, do you know why does it? What does it make to fall down?
What does it mean to fall down? Are you serious?
What makes things fall down? What's the source or the reason of things falling down? If you throw something up, why does it come down again? That was my question. Do you have any
Well,
point on that, or
that's
is
the
it just like?
age-old. Yeah, that's the age-old thing. You guys think it's gravity. Which one?
Yeah,
The
I know what we
Newtonian one
think.
you subscribe to, or the?
No,
or
I
the?
know what we think. I was just curious of what you think. Do you think it could be gravity, or do you think it's something else, or it's just down?
It is what it is. It's down. It's
Okay.
heavier than the air. It falls down. Period.
Okay. And you don't have a kind of an explanation of why it is heavier or what makes it heavy or something like this, right? So it's just like that.
Oh, it's
That's
like
what you
me telling
experience
you who
every
made
day.
the
And
Earth. What made the Earth? It's like, no, I don't have an answer for that, and I don't think you do either. You've been told an answer which you believe, right? You've been told gravity, and you've been given multiple explanations for it, Newtonian and Einsteinian. Oh, and by the way, there's a new gravity out there. I don't know if you guys heard. Yeah. So these are all like assumptions. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
SE, can you define what elevation is?
Can I define what elevation is? Why
Yes.
should I do this? No, I can't.
Because you use words in your arguments, and
What
those
is this?
words have.
Drill SE hour? What is this?
The problem is that you use words that would have different meanings depending on the model, and you're trying to sneak in your definition as an alternate definition that we should also follow. Because on the globe, elevation is measured by gravitational potential.
Right. When you tell me something like that, right? I can tell you what's this gravity thing you're talking about. What is it? Which one is it?
Is a phenomenon of attraction
You can make
between
a claim
masses.
just because you drop something and you see it and you measure it. I mean, here, let me give you an example, right? You've been taught that gravity is equal, like no matter what you drop, right? like a feather and a
What
bowling
do you
ball.
mean gravity is equal?
Sorry, that
What do
objects
you mean
fall
by
at an
that?
equal rate, right?
Yes, unless there are there are some other forces acting on them besides gravity.
Okay, you heard of the Bremen drop tower?
Yes.
Okay, there's I don't want to call it an experiment, call it a test that shows that that's not true. I don't know if you were listening yesterday, I posted stuff. This guy's called Sky Demos. He's a physicist, and he came up with a new theory. Were you here yesterday when we were talking about it?
Not really. What was it about?
So gravity is not consistent, like they make you believe it is, right? There's variations in it. It's not consistent. Those are the findings. And apparently, according to this guy, like they tried to do it again, and they would not allow it. So, like I tell you, you've been convinced of a look. Two people told you what gravity is, right? One is Newton, one is Einstein, and they're both wrong. So if you want to make like definite claims about gravity, I mean, it's on you, bro. But just do some research on it. Because if that's the case, if gravity is not constant, right, there's big problems in in the way gravity is described. And this guy Sky Demos, he makes a very good case for it. I'll post the video again if you want to watch it.
Fine, we'll post it.
So there it is. Check it out. Tell me what you think.
Okay, thank you. Okay, nice.
What you see there is the drop tower, the Bremen drop tower. That's where they do the experiment, the test. I won't call it an experiment.
Because you've redefined what an experiment is. That's why you cannot call it an experiment.
Well, it's not an experiment because how are they going to turn off gravity, right? So you know, I don't want to get into that argument, right? This is not an experiment, but it's a test.
It is an experiment because they have objects of different densities, and they are trying to test if the gravitational acceleration will be constant. So they have different variables. I mean, one variable with different values, which is the density, and they're trying to test if the density of the object has an effect on the rate of gravitational acceleration.
Anyways, have a look and tell me what you think. So that's my whole point, right? You have Newtonian, wrong. You have Einsteinian, wrong. Now this guy's coming up with something else. So this gravity thing of which you speak, right? It's just a theory, not even a theory. It's like an assumption at best. Now, there's no questions that when you pick something up, it falls. There's no question about that, right? But just think of the nonsense that this model says. It's not actually the thing falling, it's the ground moving up. So it's about time this relativistic nonsense of Einstein like be just put away like, like stale bread,
Hello, mic check on this browser.
So
but
the
it's
first,
gonna
the
take time.
first, yeah, the mag is fine. So the first claim you made that this guy is a physicist is already incorrect because he's a biologist, so he's speaking outside of his field.
You're talking about the wrong guy. Try again, bro. Like check before you talk, please. You're talking about the other guy on the left, right? It's about the guy on the right. You didn't even watch the thing, bro, and you right away you found something wrong. You shouldn't. I'm not gonna tell you what to do, right? But you shouldn't like treat new information that way. Like just because you don't like the messenger or the message, like you dismiss it out of hand. You should at least look into it. So you went in with an idea, how am I going to prove SC wrong on this? What am I going to find? Instead of just going in and saying, this is interesting. Let me check this out.
I mean, the guy's question, which one do you believe? What do you think? Is still harmful to you, so I could re-ask it.
I answered it, the bottom one, bro. Maybe you didn't hear. Now we're talking about something else.
You're saying not Newton, not Einstein, but maybe Rupert Sheldrake's mate? Is that?
No, I'm saying Newton was wrong. Einstein was wrong. And I'm saying, look into this. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Wrong. Look into this.
Fair enough. I'm happy with Newton so far.
Well, Newton was a genius and Einstein was a moron, my opinion. So, you can make of that as you wish.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just say Einstein's bullshit helps you do math on space, that what could be in space, what you see and what you think. But it's not actually true, semantically.
Einstein's view of like relativity and all that, it's gonna go out the wayside, bro. It's already dead. Like just listen to the people that know about this and just listen to the actual physicists, the actual astronomers,
I just
it's
don't
over,
think
man.
it's
This
moral.
nonsense of time dilation and it's all nonsense, bro. It's all nonsense.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying the way to think of the fabric and the geodesics is still useful.
There's no fabrics, there's no geodesics, this is all a fantasy story
I
sold to you.
know, but it's
Yeah.
useful in math as a model.
Use it away. Do what you want.
I know what you mean by he's a moron, but it's still a useful model for people to do math on possible systems.
No, it's not even a useful model. Turns out that no, it's not. All the new findings are proving all of his dumb relativistic claims and Big Bang, and it's all wrong. It's all being
It's not a
proved wrong.
relativistic
Majority of
claim.
it.
Big Bang is not. That's before relativity.
It can't be all wrong because
It would be in
Because
the
what?
news, wouldn't it?
By
If it
their
was all
findings,
wrong.
it's almost all wrong. Yeah. Baby
By their
galaxies, early star formation, black holes, the rotation of the galaxies. It's just that you guys are just not up to date,
it can't be all. Hold on. Here's why it can't be all wrong. Like for example, gravitational lensing was first predicted based on the theories of Einstein, and then when later we found it in nature. Again, black holes first theorized by based on Einstein's equations, and now we found them in nature. So even when you say that black holes demolish him, at the same time, black holes are evidence that his theories work, like to a really high degree. Are they wrong in some places?
Exactly.
Yes. But at the same time, you cannot say that they are completely wrong. If they had been completely wrong, we would never have found gravitational lensing based on them, proving them, and we wouldn't have found black holes proving them either. Either.
When I said it was useful.
Yeah, it was useful. Of course,
like I'm saying,
like
you guys are
everybody
like
knows.
20, 30 years behind. Like you gotta
No, we're not.
check the new findings. It's that simple.
No, we're not.
You just
We're
don't
not
know what you're
20,
talking
30 years behind, and here's why. What I was just about to say before you said that we are behind is everybody knows that most likely we will need both a new theory of quantum mechanics and a new theory of relativity.
Okay.
Those
right.
have
So
to
now
be
you're catching on.
fixed
All right.
somehow. No,
So you're
I have
catching
been
on. You're
caught
starting
on.
to catch
I
on.
have been on this page for the past 10 years at the very least. Before I even started this, I think 50 years, because I knew about this stuff before I started the whole flat Earth discussion in 2015. So it goes way past 2015 when I was already aware of all of this.
Okay, so you agree with the scientists that they have to rewrite the books.
Yeah. That doesn't mean that Einstein was completely wrong. He had something right. So when we rewrite the book, we're going to keep something from him. The same with quantum mechanics. There has been so much right that quantum mechanics got right that we're going to keep something from it.
It's possible. I'll give you that. They might keep something. Yeah, we don't have to argue about that. As long as you understand that there's such a big problem that they got to rewrite the books, we're good. If you guys don't believe what I'm saying, just YouTube. Just YouTube. James Webb Telescope, new findings, Big Bang, new findings, and see for yourselves, man. The cosmology is in disarray, complete, utter disarray. Like, I'm not saying that. They are.
But haven't they realized yet that quantum is spiritual physics?
Yeah, quantum is another story. I don't know if it's spiritual, but
It is.
all I'm saying is it should give you pause for thought. If the people that are the experts, so called in this, right? The people that have access to the telescopes and this and that and the other thing, they're the ones that are crying like murder, and with specific details of how it's wrong, like how the predictions were wrong. And if you have a model that's strictly based on predictions, I mean, it's game over.
Yeah, but I don't. Again, SE does. I don't understand why do you think this is some sort of argument for anything?
He doesn't.
People, I already know what you're going to say, right? This is what you're going to say. Where are they taking the readings from, SC? You might as well say it right now and let's get to it. That's what you're going to say, right?
But I mean, I agree. Yes, they're finding new shit out in space that we didn't know about. That's okay. I agree. That's great.
Perfect. That's all you can ask for, right? If you have a model and you believe in certain scientists, they're telling you something's wrong. Okay, if you accept that, that's it, man.
Does that have anything to do with our solar system or the Earth, Moon, and Sun system?
Yes, it has a lot to do with it. Yes, it has to do with gravity. It has to do with a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Does it mean that the Earth is somehow not a sphere?
I knew you were going to go there.
Does
it's not about shape, bro. It's not about shape. It's about the whole model, right?
Okay, that
whole
has
model.
to do with. Okay, does that have to do with them finding out that galaxies really, really far away are probably a little bit older than we thought? Does that have anything to do with our solar system?
I told you, it has everything to do with everything.
How?
The development.
What does it have to do with our solar system, though? And us knowing that the Earth revolves around the sun, and the sun revolves around our galaxy.
So what you're telling me is this, right? What you're asking me is this: I don't give a damn that you're
That's not what
saying
I'm
that,
saying.
let me finish and then you can correct me. You're saying, I don't care that at the fundamental point of the people telling me about our solar system, they got it wrong from the beginning on down. And you're telling me what implications does that have of our solar system? Do you understand what you're saying?
Are you claiming that them finding out things about using the James Webb Space Telescope about galaxies really far away, that's also saying that our solar system isn't what we observe?
No, I didn't say that. You're saying that.
Okay.
You're saying that.
I'm just curious.
Obviously, what we observe doesn't change anything.
I'm just want to make sure that you're not trying to make that assumption that because they're finding things out about galaxies really far away, that we have everything wrong about our solar system.
No, I never said that. What I'm trying to show you here
Oh,
is,
thank God.
what I'm trying to tell you here is the scientists that you guys believe in, those very same ones that tell you about your solar system and everything and how your model is good and how it predicts its strength is its predictability. What I'm telling you is that they're finding out that most of the predictions, like if not all, most of them about your cosmological model, they got it wrong. Do you understand that?
I don't think that because they found out things about galaxies really far away. Let me keep
You're gonna go back to the solar
that.
system. You're like a broken record.
Hold on. I just want to make sure that you're not trying to assume that because they found new
Ask
things
me
out
again about the solar
galaxies-
system, which I answered you 3 times. Go ahead.
Hold on.
He's doing a red herring to avoid answering the question.
So
that's what he's doing. Yeah.
Hold on, I'm not
Yeah.
done. I just want to make sure you're not trying to connect them finding out things really far away in space.
This is a red herring.
And then trying to say, oh well, because we found out new things about galaxies, really stars moving away from us, really far away, that we can't make predictions about eclipses here on Earth anymore.
Wow. Talk about red herring.
I'm just,
That's probably
I
a
want
red
to make
purple
sure you're not
herring.
making that connection because it seems like you're trying to.
Bro, stop rambling, bro. Stop rambling on about nonsense stuff that I didn't say, right? You heard very clearly what I said.
You did say predictions. I want to make sure you're not saying predictions about things on Earth and things in our solar system.
Let me repeat
He's not
that one
talking
more time.
about the question he asks here.
Let me repeat what I said, right? The people you believe in, your model is based on predictions, right?
Which model? The solar system or galaxies really far away?
Your cosmological model. Do you understand those words?
Okay, we have to separate those two, okay? Because we have our solar systems.
No, we don't
and
have to do any of the sort.
We have the solar system and we have the formation of galaxies really far away.
If you don't understand what cosmological model is, just Google it, right? It encompasses everything.
Okay,
right?
so that also means predictions based on the position of the Earth, Moon, and Sun, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is your cosmological model. Listen, once again, maybe you have hard of hearing, right? Let me break this down for you very simply. Your model, your cosmological model, the scientists you believe in, it's based on predictions, right? That's what it's all based on. That's what you guys harp on. Oh, look at the sun, look at the time, look at this, look at that, right? It's based on predictions. So once again, the predictions about your model, how it began, the most fundamental aspect of your model is wrong.
Well,
now, you can bitch about it. I'm not finished. You can bitch about it. You can tell me how you think the solar system still works. It doesn't matter, bro. It's wrong.
So you're talking about how it began. Okay, that's fine. Maybe it began
No, the
differently.
whole thing, bro. The whole thing. How
Maybe
it began,
differently.
how it expanded, dark matter, dark energy, the whole thing. They got it wrong. Just about the whole thing. Yeah.
So we can no longer make predictions about eclipses that are going to happen 50 years from now, based on our model that we know.
Man, bro, like
this is literally what this is
it's
what I'm hearing from
unbelievable.
you.
Listen, man.
You're saying we
Eclipses
got it.
were
You're
known.
saying we got it all wrong, right? That's what
I
you're
said
saying. That's
just
what I'm hearing
about
from you.
everything wrong. Not
Everything
all
wrong.
wrong.
So
Just
you're
about
claiming,
all wrong.
right? So you're claiming that we can no longer make predictions about solar systems 50 years from now.
No, that's a
Is
red
that what I'm
herring, bro.
saying?
You're tripping. You're spiraling.
So which part is wrong? Which part of it?
Okay, listen carefully. Listen
The
carefully.
beginning of it.
90.
Which part?
Are you like gonna chill or are you gonna
Go
just
ahead.
hyperventilate?
Go ahead.
Okay, listen very carefully. 96% of what they tell you is wrong. Do you
About what?
understand
About the formation?
Not 10% about
the
dark
formation of
energy and dark matter. It's
About the
all
formation?
wrong.
You got it all wrong, dude.
About the formation?
Let me repeat. 96%, that's dark
Of what?
matter and dark energy, is wrong.
Okay. What does that have to do with the predictions of our solar
What does that
system?
have to do with the solar system? You're a broken record, bro.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, I
conversation's
know.
over. Yeah. You're not going to waste my time. Believe what you
Not
want.
to do with that. See,
got it all wrong.
I've got a question for you about the video. Like you said, it's variable now, but I wondered, is there any other info from that video? So you're teaching me about my model. What else does that weird guy say in the video about the new theory of gravity?
If you're interested, watch it. Watch the video, and then come back and we'll talk. If you haven't watched the video, I'm not interested in talking to you.
So you can't even teach me one thing from it.
I'm not here to teach you, man. I'm not your teacher.
Then I don't think you've really got a point.
Here's the absolutely ridiculous part of this argument, right? SE is using these findings, right, that he's getting. They say, "Oh, we don't know. They found out all these things from an object that is in orbit."
There it is.
Hold on. From an object that is in orbit at a Lagrange point behind the moon.
You remember when he started the convo, I told him, let's get to it right away?
You agree.
This is his whole argument.
Hold on.
This is his
Do
whole
you
argument.
agree that it's in the location that it's at, right, SE?
Nope, I don't agree any of it, bro. I don't agree any of it.
You agree
None of
with
it.
the findings, though, right? You agree with all the things that it's finding, right?
Let me tell you what I'm doing here, right? Now, can you please not interrupt me? And if you do, the conversation is over, right? I'm going to try to talk for 30 seconds. Can you handle it?
He's not really not handling it. He's just, he seems afraid of what you say.
Nobody's
somehow.
afraid. Go ahead. Nobody's afraid. Go ahead, SE.
Right. So, regardless where this thing is, right? This is what I'm doing. I'm taking your information and using it against you. Do you understand that?
Where's the information coming from, SE?
You see, that's all he's going to say now. Where's the information? That's what he did in our debate.
Where is it
That's
coming
all he
from,
has.
SE?
Where's the
coming from?
information coming from? See, that's all he's going to say. That's all he's going to say.
Don't get
So how do you know the information is correct? Hold on. How do you know the information is correct then?
I don't know. What I'm doing is I'm coming into your. Please, you asked me a question. Are you going to trip or are you going to let me answer?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is the best part. This is the part I love the most. I'm coming into your basketball court. I'm taking your basketball and I'm making a 3-point hoop. You understand? I'm using your information, which you cannot. So you can't. You just can't. I know you're triggered.
You're losing because you're using my ball in my court, and you're using information that's coming from something that you don't even believe in.
He said he's shooting threes, bro. He's about to dunk on you next.
No, he can't. He can't even
doesn't get it, bro.
You guys take class in
it's
communication.
so
This
hilarious.
is really
You're
bad to listen.
using the James Webb Space Telescope. It is in orbit at a Lagrange point. You're basically agreeing that all the information that is coming from this telescope that is in orbit is all correct.
She doesn't get it. That's all. That's all he did on the debate. That's
So
all.
how
That's
are you
the only
using-
thing that
how
he
are
has,
you
right?
using-
He doesn't and he gets triggered and he won't let you speak.
Nobody's
That's another
triggered. It's just hilarious though. How you think this is some sort of good argument?
It's not hilarious. It's like, oh wow, where to even begin? He's attempting to hold you imprisoned by your own model, by regurgitating what the scientists say inside your own paradigm, while you don't actually want to listen to those scientists, and you keep
I'm
talking about
listening.
model and this
I
model and
totally
that
agree with
model.
those scientists. I totally agree with
You
those scientists.
realize, 1 second, dude. You realize that your the solar system model is a sub model to the cosmological model.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So when he's speaking of the cosmological model, that is an
Okay.
umbrella term. It does
Yes.
affect a certain way, sure. So just be calm now, rest with that, and then let's continue. That's all you need to
Okay.
know so far.
And again,
Okay.
the information that about these findings is coming from a
Okay.
setup from a telescope that is in orbit at a Lagrange point. Where
That's
would
all.
this?
That's all.
Where
Your
would we?
presupp.
Where
Yeah,
would
but
we be getting
you
this
don't even know
information
that.
from?
You don't even know that. You're
Oh,
presupposing
then
that to
how are we
begin with.
getting this information then?
But
How?
even if we
Where's the
granted,
information
hold
coming
on. Even if we granted you that, right? This thing is still showing data that doesn't fit.
Exactly. Yes, I agree. I agree.
So, okay, now that we agree, let's just calm down first and foremost, and secondly, they claim that it's in orbit. You and me and Nessie and Ugly Tiny Horse
Oh, it's
here
not a
and even
claim. It's in
original.
orbit. It's
We
not a
have
claim.
Well, it is a claim because you don't know whether it
No,
is.
there's plenty of information out there showing that it launched and they spent many years building it.
Okay, or you fell for a great lie, but let's find out which one it
Right, of
is.
course. That's so the only way, the only defense is just to claim that it's all a lie and it's all fake. But we agree
No,
with the
that's not
information
the
that
only
comes from it,
defense.
right?
That's a
It's
possibility,
not
and
really
it's
in
not
orbit. Hold
proven
on.
to.
It's not really in orbit. It's all a lie. But we do agree with the information that's coming from it. What kind of argument is that?
Bro, you're kind
No, they're
of
not
just
saying that. I don't
jumping
know
to
how you
conclusions.
misunderstand it, people.
No, I understand it perfectly.
Just an internal
Well,
critique, bro.
But
We don't have to believe in your model
So we
to
agree with
critique
the information that comes
the
from it.
the
But I don't
coherency of
agree.
it. It's about coherency. That's it.
I don't agree that it's actually in orbit. It's not really there, but we agree with all the information that comes from it.
No,
Think
they're
about
not
that.
saying that.
No, it's not even that we agree with the information or anything like that. It's that your model right now is incoherent. There are contradictions, glaring contradictions. You're trying to make it work. If you look at the whole evolution of modern astronomy since Kepler needed to come up with the laws to make the orbital mechanics work for the heliocentric model. It's all theoretical mechanics. We don't actually know the dynamics. You guys act like it's the bending and warping of space-time. You guys act like it's mass attracting mass. You don't actually know that, bro. You could still come up with a model that has predictive powers. We can still come up with a model that has predictive powers and utility. It doesn't mean that that's actually what's going on in reality, right?
Correct.
That's all. So just because it works in the local, right, and you have the math that makes it work in the local, doesn't mean that's actually what's going on, bro. That doesn't mean that the distances that you guys presuppose are correct.
Well, let's create a model that's not a globe where it works also.
Well, that's
It's not we don't have to, dude. Listen, we don't have to replace the model, right, to show that it has incoherency.
Correct.
Because they found out things about, again, galaxies really far away, what implications does it have on me predicting things here on Earth?
That's not the point, bro.
That
right?
is the point.
What?
That
No,
is the
because
point.
you
That's
keep
his whole-
running back to your
that's his whole
default
argument.
position. Your
That's
default
his whole
position.
argument.
Hold on. Your default position is that it has utility, right? It has predictive power. It's pragmatic. Fine.
If it didn't,
fine.
then you guys would have an
fine.
argument.
Fine. That doesn't mean that just because it has utility, that's actually what's going on in reality, bro.
You can keep saying that.
So
but
you guys can hold on, because when it comes to orbital mechanics, you guys needed Kepler to come through and save your model, bro. And he did it with something that doesn't make any sense, cannot be shown to be the case on Earth. The three-body problem does not work. You cannot demonstrate Newton's bucket with Kepler's laws all at the same time, with the asymmetrical orbit, the asymmetrical foci, the elliptical orbit, and the
Do you want me to
eccentricity and
demonstrate it right
obliquity.
now?
You
I'll
cannot
demonstrate it
demonstrate
right
this.
now
It's
for
all
you.
theoretical, bro. It's all
I can
theoretical.
demonstrate.
And
I
then
can
when you fast
demonstrate.
forward time, dude, you needed Einstein to save the day again with relativity and time dilation, with the Sagnac effect, Lorentz contraction. You need dark matter, dark energy, expansion. You guys keep patching your model to make it work, bro. It's on life support.
Yeah, we keep finding.
So when
new
he
things.
brings up the latest problems with your model, whether it's the rotational arm of the galaxies.
Yeah, not concerned with galaxies, man. I'm concerned with the
100%.
Earth, Sun, Moon. I'm concerned with our solar system.
Bro, there's so
and the
much.
Earth,
There's so
Sun,
much wrong with it,
the
bro. That's all
Earth,
we're pointing
Sun,
out, dude.
The Earth, Sun, and Moon system. That's all I'm concerned with, and it works perfectly. And I can demonstrate it for you right now. You
That's
want me to
fair enough,
demonstrate?
but they're talking about the whole
Would
universe.
you like me to demonstrate? What is it? What's retrograde motion?
No, they're talking about the whole universe. They're saying we got the
I don't care
universe.
about the entire
picked it
universe.
from.
Yes. There's things really
They
far
obviously
away.
care. I know you're a little solar system Christian, so you'd rather just stick to this thing you know is correct. But they care about our model for some reason.
I mean,
solar
that's
system
great.
Christian.
That's great. That's great. New things about things really far away. That's great. Yep, I agree. There's lots of things about space we don't know about that are really far away. That's great. Nothing to do with us being able to predict things here in our solar system.
It's like you're
Predict
saying,
solar
please
and lunar
don't
eclipses
discuss
here.
past
Don't
the
care.
moon, please.
Look, Lion broke it down pretty good, man. Lion broke it down pretty good for you.
Yep,
I mean, I can't say better than that.
and as soon as you guys create a model that isn't a globe where it works, then I'll be on board.
Okay, that's not the point of the argument, though, right?
That is the point of the
We
argument.
don't have to replace. We don't, dude. Falsification is independent of replacement. We don't have to replace the model to falsify the model.
You gotta stop interrupting.
I know
bro.
it sounded.
Please,
I know it
man.
sounded when it sounded really nice when Witsit said it, but you don't have to repeat it.
That's not a
Reality
rebuttal to what I
does
said,
not-
bro.
Reality does not require a model to be.
Okay, well,
And
we
the very-
use models because they work.
And the very fact
Okay.
that you have this, like, to put it blunt, OCD need for a model in order to have predictability and, like, whatever you want to do with your free time, I guess. I mean, that sounds like something quite unfortunate, to be honest. Like, reality is not something that you can only figure out through something being coherently predictable. Sure, you can replicate and repeat and have a wild guess and oh wow, look, it happens over and over, but if that's how you make sense out of things, then it must be quite difficult for you to just simply like use your eyes and look at a table and just basic stuff.
Well, like I said, as soon as you guys come up with something different, then I'll be on board. But until then,
That's the thing.
hold on. Until then,
create-
we'll keep using the solar system. We'll keep using the Earth, Moon, and Sun system. Come up with something different. Or we can support it. You can keep saying, "Oh, well, just because everything works doesn't mean it's actually that." Well, I mean,
fine.
I mean,
Do you know what?
what
Do you know
else-
what?
what else
Do you know what continuity is?
Yes.
1 second before
So-
we go into an off topic, the very notion that you require a sentiment, that being a model, I mean, that's on you. That's your struggle with reality.
Not a struggle.
It is a struggle. You need a model.
I
in
don't
order
struggle
to
at
have.
all. It works perfect. It works perfectly. Come up with
Okay.
something better, and we'll be on board.
You
Okay, fine,
sound
dude,
like
but
the kind
the
of
point
guy
is,
who needs the catalog for his Lego set in order to build it.
Siak, do you know why they need a model?
Yes, because if they don't have a model, they will have existential angst.
No, so you obviously don't understand what models.
I
are
like
used for,
that
do you?
existential angst.
Models are required in order to kind of gather data about the world we live in.
They are not required. That is a philosophical belief.
You don't need models to require data at all, dude.
Well,
And that bullshit Witsit thing where you say it's not required to have a model, if whatever that fucking thing is. It's so fucking lame. Oh, that's not how it works, but I don't know how it works.
Yeah.
No, that's actually it's not. Witsit didn't create that. Actually, it's a logical conclusion, right? And I said
No, but
it differently.
It's bullshit, isn't it? It's just a fucking weak.
No,
weak way out.
you don't have to
Well, the
replace
thing
the
is,
model
right,
to
if-
falsify it, bro. That's
you guys
science,
would
bro.
have an-
You can
you-
falsify an experiment, right, and still not know how to carry it out properly.
Listen, you guys would have an argument, right? If there were times when they said, "Oh, there's supposed to be a lunar eclipse here on this day," and it didn't happen, and that happened multiple times, then you would have an argument. But because we can predict things years and years and years in advance using a globe model, that leads more into the fact that yes, it must be this model.
Yeah, I'm not denying the predictive power of your ephemeris data, right? Of the ellipses.
I don't have
and the
to, I'm not using
periodicity.
it, I don't even have to use
Hold on,
ephemeris.
dude. Hold on, bro. When it
Right.
comes to the periodicities of the planets or in the luminaries, right? The ancients were able to also predict. Now, people ask me, can you predict it? No, I can't. I'm not an astrophysicist. But we have records of the Greeks, the Chaldeans able to predict total eclipses. That's only been
Could they do it? Hold on.
that
Could they do it down to the
only rivals modern astronomy by minutes, right?
Could
By
they
minutes.
do it down to the second in the location?
Yeah, so it's fine. You guys have managed to narrow it down to under a minute or a second.
I
So
can
what?
show
dude?
you. I can
They
show
were
you
able
right
to
now
do the
using
same
a
exact
globe model.
shit.
B-ball,
to
it's
minutes,
very
within
fucking tedious listening to you, man. Can you not freaking interrupt, bro? Why?
I see Lion interrupts and he doesn't shut up. He goes on and on.
No, dude, just let me finish.
No, he
bro.
doesn't.
So the ancients were
fucking
able
does.
to also predict, right, eclipses, the position of the luminaries years in advance using geometry. That's it, geometry. You predict where they're going to be based off of past years of observations, generation after generation. They were able to track down the periodicity of the luminaries, and they didn't need a globe. They didn't need Newton's or Kepler's orbital mechanics to make this shit work. They had figured out a method of their own. Same thing with the Greeks and the Antikythera mechanism. You don't need all of that shit. Go ahead.
Hopefully they weren't model worshippers like we have today.
So the cool thing is now, yes, they could probably do it. They probably got it right a few times. But now, with all the data that we have, now we're like, oh, okay, now using a globe and a light source really far away and a moon in a specific position, which is a specific size, we can predict down to the second, down to the day, down to the location, exactly what time it's going to happen. Even in places where there's not going to be anybody, like in the middle of the ocean where there's going to be a solar eclipse. We can show exactly where it's the time, the day, the month, the year, everything.
But it still lacks epistemic integrity.
Yeah, and I'm trying to tell you that thousands of years ago, the Chaldeans could too.
Oh, so they could predict even a place where they weren't?
Assuming
That's not the point.
prediction
From their location, studying their skies, they were able to predict the luminaries. Now, granted, you guys have surpassed their predictive powers by only a couple minutes, dude. That's it.
I don't think they could predict it down to the second. No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They weren't able to predict it down to the second, but they were able to predict it down to the couple minutes, dude. 5 minutes or so.
Or the path.
So let's just put this very simple as it can get. So your model worship and having the sacredness of coherence through replication is simply, that is what you have wanted to not be partaking in, which is a type of religion. So what we need to be doing is really reevaluate instrumentation and its ontological framing, because it doesn't actually really understand ontology, because you have cut yourself off as a sub-branch which doesn't actually reflect upon how it is actually constituted as a philosophy. So really that's really needed. Next one too, with that included, you also need to realize the epistemic integrity of your model-based claims, so that you can actually do any work with it other than just repeat some kind of like button pressing and think that you know what you're doing.
Yeah, that was Didn't understand a word you said.
Well, then
So
you should
anyway,
learn English.
so anyway, like I said,
So
I can
English
use
is
this
your
model to
second
predict
language,
things.
no?
So and again, I can use this model to predict things, right? You can
Is
keep
English
saying
your
that I'm
second
in some
language?
sort of. You can keep
It
saying
is
that I'm
my
in some
second
sort of
language.
religion.
Bro, that's dude. You
can
gotta
keep
stop. You're a
saying.
broken record.
You can keep saying that I'm in some sort of religion, right? Anybody can keep saying that, but all I'm doing is showing that hey, I can use this model to make these predictions, and you don't have another model to
it's
replace
not.
it.
It's that. Hold on. So that's just you gotta understand,
Ryan,
bro. That
Ryan, no.
have you
Give
ever?
him that. That is all he is doing.
All right, that's
That is
fine. But
all
I'm
he's
trying to
doing.
point out, dude. In archaeoastronomy, right? If you study ancient architecture, whether it's the Inca, the Maya, whoever existed prior to the Maya, prior to the Inca, Egypt, these people were able to create architecture to such an extent. There are portholes in their temples, right?
That's great.
They were able to line up, right, certain eclipses to such an extent, bro, that can only be rivaled by modern day astronomy, right? It bewilders their knowledge of the sky, how they were able to manage these structures, to line them up in such a way where the sun would rise on a certain day or the moon would rise on a certain day, and they would line up just perfect with the temple.
That's great. But now we know how it actually works.
Dude, it's fine. Hold on, let me pull up a source regarding the Chaldeans.
I mean, I have
being
a
able
source
to-
right now. If you watch the stream, I could show you whatever eclipse you want to see and what location is going to happen.
That's
You give
fine,
me
but
a
it's
day.
but
You-
what I'm
you
trying to
give
tell
me-
you is that the ancients also were able to predict. They had predictive power. They had models.
they
They had
couldn't
predictive
predict-
power, dog. You
they
don't need to
couldn't
have a globe
predict
for that.
the path. They couldn't predict the path of totality, or they couldn't predict the time.
That's not true. I'll pull it up
That
right
is
now.
very true.
Babylonian eclipse predictions, real quick. Let's see what ChatGPT says.
That's great. But now we know exactly how it works.
No. It says, okay, here we go. Were the ancient Babylonians, Chaldeans, or people that had astrolabes able to predict eclipses? Yes. The ancient
great.
Babylonians hold on, dude, bro. The ancient Babylonians and Chaldeans, the latter being a latter group of Babylonia, often associated with astronomy and astrology, were able to predict eclipses with impressive accuracy. You had
could they predict the path?
You had the Saros cycle.
Based on the globe.
They discovered and used a cycle known as the Saros cycle, which is about 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours. After one Saros cycle, the Earth, Sun, and Moon return nearly to the same relative geometry. So, like I said, they use geometry to be able to predict the ephemerises. It says here,
I think it's a difficult
right here,
task.
hold on.
to,
Let me just get this out.
Professor responsible for going into a deeper field than his study of how to press buttons. You know,
So it says here. Let me just get this out. They use star charts, circular star charts, and ephemerides, and mathematical models to track planetary and lunar motion. We have the tablet like the Mol Apin series. Later, astronomical diaries that describe constellations and planetary motions. Later, the Antikythera mechanism by the Greeks 100 BCE is an example of how knowledge of the eclipse predictions may have evolved with tools like likely influenced by early Babylonian methods. But specifically, the claim that you said they were not able to predict totality, it says here, 1 second.
Surely you guys heard of the Antikythera mechanism, right? The machine that they thought gears were not possible, like gears were invented, they thought 1,000 years after the date that they found them. You guys are aware of that, right?
Yeah.
The most important bit, Essie, the most important bit is that none of the cosmologists has ever encountered the cosmos, so they're only actually modeling its echoes.
Yeah, and it was
So
pretty accurate.
according to ChatGPT, they weren't able to predict the solar totality, they believe, but they were able to predict lunar totality, it says.
No, I think they were able to predict solar eclipses.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so
Wait a
too.
minute,
They act like they
wait. Predicting the eclipse is different than predicting the path of totality. Saying there will be a total eclipse of the sun or a total eclipse of the moon, fine. That's the kind of eclipse. But predicting the path of totality, no, I don't believe they could ever do that.
As a matter of fact, Omni, let me check and see. They did a recreation of the Antikythera mechanism, and I think they were able to predict the path.
They weren't able.
Let me check to make sure of that.
So yeah, so it says they could predict when a solar eclipse would occur roughly every solar cycle, but where it would be a total or a totality was beyond their capability, according to ChatGPT.
Yep.
So like the most recent eclipses, you can tell geographically where it's going to be total, completely blocked out.
So check this out.
They could tell when the eclipse was going to happen. They just didn't know where totality was going to be geographically.
Right.
But that's the claims being made here. But who knows? What if they did?
Right.
Hold on. SC's gonna try to bring up some stuff for it.
On September 21st of this year, there's going to be a solar eclipse near Australia, Antarctica, Pacific Ocean, in the southern sea. If you watch my stream right now, we're going to watch that. We're going to see exactly where this is going to happen.
Okay.
You
So
see that shadow right there? If anybody's paying attention, you see that shadow right there? That's the eclipse.
okay. So what is the argument?
This is the
You're
predictive
seeing
power of this
eclipse.
model.
No, there is no predictive power. You're just
Okay, I'm
watching
predicting it right
with your
now. We're
eyes.
predicting it right now. Using the globe
There's no
model.
predictive power. I can just fucking stand and look at the sun travel over the,
You see this? Look, you see this? Based on our model, based on the Earth being a globe, this is what's going to look like. Let me zoom in.
Okay, so you have modeled something that can make a replication of what it looks like in actuality.
Yep,
That
because if it
you're
wasn't-
conflating model into reality and thinking that that's how it really behaves.
It is how it really behaves. Because if it wasn't, then it wouldn't match the model.
No,
So let me
that
do
is
this. So I'm
wrong.
going to go ahead and
You
play.
could very well create something, model something that makes it explainable by the model, but that doesn't mean that the model now sort of like reveals to you how it works in reality.
Yeah, it does. You can keep saying it
No,
all
it
you
does
want.
not. That is
You can
not
keep
how it
saying that.
works.
You can keep
That
saying
is
that
not how
all
it
you want.
works.
But
That
I
is the
can sit
most
here all day.
unscientific reasoning I've ever heard.
You can sit
That
here
is
and
an
make that argument
unsound
all day.
scientific
But
mindset.
I can use this
Meaning it's
model
not
and predict
scientific.
it down to the second and location exactly what it's going to look like. If you have
Okay.
something better, then by all means, please present it. Or you can just ignore.
Okay.
You can just ignore it.
Okay, so
You keep saying that, oh, just because
I'm
just
attempting to
because
explain
you
to
use
you, but
models and you can predict, just because you can use models and you can show it how it works on the globe doesn't mean that that's actually happening in reality. Keep making an argument, but it doesn't help you. Doesn't help you. Go ahead.
Oh Lord. So okay, so Mr. Man, who sounds like a man, so hopefully call you a man from now on. Let's see what it turns into. So okay, so Mr. Man, let's break this down. You have a model that gives predictability, but you don't need to model to have predictions, first and foremost. Secondly, you can observe something happening, repeatedly. Like day is happening, night is happening, and then it's day again, and it keeps going. Great. So now that we can see that something does occur more than once and it seems to be repeating, just because you can create an artwork that gives a sort of explanation to what is going on doesn't mean that the artwork is a blueprint for reality. It means that you used your imagination to create something that you have thought could be the framework for how it functions. The unfortunate thing is when you conflate that and roll that as the god of reality or the actuality itself, because now you are conflating the model, the blueprint, the idea, the map for the actual thing itself. Have you heard of this saying that goes like this? The map is not the territory. And the same thing goes with the model. The model is not reality. So just because you have a good model that can predict it even down to the decimal, if that be time or measure of time or just measure of distance or whatever it is, doesn't mean that that is how it actually works. Just
Okay,
means
so how does it actually work
you
then?
have a model.
How does it actually work? If it's not this, then what is it?
Okay, good. I'm glad we can have this conversation because this is an important one. Yeah. Okay, so moving on from a model is not actuality, but an imaginary idea of how that what that entails or how that works, to what is the better explanation, or if that is not the actuality, then what is? I'm glad that you asked me this question because here's the thing. First and foremost, just because we can categorize now a model being ideated doesn't mean that I have to be your god and explain you how it all works. Okay? Just
So
because
that
we can
means you don't-
categorize the ends and the means to your actions and really even the outset of them, doesn't mean that I now have to explain to you the entirety of reality and how it works.
So that means
now that
no,
that's
you
out of
don't
the
have-
way.
So you
Yes,
don't have.
sorry.
So that means that you don't have anything. You can't explain it any other way, with any other model.
Well, that's like a sub question to the original question, because you seem to not have realized what I just said. But I'll address it too. Don't need a replacement model in lack of explanation. There doesn't have to be an explanation. So if that stresses you the fuck out, then perhaps breathe a little and realize and recognize that not everything can be explained and predicted and modeled.
Oh, look at that! Look at that!
So
There's
wait a minute.
another one.
Wait. So Zynak. Yeah. So you say the model's not necessarily real. Okay. So what are the ramifications of that?
Well, the model is real, but it's not reality in of itself.
Okay. So imagine that I understand your position. Okay.
Great.
So what is the ramifications of your position?
Well, the ramifications of my position being a royalist is that we have ontological and epistemic integrity.
Okay, but none of us are nobody else here is a rondalist. So
well, that sure is.
So hang on. So we're not sold on your ontology or whatever your epistemology. Whatever it is.
You help me out, buddy.
We're not sold on it.
But really, I'm speaking
you could just
common sense. Really, it's
Lion,
just
your hot
common
mic in.
sense.
Halfway.
Okay.
So you're not speaking common sense. You're speaking in circles.
No, I'm not.
You are.
Maybe
So
it sounds like circles to you because you have conditioned yourself away from common sense. That's
so
what
I'm
hearing.
asking you, right? Sure. So I'm asking you, what is the ramifications of your philosophy. So you say that it's to have intellectual integrity, yeah?
Yeah, first and foremost, that's always important.
Okay, so saying I have all of this evidence that the Earth is a globe, therefore I think it highly likely that the Earth is a globe. How is that not in intellectual integrity?
That is exactly what it is. You have all this stuff
right
that gives you a fair assessment of something, but it's still not that.
Okay.
So we have to look at all the evidence, and we have to say, well, it looks like it might be this, but it's not that. Based on
so I want him to tell me, because I still don't think that this is properly working here. So what exactly do you think is is going on here?
Well, I think that what's going on the deeper level, or just really what's going on, is that it seems that common sense, clarity, and real evidence is something that has been conditioned away and replaced by a belief about
And you
what
think
that entails.
you think the Earth might be flat, right?
No, I think.
Are you sure?
Okay, you don't need to say that to make it sound like you don't believe me.
Well, no. I've dealt with you for a while.
You have.
And I'm not 100% sure that that's in integrity. So
okay.
So my point is this.
Yeah.
You don't have to, we don't have to whatever benefit you think this perspective has, you have to articulate that. Just saying it'll make you more in integrity, when I think it's perfectly integrity. There's perfect integrity in saying we have all this evidence for Earth being a sphere. Therefore, my position is likely a sphere. I think that is in perfect integrity. I don't see a problem with that.
But that is the thing. I'm glad that you could say that, because that is what you have upgraded to saying after we last spoke. Before or priorly, or anteceding to that, you would say that you knew that it was a globe, which was a mistake.
So a couple of things. So number one, I could still say that, because in my first off, I have always said in these discussions that science doesn't prove anything. It's all how the evidence works. I've said that long before I ever encountered you. So no. So secondly, whether or not I use I think it's a sphere, or I believe it's a sphere, or I rarely say I know it to be, but even if I did say I know it to be a sphere, all of these are knowledge claims which do not have to rise to perfect assuredness in order to be made. So I can claim that I have knowledge that the Earth is a sphere. I'm totally fine with that, based on the huge, enormous preponderance of the evidence that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay. So, Omni, what is evidence?
Evidence is something that distinguishes truth from reality, or actuality from imagination, rather.
Well, if you were making a mistake when saying that and moving it, wouldn't that now show that you are actually uncertain about what it really is? And you are just phrasing something you don't actually completely understand. Let's look into it, okay? So you just said that it distinguishes truth from reality, but the thing is that reality is truth.
No,
So
I misspoke.
Reality itself is truth, and truth doesn't actually need substantiation.
Right,
That is a philosophical bias that you now spoke. which is that truth needs to be distinguished from what is real as if they don't actually go together. So secondly, then you moved it on to say reality and actuality.
I said imagination from reality, which is what I meant to say.
So meaning able to discern what's real from what's fiction.
Yep.
Okay. This likely could be part of what evidence is, but not what evidence is in of itself.
So according to who? Wait. Whoa. According to who?
According to just what evidence is.
So according to you.
No,
okay.
This is not a
So
subjective framing.
what do you mean? What's okay? So what do you think evidence is?
It's still not what I think, because you spoke what you think doesn't mean that I now speak what I think. I speak to what evidence is in of itself. That is a publicly agreed upon definition of the word. So you can have your subjective opinion that actually hinders this from being progressive.
So where are you citing your opinion from?
Well, I read it from all the dictionaries, and
Same here. Okay. So
yeah, and that also includes not only the private. That includes not only the privately owned ones that the academia use, because that is a private definition, meaning it could just as well be one person who come up with that. And then all the other, let's say, hashtag experts that come in line just fall in subordination of some kind of esteemed, acclaimed, self-entitled even professors' ability to phrase words together, and yet he's still studying it. So like, what is that kind of an expertise? And then we also have to look at what is actually of public domain, which is something that is not privately held but publicly agreed upon and accessible by everyone. It is then, what a domain is, being public. So
okay, well, I'm okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so before we go further into that, simply, I just want to come to agreements on something, because that helps us much better moving forward. So I wonder, Omnivore, are you aware that each discipline in academia will attempt to make their own language, that when you study this said field, theory, discipline, etc., you are to learn that language? Yes or no?
Specialized fields have specialized jargon. Yes.
Correct. So we can call it specialized jargon, because that's actually quite good. So do you realize or recognize or agree with me with the very notion that this specialized jargon can simply attempt to replace words that are already pre-existing? And this specialized jargon attempts us to not talk about those specific words anymore inside that field, because you have to reference that specialized jargon in order to talk the theory. And if you don't use the words of the specialized jargon, then you are seen as an inferior or someone who is ignorant to the discipline itself. Yes or no?
I'm going to say I don't follow you.
Okay.
So it's possible that, so if I am claiming to have expertise in the discipline, but I can't use the jargon correctly, then yes, that will create a negative impression. However, if I'm not claiming to be an expert in the discipline and I'm using words in their colloquial use, I do not think that it will cause me to be looked down upon.
Okay, but I think really what's more important here is to assess why you called it jargon.
Well, because that's, as I understand it, typically the term for specialized language that a discipline uses.
So I would call that evidence of what it is.
I have studied linguistics. Yes, that is the official term.
Yeah, and I think that should speak multitudes when we talk about, for example, awareness, and then into spiritual sciences or cognitive sciences, etc.
Wait. Hold on. What was the official term?
Jargon. That is the
okay.
official term.
So jargon is the correct term. Okay.
Yes.
So what's wrong with jargon?
Yeah, I was about to explain that. Simply, awareness in cognitive sciences is changed into consciousness, and then awareness itself sounds like a ridiculous or even unintelligent word because it's so basic. And then because you now have an academia talking about consciousness, you suddenly get subconsciousness and no consciousness, or etc, 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 etc. Like, we don't even need to name them all, but you get all these like categorizations of consciousness and so on, but simply all of them are awareness.
So you're kind of losing me on this. I don't.
So the jargon is consciousness. The
Okay.
non-jargon, the original word, is just awareness or being aware.
I don't think that's
even
true.
just present.
Okay, so I don't buy that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, you don't need to buy it.
Okay.
Not attempting to convince you, like.
Okay.
Which is the main, way to behave for some reason.
Yeah, well, the reason I don't buy it is I don't think that jargon is just the shorthand that or the terminology that experts use when talking in rarefied disciplines. Awareness is something quite different, it seems to me.
There is actually good reasons for jargon. For example, in a jargon of any given field, the words will have more definitive and more precise meanings. So oftentimes it's really unhelpful to go with whatever people on the street speak, because language by its very nature is kind of vague and context dependent. And when you're talking specific fields, whether it's scientific fields or programming or whatever, you want to be more precise than normal languages. And that's why we use jargons.
Sure, that makes
sense.
sense.
And that is the thing. The preciseness can actually be lost because perhaps the field itself didn't actually appeal to the common sense words that was there to begin with. So suddenly we create a lot of new words to attempt to describe something that actually does have a word, but the field itself doesn't recognize how. And so we need to create this word in order to put into word what we think is going on here, not realizing and recognizing because of our ignorance that really there is something already here explaining this. That usually is what's going on.
You are okay. So you think that most jargon is unnecessary because it's just the people in this field don't really quite realize what's going on. Is that?
Well, somewhat, because the people in the field are still students, and the professor, when he gains the title, is still studying, which is why they go on to create all these papers, because they're still studying their field. They may have gained an expertise, but they're still studying the theories, hypotheses, statements, claims, etc., the philosophical ideas that someone has put into the view, and then they are attempting to test or replicate whether or not they appeal in reality. So, with that said, these students, sure, and even, let's say, the masters who come forward with the, let's say, phrasing or the language, obviously, one doesn't know it all before one creates a field of study. So through learning through a specific perspective, they create a language because they don't have access to or a knowledge of the language prior to going into the study. So there is where you birth the jargon.
So wait a minute. So they don't know the language prior to going in, so they create a language? No, I think it's it seems to me like it's the other way around, right? Once I have created, once I have progressed far enough in this study, then it starts being more efficient for me and my peers to use the new language.
No, when they're out of school before or prior to going into academia, they know somewhere between 2 to, if they're really lucky, 10% of the language. So they have no, really, they're really ignorant to the language. So when they go into the study, then they have to attempt, well, you know, how do you even search up a word for something? Well, they don't. None of them do. They just go into creating new words.
Wait a minute. So you're saying that the student going into it creates new words, or the people who are experts in it create new words?
Well, the expert, the student just goes into studying those created words, which is that language they need to adopt in order to, first and foremost, after they've finished, speak the language. And then when they do, they usually settle on speaking that language without even going into studying the words themselves further, just blindly trusting and accepting upon the language constituted.
Okay, so I don't buy this. I don't
Okay.
know. I don't know that I think that is true. So can you give me an example of how this works, of where this happens?
Well, I sure can give you many. I just gave you with consciousness. Another one is simply, for example, in my own field, we have mimesis. But mimesis is just that jargon word for imitation. So mimesis now, a word within theater and drama, is, just to put it, you know, again, rephrase it, is a jargon word created sort of to attempt intellectualize and make it sound more intelligent, really, for imitation. So now, for example, if you go into studying theater and drama, you'll see they say Aristotle talked about mimesis, when in fact there is not a single, and Plato as well, but in fact there's not a single citation of the word, or you cannot find that word at all prior to I can't remember exactly the date or the datum or period, but well, simply you can't even find it in their works. It's something they've created after to just speak of his word, which is imitation, to create a new model or concept or something that they attempt to imagine what he meant by imitation, sort of as an attempt to build it into something more elaborate that they just use. But in fact, it's simply imitation. We all have more words like metaxis. That's, yeah, many. Catharsis, but that he did use though.
So
But that's simply purification.
I still don't get it. So you're saying they shouldn't create this new jargon?
Well, as you said, it's jargon. So why create jargon?
For efficiency in communication.
But that is isn't that unsound, first and foremost, to create jargon for efficiency? That's like that collapses on itself.
It doesn't
Jargon
really,
is
as
not
long as people in the field can understand and communicate. It's not meant for everybody on the street to understand immediately. As long as people in the field can understand it, that's good enough.
Okay, so they fake being intelligent by giving it a new word that actually just is a simple word so as to sound smart. But that is the thing, you know, why go on to imagine yourself or these people imagine themselves as more intelligent than what they are, when actually they show less intelligence by creating like these ghosty words to attempt sound smart with. That is the thing, you know.
I actually disagree that people create jargon just to appear smart. I already gave earlier why we create jargon. It's to be more precise. Obviously, there is a downside that it can drive away people, and sometimes maybe there is unnecessary jargon, but jargon as a phenomenon itself, and there's a jargon word. Jargon as a phenomenon itself is a valid. We have a reason for it. Now, interestingly, if you don't mind me stringing along a second point, I find it interesting that you are against jargon, but just earlier I heard you describing kind of really philosophical ideas, and then someone said that, oh, I don't understand what you're talking about, and then you kind of attacked them personally by saying, hold on, isn't English your second language? It's not about English not being their second language, or it's not about them not understanding English. It's that they didn't understand the jargon that you were speaking. So you, in fact, were speaking jargon earlier, and it caused a problem for somebody with someone not being able to understand the jargon that you were using.
Yeah, it seems like you're just getting mad that words get invented. Like words get invented all the time.
Okay, may I address him before another one jumps on? So,
sure, and I string together 2 points, so yes, go ahead.
Okay, so Christianity is an umbrella term for one type of religion. Epistemology is describing a field of study of something specific. So when you say epistemic or epistemology or ontology, those are umbrella categories to something specific that has a definition. Whereas metaxis, and mimesis and so on are simply a word that attempts to overthrow another single word that is simply maybe even just a verb, yeah, imitation. So here is the problem. Now to address you going like backwards into what you said. You said that this jargon is important because of some reason, but this reason is unfounded because here is why. The problem with creating jargon is simply that it's jargon. It's like littering the street with trash thinking that's a good thing to do because it's just jargon, really. So just looking at the trash in the street simply now being mimesis, looking at the word in the book, that being mimesis. And speaking of mimesis, just as a thing in of itself that doesn't actually get understood for what it is, makes it jargon in a way that it actually unnecessarily makes it more or difficult to grasp because simply imitation is basic. This is the problem with jargon, is that its abstraction actually makes it more difficult to follow along with than just talking about its purity, being non-jargon, just being clear, which is really what evidence is. Evidence is also such a jargon for clarity.
I still stand with my original point.
You sure do.
Jargon is to be more precise. There's actually, I read an interesting article. This is kind of a tangent, but Finnish people have to study Swedish because it's a second official language here. And as part of everybody hates it, but everybody has to do it as part of their university degree. And actually, I read a really interesting article about AI and the difficulty that AI has had with translating human language. And that was in Swedish. I had to read a scientific article in Swedish, and it made a really interesting point because AI for the longest time, now Google Translate is quite good, and we have others that are better because of course professional translators don't use Google Translate. For example, Deep AI I think is better. The interesting question about that is, why did it take AI so long to actually get at least decent, even decent? Because Google Translate was a thing for a long time ago, and it completely sucked. It took it really a long time to actually get decent, while at the same time we have had compilers for machine code, which is or human written code, No, it's a point. I said that it's a tangent.
A
but
point, but
we had.
point is a red herring.
I'm going somewhere.
You sure are going somewhere.
Yes, I am going somewhere because I'm basing it on the article that I read, and it was a scientific article, and it had a point, and it was going somewhere.
The topic is jargon, and the earlier was
yes,
Omni.
the topic was jargon. I said that I'm going on a tangent a little bit, so it's not completely related, but it's a little bit related.
Okay, so
we basically, when you write a piece of code, what the compiler does is it takes your code, whether it's in C++ or BASIC or Java or whatever, it takes your human written code and translates it into a language that the machine understands. So it's basically just translation. But it's translation that fucking works flawlessly every single goddamn time. And I'm using swears for emphasis. Why then, if we have had a completely, like, really goddamn reliable translation from human written code into machine code, how is translation between human languages so difficult actually to accomplish? The difference is this. We have created code languages specifically in a way that avoids all sorts of ambiguity, because in human languages that arise naturally, a word can have many different meanings depending on the context. But we have deliberately erased that when we created code languages. So that's why it's easier to translate code, human written code, into machine language that the machine understands, but it's much harder to translate between human languages because of that ambiguity.
Okay, but it's not ambiguous. The thing is that, okay, is it more?
If I may wrap up, here is how it relates to our larger conversation about jargon. Jargon is kind of machine code for a little bit going to the code language way of dealing with things. It's trying to reduce that kind of ambiguity in natural languages.
Actually, and that is the unfortunate thing, that it claims to do that, I guess, but actually it ends up doing the opposite. The jargon creates, I wouldn't call it ambiguity in a positive sense. I would call it just a lot of more jargon that ends up being a pile of garbage. So here's the reason why you're proving my point by giving the off-topic iteration of a machine, is that simply a machine is not coded by jargon but by clarity. And if jargon is used, they are precise. But the thing is, it's not coded by nouns, adjectives, and verbs. It's coded by numbers that gives specific yes and no's to things. So simply, mathematics, philosophy, and science being three different fields, the prior two being fields of study, the latter being a discipline, simply gives the evidence to why that is. Philosophy being the study of how knowledge is gained and what is real, mathematics being how theorems about that realness can actually be logically sound, and science being the discipline of how to replicate said bothness, to say it simple, so as to have a sort of predictive power, making it assumed to be more coherent by simply it being replicable. So with that being said, simply, jargon is very unfortunate because what it really does is that it operates as a linguistic fence.
So, Zynak, I'm not completely still sure what you mean by jargon. So, I posted a few words in the chat and tagged you. Can you tell me which of those words are jargon and why?
I think I have to scroll. Oh, here. Gravity, altitude, elevation, refraction, ellipsoid, crest, geoid, magnetism, friction, drag, lift, resistance, pitch. Well, quite a lot of them. But I don't think we should go into each one, or I shouldn't be naming each or which is jargon right now, because I think then it can likely get emotional and going on a tangent, which is not what I want to be doing here, if you may respect that wish. So to continue with what you can look at these words and maybe attempt to deduce for yourself which one you think is jargon. But the problem with jargon is that it is not precision, but it is containment. And it doesn't actually clarify what is. It restricts how it may be spoken of. So since the jargon operates as a linguistic fence, meaning that it simply binds terms to disciplinary assumptions,
That
which is
word that
what
you
we
just
have here.
used,
Yeah.
precision, is that word jargon?
No. Precise.
Why?
No.
Why is precision not jargon, but for example, the word pitch is?
Because pitch speaks of something in a geometrical landscape, whereas preciseness is something direct.
But precision also, I mean, I don't understand that.
We'll get more into it.
Okay.
Maybe if I continue with what I was explaining, then perhaps you'll see how. But I'll hold this in my thoughts, and I can see where it may be a good let's say a good thing to connect into what I am saying when it arises. But I do get that you are curious of knowing which one's which, because obviously if one knows, then one is more clear about how one does what one does, and use what one use. It would be weird to suddenly think that you're drinking wine when it's a beer. So one second, where was I again? I was talking about jargon being a linguistic fence. Yes, so what is a linguistic fence then, and how is that jargon, or how is jargon operating as a linguistic fence? That was what I was saying. And okay, so since jargon operates as a linguistic fence, meaning it binds terms to disciplinary assumptions, like, okay, I'll say it, gravity. It does more here. It starts to exclude outsiders, like we spoke about earlier. Those that are not within a discipline, becomes an outsider, and the discipline or the study or something specific becomes sort of like the school becomes sort of like an occult gatekeeper into this theorem. And thus it excludes outsider by its unclearness, whereas it is clarity within the system if you can get to understand it by its code. And it really replaces presence with symbology. So instead of, for example, this is going actually into that example, precision is presence, whereas talking about something mediated is symbology. So gravity is a symbology for something, whereas, for example, using your eyes to see, seeing, is direct. It is a doing. So precision could be you operating a tool, like a jackhammer. If, that might be kind of difficult, but you could be quite precise. Or drawing with a pencil a line over a paper, and, you perfectly draw a line, meaning you're precise.
So that's one meaning of precision, but that's certainly not the only meaning of precision.
No, well, it's an explanation of what precision is.
No, I mean, that's how do you know that? So I think of precision as number of significant digits.
Okay, so So you've confined precision to theorems by or formality or logic within mathematics.
Okay, so right. So what's wrong? So you're saying it's drawing a line or operating a jackhammer. I would never describe just doing one of those things as precision.
Well,
yeah, the word precision. The word precision needs attributes like a precision of, not just that is precision. Running a jackhammer is precision. No, you're running a saw, to a plus or minus. That's a precision. You have to qualify that with a metric.
Well, if you're able to just speak the words that you actually want to use to refer to the thing itself and not just speak through synonym, then you're being precise. So precision in speech is, really good if you want to be fluent, meaning precise.
Good. Precision in language, and then you have precision in measurement, and you have precision in manufacturing. Yeah.
Well, hang on. So fluent and precise in your language are two very different things. Fluent means that you can converse without obstacles. You can converse rapidly and easily without running into obstacles. Precise means that your utterance is extremely accurate across multiple dimensions, or without ambiguity. So those are not the same thing.
Your jargon. Yeah, we got you.
That's not jargon. Or if it is jargon, I don't know what discipline the jargon
is. Is it universally spoken?
What?
The language you're speaking in.
I'm speaking English. It's not universal. I guess I could
Yeah,
go down.
every trade has a jargon. So that doesn't mean nothing, what you just said.
I don't think he's talking about that. No.
Well, he certainly is.
We're talking about English.
Jargon. Yeah.
Yeah. So Steelman, what he just said there, Steve.
I just did.
No, you didn't. Steelman.
Every trade has a jargon. Doctors, lawyers, everyone. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So when I'm talking about fluency versus precision, what jargon?
Right.
What field is that?
That goes back to what he's talking about. It's called plain ass English.
I'll give you another way of speaking of it. Like now in academia, all of them talk about being formal, but formal actually means ceremonious or solemn, also precise and exact to affectation. It also is done according to established rules and methods, not irregular and not sudden and not extemporaneous. So formal is now appealing to simply a religion could be formal, Ceremonious is actually now a rite enacted. So formality here is you writing a paper and using the specific narrative that gives rise to you sounding as if you are intelligent, but actually you're just impersonating the formality.
Have you ever gotten an
formality as the ceremonious character enacted. So
Okay.
Okay. So precision then.
Okay, I have a question for you about that. Have you ever gotten an invitation for a dinner with formal dress?
Yes, but you see that you are giving evidence or clarity to what I just spoke of, which is that dress is dress code, which is enacting a character to the rite being a ceremony or a sermon. So now suddenly you put on a dress which is expected of you in these encounters.
So I wouldn't say that when you're invited to a formal dinner, you're playing a character in any but the most jargony, psychiatric sense or psychological sense. What you're doing is you're putting on, fancy clothes.
Well, yeah. Why'd you use the word encounters instead of meetings, or instead of any other word that could be described like a first time acquaintances or anything like that? Like, are you? It seems like that's just jargon.
Because I don't claim to be perfect.
You just don't. But do you just think that people invent new words to come up with a new meaning to better describe a certain happenstance?
They sure attempt to, but at the same time, they might just create more words that actually makes it more fleeting and difficult to find the original word.
Right, but when you wanted to talk about like a wave in the ocean, we had to invent the words like the trough of the wave and the crest of the wave. Like that's like a specific jargon for the like what a wave does.
Not necessarily. They are localities or describing the actions or properties or behavior of a wave by precision.
Again, it sounds like you're just using jargon to me.
Isn't that the language we speak in? Jargon?
Well, that's my.
Is
I mean,
that
that's my point. Like, literally, just language itself is jargon. Words being invented is jargon.
Well, yeah, but that's what we need clarity on, right? The definition of it. But I just said every trade has their own jargon, so their own language. So now, as long as we got clarity on the definition, right?
Well, he's saying that this reduces clarity rather than enhances clarity, or reduces precision rather than enhances precision, or something.
Well, if you look at the word, look at the word pitch. Now, in the jargon sense, you know, it could be the pitch of an airplane, the pitch of a machine thread, the pitch of a roof. So in each one of those is the same word, but it's context driven, and jargon amongst a trade or profession or a specific task, that word will be different. Like level.
We could be talking about baseball.
Okay, but jargon is simply
it could be baseball jargon.
But jargon simply is defined as unintelligible talk, gabble, or gibberish. So if you want to imagine jargon to be so intelligent, I mean, really, it sounds like you have to justify really unintelligence.
That's quite the opposite. That is quite the opposite of the application of the word jargon when dealing with specific subjects and context-driven words, as in pitch of a thread, pitch of a prop, pitch of a pavement. Yeah, these are all different, same word, and in context, they have very specific meanings in each context. Very accurate.
I do not disagree with you that jargon is a coded language of a particular group or discipline used to reference like ideas, processes, or models internal to that system. But what it does, what I am saying, is that it binds meaning to symbol and not the thing itself, and it operates through presumed context, often inaccessible to the outsider, which I have established, and it also protects internal coherence and not actual external truth. So this is the thing, it's referential and not revelatory. So jargon speaks within a frame, and clarity being some, you know, what really I think would be what we would be striving to achieve for, or, you know, what would be the goal, speaks to what is directly. So clarity is that, for example, that is jargon, whereas jargon is blah, and it's not so clear what I just said because it's a bird.
Wow, you really hate human accomplishment.
No, he
You don't need
nailed
to
it.
add on me by giving you such profound
I
explanation.
can agree with that.
Listening.
If you give me an example of one specific word that is where if you say that word, none of us in this room will be able to tell you what you're talking about. If you can find us a word where it's find us that word, and then I'll agree with you.
Get back to the point.
95% of the universe is blah, 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 blah. and also consciousness. I said that earlier.
Language.
And perhaps
In other words,
soon.
in other words, if you don't understand it, it's meaningless. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Sometimes soon, even the word man and woman or he and she is jargon.
Of course, now we get to the
what
the trans stuff. Can we do something else?
So, yeah, clarity really is the something else, and clarity is simply the undistorted expression of what is.
Yeah, which I don't think I'm not sure you have achieved.
Well,
how would you know?
Okay. I don't think you're a perfect judge for this. Like,
I am the judge, though, right? I mean, I would
you sure
know.
can be judging. That
Yeah,
you are certainly doing.
we'll agree with that.
I'm judgy. It's true. But I mean, I'm the one who would know, right? If what you're saying makes sense.
Are you now?
No, you're not. Why would you be the one that would know?
Because he's communicating with perfect clarity, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not getting it.
Yeah,
you
well,
gotta
yeah,
give
we
it to
know
Omni. At least Omni is trying to be comedic about it. So have a
Yeah.
laugh, guys.
Yeah. People
Well,
just
so
don't have a sense of humor.
Yeah. So to repeat what I said, clarity is the undistorted expression of what is. So if that is a tree, the clarity is 3. Nothing more. If my hand is on it, that's clarity, and simply in your realm, evidence.
I don't actually think we have clarity, even if we avoid jargon, because going back to the point that I was making before, natural human language has ambiguity. So by definition, even if we get rid of all the jargon, we don't have clarity.
But that's not by definition. That's by gossip and perhaps an ignorance to why that is. So yeah, I agree. First and foremost, most have been conditioned out or away or not to see or be clear simply in of itself, and have unfortunately replaced clarity with this radical doubt as to questioning their sanity or just themselves. Meaning, for example, the famous, soon-to-be famous example that I usually give is having a hand on the tree, which is clarity in of itself, or the thing in of itself, or the action of itself, or the doing in of itself, which is that, placed my hand, which is of my domain, on the tree, and there you go, pretty clear, and it is what it is, my hand on the tree. And instead of just knowing that for a fact, which is the self-evidential reality of what is really going on, the situation in of itself, suddenly now radical doubt is invoked, and one asks this question because one can appeal to the imagination and say, how can you know that? What if the tree is not real? What if your hand is not your hand, but the hand of someone else? What if? Let's use this voice continued from now on because it sounds more interesting to appeal to the imagination, and yeah, that kind of is the unfortunate thing. So let's stop doing that because it makes things jargon. What is already sound. It's like having perfect pitch music and then attempting to say that everything that's out of tune is the most beautiful thing there is, the most beautiful tone, so clear, so precise, so beautiful, but it's not A or C minor or D or F or G, which are clear. It's distortion. Like, would you want me to be singing like this?
No, don't do it.
Or some Like, it's your choice, you know? The latter obviously isn't so beautiful, but you can imagine it to be beautiful, that's for sure.
I don't think the latter necessarily demonstrates jargon, because that was just off pitch, and you made it deliberately ugly. The linguistic equivalent to
Jargon
that
is,
would
that was
be
my point.
that's not how jargon works. So even your analogies are kind of bad.
I think we got the evidence that we did evolve from monkeys when you did that. Please repeat.
The
That's not
topic
how
was
monkeys
lost.
present themselves, and if you want to attack me for that, I can attack you for the horrible singing that you did.
No, it's not an attack. It just is evidence of you not having humor, because you can't laugh at yourself when I'm attempting to make comedy.
I can laugh at myself, but that wasn't humorous to me.
Oh, really? Okay, then perhaps you lack humor.
I
there is
actually
the
don't.
evidence. You lack humor. You just said
I
you
actually
don't have
don't lack
humor, don't
humor,
find
and
humor.
my counter argument to that is I constantly make puns, because actually that's what studying translation does. You start to play with language a lot, and people who speak English as their native language are constantly amused and surprised and taken back by my puns, because they don't expect someone who speaks English just as a secondary language to crack puns so well as I do.
Well, that's great. I can definitely tell that it is your second language. That was a pun.
That's not. There's no pun there.
There was a
How is
little
that a
laugh.
pun?
A little laugh.
If you laugh on something, that doesn't make it a pun. It's a pun if there's some kind of linguistic play. Just saying that it's not my secondary language and laughing on it, that doesn't make a pun.
Okay, bro, but I can also speak the Norwegification of English and have this kind of dialect, and it might prove the point. But you see, the unfortunate
I'm
thing
not sure
here
what
is
point
that
that proves.
the unfortunate thing here is that clarity is really what I have attempted to say now, and I am saying it thrice. The undistorted expression of what is. So that it can be directly known without translation. And so when I have made such a good point that it really reveals without the dependency on prior belief or initiation to some kind of like imaginary field of study, like let's call it quantum physics. You see that perhaps we don't need to actually create such kind of fields, because perhaps they don't actually are a scientific field that we should be using a lot of time on, you see.
So, Zenek, what is not imaginary field of science, according to you?
That's a great one. Well,
think about it for a second.
I think...
No. Think about it for 3 hours and then come back.
This sure is likely one of the best questions I've got from you on this forum. I really want to go into that, but I think not going on a tangent for 3 hours, we should stay to clarity and evidence and jargon.
I'm not sure you understood what I asked. Can you repeat?
Okay, you're not sure. That's really evidence of uncertainty. So what is it that I say that makes you uncertain?
I asked you for a field in science that you consider not to be imaginary, and your answer was clarification or something like that. That's not a field in science. You want to mention a field in science, or you want to give up on the question?
No, I don't want to give up on the question, because I don't give up.
You never give up?
Okay, I will address your question. If I now name these fields, does that mean that you need to go into them, or can I simply just name them?
Just name them. Just a general question. We don't need to talk about them.
Okay, great. So let's see. Direct anatomy, focus on direct and physiology. Practical engineering. Real or true agriculture, I would call it, and soil science. Like observing plants growing and things like that, without abstract chemical theories.
Okay, when you say when you say practical engineering, why would
you was gonna let him name the stuff without
you
bothering?
think
Let him finish. Let him finish. You said
it's
you
a
was gonna let
field
him
of
finish.
science?
I don't care, you idiot.
just
You said
told
you was
me,
gonna let him
you
finish.
just agreed that I wouldn't go into a
Yeah,
specific.
you said he didn't have to go into it. Schizophrenic. Use your words and your meanings, jargon guy. Let the guy finish.
Good day, Dumak. I am happy to hear you too. What do you want to complain about today?
No, please, let's not make a poisoning the well attempt here, and just stay on topic. And if you want to sound, if you want to have integrity by what you said, agreeing upon that we shouldn't go into the word, and I was allowed to just name the fields themselves.
Yes,
then,
yes.
Please do that.
You named the fields. I'm not asking you about those fields. I'm asking
You never got to name anything.
why
never finished the
why
sentence.
are you naming one as
You
a
never
field
finished the sentence,
which
weirdo.
it is not a field of science? I can help you and I can name fields of science and you can say yes or no.
Well, then you should shut up and ask him a dumb question you already know the answers to and go talk to yourself in the basement, weirdo.
It seems.
Dumak, why you act this way? We are inside a conversation. What's wrong with you right now?
You're not letting the gentleman speak like he asked you if he could just say the things and you never let him. You keep interrupting him. I think you're retarded.
You are interrupting if you haven't noticed, and you can fix your mic. You don't need to eat your mic while you talk. Can you do that?
Okay, great. So let's going back to. I started mentioning fields or practices that yes, they are scientific, and I can go on to explain why. Because your original question was to name such fields that I don't see as imaginary, fields of science, namely. And I started mentioning direct anatomy and physiology, and then I said, I think it was practical engineering, and then I said, I think it was true agriculture.
True.
And,
So I asked you, why did you name practical engineering and not all of engineering? Do you think there is types of engineering that are not they are imaginary? What type of engineering you find as imaginary?
Well, you can engineer a fantasy. You can engineer a book.
We are talking about known science, known fields of science. When you say
that doesn't exist,
like bridge building.
use your brain, dude. You're gonna think about something that doesn't exist, and I want to make a better fuel or a better way to do this. I have 100 ways to do it now. Then I come up with another one. You don't comprehend stuff, dude. That would be a false equivalent of an imaginative engineering, where in your mind you can engineer stuff, but with physical reality, it's not going to match what it is. You still have to determine that.
So, for example,
sure, Dumak, sure.
Practical engineering is an umbrella term, or sorry, not term, but a word for different subfields, so to say, or practices. Like, for example, practical engineering would entail, for example, bridge building, or mechanics, or working with circuits.
But this is not a field of science. It's not a branch by itself. You cannot say practical engineering as an example for
It actually is.
because science is the discipline of taking knowledge into a test, so to say. And practical engineering is an execution of something that has been replicated.
Yeah, we can move on. Never mind. You will not get the point anyway.
No, you just say that now to Red Hair and attempt to remove the integrity of what I just said, which gave the clearness to what it is. And I'll repeat it then. So you might, I guess, you sound somewhat. What is it that you do when in English when you I'll find the word. Anyhow, simply practical engineering, like bridge building, is a functional interaction with materials. And
right, so you accept gravity.
No, I don't, because that's not the same.
So you're so you don't understand practical engineering or science.
No. Gravity is a philosophical abstract.
Right.
That
So
applied in that
is there someone that doesn't want to BS for 3 hours about stuff that he doesn't understand?
Okay.
But if you're being an engineer, though, irrespective of what you think gravity is or what its source is, it is compartmentalized into equations and constants you use in engineering, don't you?
But
yes, this is practical engineering by definition.
Yeah.
You can't do shit without gravity.
Practical engineering doesn't really give a damn what gravity is or what you think it is. It understands the metrics behind it and how it interacts with materials. And that's all an engineer would be concerned with. Nothing more, nothing less.
Action, reaction, baby.
Well, moving on, we have agriculture and soil science, and I want to.
By the way, still gravity. Any one of those that you mentioned, still gravity. In all of them.
Wait, steel.
So
do you mean steel, man?
So not imaginary.
Gravity sounds like a jargon.
When you say steal, do you mean to steal it, or do you mean did you not finish the word and wanted to say steel, man?
Still, as included in that field, cannot be without.
No, that's not the right terminology.
This is weird. What are you attempting to say? That steel
Yeah,
cannot exist without having a pull?
That you have a double standard.
Yeah, it's STIL, still.
It still don't make no sense what he's saying. Still what?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
What still makes STIL, STE?
Okay, so Dumak. You came later, so you don't understand. We were talking about fields in science that. Wait, Steve, why are you talking? I'm explaining.
Just because you're always running your mouth too much.
This is going.
Okay, so your inability to focus, I don't give a damn about it. Okay, I will still say what I have to say. I was talking to this person, and he was talking about fields in science that he thinks they are real. And I said all the stuff that you mentioned include gravity in them. And that is it. Nothing special, nothing terminology.
Gravity is not a physical thing you can touch in engineering. It's your imagination or jargon word that you keep bringing into everything, like God.
Yo, Dumak.
If your God, somebody else, where religion belongs.
Dumak.
Go, fuck.
You
Instead of
interrupted him. Why did
cursing,
you interrupt D-Mark? My God, you interrupted
because he curses and he
Because
lies.
you interrupt me. Because you interrupt everybody with your lame ass shit that's proving what the gentleman's saying. You're a bunch of fucking jargon. You don't even know what steal and still mean. You don't have to use words in a sentence because of your jargon. Gravity, nothing, boy. What is gravity, jargon boy? Gravity. Gravity, stick that weird fuck. One thing you want to hold on to like your God. Let's talk about what it is. Jargon, boy. Now make up a whole bunch of jargon words for what gravity is.
Okay, so if I don't interfere him, it will not end.
Gravity.
Dumak.
No, gravity.
Dumak,
Gravity from you.
You want your attention hour? This is what you want? Or you want to talk about something?
No, you're the one that said gravity's everything. What the fuck does that
Okay,
mean?
so each time you want to talk, shut the fuck up and mute yourself. Thank you. So Zenek, you were saying?
I said I think I'm gonna leave if it continues like this because actually it's
You
just,
can leave. You can leave. You can be a snowflake. I allow you to be a snowflake. I allow you to break character and be a snowflake.
I'm not leaving because I'm not leaving because I'm snowflake. I'm leaving because this is just
because you're done over contradicting yourself for 3 hours.
I don't wanna sit and listen to you and Demak argue about your inability to be coherent in what you say. Like, what did you even want to say when you said still? Is it still steel? Did you want to say steel, man? Like, what are you still attempting to say by what you attempted to say? Like, you gotta be on point. And this is not a
Right,
personal
so Zenek,
attack.
you're being dishonest. You
really
understood
not.
exactly what I said. This is
No,
what you
I'm
always
still
do. You
curious.
attack the
No.
Exodus,
I'm still curious
and you
what you
attack the
said.
language
Just
instead
write it.
of attacking the argument. So
You
unless
don't
you
know.
be able to attack the argument, I suggest you will move on. Okay?
Bro,
you don't
I'm
want to
still
talk.
wondering what the argument is. Please just write it so we can read it. I want to address the
You
argument.
cannot read.
Just write it.
Okay,
I can
okay,
read.
Zenek.
Definitely can read. Stop
Zenek.
attacking me, dude. Just write it. Write it down.
You
Sorry to
cannot
say it,
read,
your
you
English
cannot
is really
hear, it's
horrible.
all good.
No, I can't understand it. Just write it down, dude. Just fucking write your sentence down so we can get to the argument that you're making instead of all this.
There is no point.
What you're saying cannot use English. You see, that is
Okay,
the problem. dude.
you can stop being this. Can you stop
everyone
for
else
a minute?
understood what he was saying. Everyone else understood what he was saying. Still, S-T-I-L-L. Move on.
Still? Okay, still is pronounced with a S-T-I-L-L, not S-I-L-L.
We all
God damn it.
Yeah, this
Grow
sure
up.
is English
Grow up.
teaching class.
Grow up.
Move
Grow
on.
up. My English is better than yours. Grow up.
No, it sure ain't.
It isn't.
I don't
That's
care.
how you speak English.
Oh.
No, I can use slang even.
We all
Oh, you can use
understood.
slang?
Move on.
God damn, we have a high IQ person here.
Wow.
Tomato, tomato.
You had
So
to shift
what?
into Adham hour and poisoning the well because you can't actually substantiate and talk about your argument. Just get
You
to
are
the
you
argument.
are
and
also
stop-
at you are
keep
also
keep
ad
going
homing
on
people
with.
by
Oh, I am so victim to Cyanect. Oh, so much
Oh.
crying here. Oh no, Cyanect.
Oh, so you're
abused me.
actually
I
catching
don't
on.
want to-
You were predicting that we're about to cry about your behavior. Well, you
No, I'm
then
not
must
predicting.
know that
That's
there is something
repeated
wrong
behavior.
about your behavior. And
No,
what's
I
wrong
made
about
it.
your
I made it.
behavior? You're being childish because you're mocking people for how they speak.
No.
Sorry,
didn't.
Mr. Perfect. Do you also have an accent? I think you also have an accent, so you cannot throw any stones. A man living in a glass house shouldn't throw stones.
Obviously.
Yep.
So, let's get back to it. I was naming. Let's see if it's possible. I was naming fields or practices that of science categorically here that are not fantasies or the real. He wanted to know specifically what are fields of science that I don't see as imaginary. Yeah. Then I went on to list them. Then the premise to that was that he agreed upon not going into some kind of talk about any of them. The agreement was really that I was to name fields that I could recollect as being not imaginary. So all of this stems from the very fact that he couldn't be honest and have integrity in that agreement. Now, do we want to get back to where I name more fields or the fields again? Or do we want to go further back into what this tangent has attempted to seem, at least, deviate us from, which is evidence or clarity or jargon or all the three? Or do you want
We
to sit
want you
here
to
and be
admit.
victim
We
to?
want you to admit that you're afraid of being asked real questions, and you just want to move on with your BS all the time and switching subjects instead of giving honest answer. This is
I
what
am
you do.
not
This
afraid
is
of
what you
being
did.
asked questions. If I
Talking
were, I
about
wouldn't be here.
jargon isn't talking about the topic. No matter how philosophical you want to be.
Also, in
what topic did
agriculture,
you want
you've
to
got
talk about? Direct
irrigation
question.
and
Direct question.
aqueduct,
What do you
which
want
both
to ask
involve
me?
gravity.
Direct question. Another direct question. What do you want to ask me? What do you want to know? What do you want to speak on? What
So,
do you
in case
want?
you missed,
Who, what,
in
where, when,
case
why?
you missed, when someone else is lighting up like Enfield here, listen to him and give him the stage.
I actually have a question.
Yeah.
So I had
Great.
asked you this before, but I didn't see an answer. Maybe you gave me one, but I didn't see it. So how does your philosophy determine if something is real or fake? So you think X is fake. I think a picture of a man walking on the moon is faked. Obviously, I can't see it, but live. It happened years ago, and I couldn't get up there anyway. So how do I determine if it's real or fake?
A picture of the man on the moon?
Yeah, whatever. Some picture that that you think is the final experiment. If I think the final experiment was fake, what would be my basis for coming to that conclusion in your philosophy?
Okay.
There was no experiment.
First and foremost, Reindalism is not a philosophy; it's a discipline. Okay. So to rephrase your question then, so that it actually is coherent, how does Reindalism discern what is real or fake? So first and foremost, and you have an inference, for example, a picture of a man on the moon, or any picture simply. So not a man on the moon, but just, for example,
the final experiment.
Pictures of the final experiment. Yes. Okay, great.
Right.
So first and foremost, Reindalism does not rely on appearance. So a picture can show what was captured through a device, but it doesn't show what is in of itself. So what is captured is not presence, but an image. And that's why we call it image. And that image shows what is seen, or sorry, to continue with the other train of thought, what is seen in a picture is not reality, but representation. Actually coming into that other word we talked about, mimesis or imitation. These three, representation, imitation, and mimesis, are colloquial and connected. So a picture itself is now, to use the jargon, because I can have fun and have humor, a mimesis. It represents something. It is not a thing itself. So that is why, for example, this is my expertise. When I say the very fact that when you're on stage as an actor, you represent human behavior. For
This
example.
is some
Dude,
cult mumbo jumbo. Holy hell!
You're not an actor. I'm sorry.
Wait. I feel sure we're about to get there. We're about to tell how you
We sure
analyze
are.
data. Okay.
Okay, we're getting to the data part. But to finish off this first point, so simply because something being captured is not presence but an image, and just simply because it is a representation, therefore the photo is not a proof of being. A photo is not reality in of itself, it is an artifact of intention and construction. Great. So then to how
do you believe
this
your
is
own
now moving
BS?
on to data. Well, this is now moving on to data and evidence. No, this is not BS. This is just simply explaining what the common sense is, which you seem to have lost for some reason. But so it's not bullshit. It's really maybe I'm some kind of ailment to your disease. Really, I'm not sure. Let's figure it out. So how does Rindalism then collect data? Yeah, that's a good one. Omni already could infer that that would be obviously what is the next step here. I'm glad you are the moderator to this conversation, Omni, because I think we're gonna need it. Okay, so the test of Rindalisme, I have some words in here: Rind, Reine, and Rindal, and a few more, which really in English is reality, undergone, or something undergone, encounter, awareness, reality, actuality, so on and so forth. But Norwegian is much more clear and concise and direct, so I like that. Rindalisme would ask of the picture now, can this thing be known directly without needing belief, narration, or mediation? The picture is a mediation, and the explanation to the picture is a narration. And having trust in that narration being the actual thing is a belief. So, for example, with your man on the moon, if he is on the moon, then show him and not the picture. And if the earth spins, let me feel the motion. And if something is real, then let me be with it and not theorize about it. So photos, recordings, and simulations and models are never real in of themselves. They are performances of claim, not the presence of what is. And this is why I'm still the expert, because a performance is definitely in my field. An actor performs. And so now we gotta figure out, why can evidence be faked, even if the photo is unquote real? Do we want to go on with that, or do someone want to scream about what I said and add on me and call me retarded?
I'm still waiting for how you come to a conclusion about reality or falsehood based on data.
Yeah, and if I may add, actually try to.
I feel like we're just about to get there. We're about to turn a corner, so let's go on.
You think? Okay.
I hope.
Well, simply a photo can be fake in pixels.
Okay.
Maybe it is real in pixels, but fake in meaning.
Okay.
The image can be genuine, but the claim attached to it is imaginary. So the problem is not the image, it's the narrative scaffolding around it. So this is where Rindalism as a discipline of actuality, reality, and just clarity.
So when you are given this picture and video and live streams that have been captured, even if you didn't see them yourself, how do you conclude that the final experiment was fake?
Well, I'm not just saying they're fake because they're images in of themselves. One would have to go into discerning, the image. And it's quite easy to tell, when something is behaving as something as it should not in reality, like a piece of metal bending and warping, like a 3D animated figure that is flat and actually don't have depth to it, and things like that. And when you have materials that does resemble how materials would act if they are not connected on their edges. And
so
then,
wait
like,
a minute. So I want to dig into that.
Okay.
So when you see a picture, so when you and I both look at a video, you say, I think it's obvious that this material is not behaving correctly, and I say, I don't agree with that. It looks like it's okay to me. What do we do?
Well, I think it would be a good to simply talk about the man on the moon.
So, I'd like to talk about the final experiment.
Okay, we can use that too. So let's say Whitsid in Antarctic. It's not seen directly. You don't see it. You see it mediated. It is not known directly. Again, you're not there. And it is not present, which, all of these three, they hold hand in the very fact that.
So if I see him on a live stream there,
it needs verified, all of it.
If I see him on a live stream there, that is closer to seeing him actually there than seeing a picture.
Island is there. What's the island of there? You're not making any sense. So when you see him in snow, in snow, where are they at? You're the one trying to figure out where they're at, right? How the fuck do you know what snow is? No, Omni. Stupid boy looking at snow. What kind of snow is that? Antarctic snow?
Okay, so sure, live streaming does feel as if one is a step closer, or if not, for some, just having direct unmediated access, just directness to what is going on. But the very fact of it is that you can still, for example, use chroma key while it is live. You can cut out the background.
That's true, right? There are ways of faking certain things. However, how do I determine? So I see something, and for whatever reason, because of my biases, I think it's fake. I have confirmation bias, right? All people have confirmation bias, yeah?
Depends.
Okay.
Most do.
Do you think you have confirmation bias?
To some things, or with some things, yeah.
Okay, sure. All right, okay. So when I see it and my inclination is to say, oh, this is fake, then what do I, because Rhinolisma has no way to conclude that something is real unless I experience it, as far as I can tell, how do I conclude that something is not real?
This is a good question. So before you want to conclude, ask yourself, why is it so important to have a conclusion? This is sort of like jumping to conclusions, really. And so rather be present with what is going on and see that it is not necessarily so that it is fake, but it could be. And do not be thinking that that is an appeal to possibility, because appeal to possibility most often, I would say, is a psyop to scare you away from having your ability to think and ponder things through.
What is your standard of evidence for an image? This is what Omni is trying to ask, and you're avoiding the answer. Can you answer that?
If he's trying to ask that very clear and direct question through his indirect questionnaire, then obviously you won't get a direct and clear answer to such said direct and clear question.
Well, I don't feel like I've gotten an answer of any sort yet. I mean, we all know that a given picture could be fake or could be real. It could be misleading or it could be straightforward, right? Those are all attributes that a picture could have. However, in the case where if I am adopting a discipline where the only things that I can say I know are things that are the only things that I know are things that are personally experienced, how would I ever conclude that something that I did not experience was fake? All I can say, it seems to me, is I can't tell you.
Okay, so I want to get into that too, but I think it is respectful to address misinformation agent first, since he seems to.
Okay, well, somebody's trying to call me, so I'm gonna have to take this later. So
okay. 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 Well, to address you, Mister, I can define it for you. An image is a constructed appearance, captured or rendered by medium.
No! 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 Don't define image. I didn't ask you to define an image. I asked you to define a standard for accepting a picture as being real. So stay on topic.
Won't let him do that.
Are you able to stay on topic?
I am, but you see, what you call my philosophy.
What's your standard for accepting a picture?
If you don't want me to provide a definition for image before I go on to provide you the standard, then, you know, that's your loss.
And
it's pretty well.
And
don't be rude.
Do you want me to actually have a conversation with you?
No, he doesn't.
Okay.
No, shithead. I want you to tell me if you accept anything as being true. Because if you can't, you're totally lying.
You're full of shit.
Bro, the entirety of the discipline that I speak of only speak of that which is true. When I speak of what is real, like
your
my
whole
hand,
premise is I don't want it, so I don't accept it.
No,
This is your premise.
your premise, because you don't want to actually listen to what I say about my discipline that I've created. Like, are you actually interested in the discipline that I've created, or do you want to keep on projecting your ignorant claims about it because you don't actually have the patience to sit and listen
Is
to it?
someone interesting in hearing this grown human being continue to cry? Okay, so please continue. No thanks, please continue with him.
Okay, so first and foremost, the standard for an image is given by its definition. And so Royndalismus standard for image is defined as a construct, simply meaning an image is a constructed appearance captured or rendered by a medium which represents something but is never that thing itself. So we have some questions now that we judge it by. 3 criteria.
So again,
I am answering you, but you need patience, bro. You're kinda impatient, and your impatience is actually
less chance.
Last chance, okay, great.
Yes, answer.
Because you're so
Try
impatient.
to answer what I ask. Don't be a ChatGPT and tell me about different stories. Answer what you're being asked. This is all I ask you.
He is. You're not listening. Everyone else is listening. You're the
Steve,
only one not.
Steve,
No, listen. Listen. Please listen.
retard. Don't
Please.
white knight him. Don't white knight
Hold on
him.
there, agent.
I'm not.
Let's not do that, bro. Yeah. Let's not do that. So far, you've been doing good.
Yeah.
I'm trying to have a conversation with Zenek. And when a person is shifting the goalpost, it breaks the conversation. Zenek cannot focus for more than that.
No, you're the one that cannot focus because I give an in-depthful answer to your question.
I was at you were at the point where you said like the picture is never the real thing, it captures the real thing, and there's three criteria to know if it's the real thing. What are those three?
Listen to this respectful man who actually does want for me to continue and finish the answer to the question because I can provide it.
Because you're on the same campsite.
I just want you to get it over with.
Discarding information.
I just want to get it
So
over
can
with.
I get moderation of Miss M agent because I can for a fact give an answer or provide an answer to the question, but this guy keeps, because of his what seems to be his impatience, he keeps
Do
interrupting.
you need a
and
tissue
actually
to answer
poisoning-
a question?
You're poisoning the well, dude. Do you want the answer to the question?
Do you need your mommy?
Do
Or
you
can
keep?
you answer?
Do you need to keep making fallacies because you're hurt? And a sad
Do you
little
need to
dude?
mention fallacies because you're unable to answer a question?
No, I am addressing
I
your
find
question.
it kind of silly.
I find it kind of sad that you're so impatient.
2 hours you've been speaking to Omni, trying to get to this point.
Has not been 2 hours.
Why do you think it has been 2 hours?
No. Why do I think that we have gone off topic? Because you entered into the room and actually disrupted the conversation that I had with Omnivore with all your questions that I started to address, which I shouldn't have. I should just have stayed on topic with Omni and not have talked with you because you are, as your name is, a misinformation agent.
Are you done being a snowflake? Can you answer the question?
Are you done being a snowflake? Can you have patience to hear it being addressed while you are exemplified as a snowflake?
You finished you finished the sentence? You finished the sentence? There was a gap. There was a gap. So again, when you finish a sentence and then there is a gap, should I wait for 10 more minutes until you start talking again, or should I say what I need to say?
Or do you, well, maybe wait for
well, let's chance.
1 minute.
Explain the 3 points. Your 3 criteria. Your standard for everything.
Yeah. See, I can hold my train of thought.
No, we don't want 3, bro. Hey, we don't want 3. We want his final thought, his ultimate point. We don't want 3 tangents.
Okay.
Can you give us your final point, or is that too hard for you to do? Or are we gonna listen to you for an hour rambling on? We want your final point, and that's it. And after that, we're changing the subject.
So simply, here's a really easy axiom for it. What you see in an image is not what is. What is can be seen without needing a picture or image.
Unless it's infrared light.
How is that a criteria for knowing if an image is true?
That's not the criteria. He wanted the end assessment, which is really an axiom or a summary. So he didn't want me to go into the criteria if you are not dense and could actually hear what he said or asked.
Still, a final conclusion must have those 3, as you said, as one joint sentence or something like that. This is what he meant.
That is something I would be making.
Okay, this is not what you provided. So all this time you had no point.
Really, no.
Exactly.
So let's address those three criteria in the summary. The first criteria, they are all three a question. The first one is if the image can exist without a viewer. Do you want me to talk about it, or do you want to talk about
it? Next. Okay, next.
The next criteria is, does the image reveal the thing or obscure it with narrative? And the last criteria is the image verifiable?
I do want you to explain this one.
Well, if the image does reveal the thing or obscure it with narrative, we gotta obviously look into it. You know, if it's the latter. So
I'm looking at the image right now, for example. How do I know if there is a narrative or the image is an image?
Exactly. So
what do you mean?
If the meaning of the image is given, implied, or taught, then it is not the thing, it is propaganda.
It's some glorious mumbo jumbo.
This is so vague. So vague.
No, it's not vague. It's perhaps hard for you to comprehend.
No, I agree with you on the first point, but the second point is not an actual point. Can you try to...
Does the image reveal the thing or obscure it with narrative? That is a very valid point. And the last point is the image verifiable without the image itself?
Okay, so in the case of TFE, can you show me, according to those examples, why would you think a picture from the TFE would be fake?
Instead of doing that, let's just go into the actuality of what your question is without the fucking dumb situational concept or situated thing. And let's just actually talk about how a picture may be acknowledged as real if all these three following criteria are fulfilled. And so the first one.
So let's ignore the actual topic. But this was the topic. This was the topic. You claiming
TFE was not the topic. TFE was not the topic.
2 hours ago, it all started from space is fake and TFE is fake and all media that we provide to you is fake.
No,
this is how we got to an image being fake.
Oh, you don't want to hear the answer. Okay, great. So simply the standard for accepting a picture as real needs to follow or need to have all these three criteria, which is 1, presence-based verifiability, 2, unmanipulated medium, and 3, independent encounter without the image. So, a picture is only real if the thing it shows is real without the picture. Otherwise, the picture is a symbol and not a witness. So, the axiom of Reindalism according to this is that the real does not require an image to be known, but the image always requires belief to be accepted. So, now that has been established, let's move on to the TFE and put that into a test. Is that not what you want?
No, because...
yes, I do. That's what I want.
Okay. If Steve wants.
So, just to give like this might be a lot of words for some. So the first three criteria were: can the image exist without a viewer? Does the image reveal the thing or obscure it with narrative? And is the image verifiable without the image itself? Where the goal is to achieve presence-based verifiability, unmanipulated medium, and independent encounter without the image. And so let's now use that with the final experiment. Let's think about this for a second. So the final experiment
Are you waiting for someone to cheer you up or what?
No, I'm
Speak
thinking
faster.
of where
Speak
I'm
faster.
thinking of where to begin, because it has already actually been explained by the
Okay,
criteria.
can you make me a report and get back in half an hour? We want to talk about other stuff.
You sure do, because you're impatient.
Because you have no claim and you're just wasting our time right now.
No.
No, TFE. We're talking about TFE. Go ahead.
Wait, Zynak, give me those three things again. Give me the first one. What's the first one of how we know if an image is fake? Give me that one again, because I'm sorry, I can't remember your mumbo jumbo.
So the criteria is for the standard is, can the image exist without a viewer?
Yes, every image exists without a viewer. Yeah, it's data on data cards or, on a hard drive. So yes, the image can exist without the viewer. Okay. Number two.
Sure
Give me number two.
Does the image reveal the thing or obscure it with narrative?
Yes, the image reveals the thing. It only obscures it with narrative if you need the narrative to be this is fake. So the image reveals the thing because there are multiple images revealing the thing. And what's number three?
No, that is jumping to conclusions.
There's no conclusions. What do you mean? The image reveals the thing. There's no narrative there. They went there, they set up the thing and said, let's see if if the sun goes around 24 hours a day. And lo and behold, the sun went around 24 hours a day. So I don't know what narrative there is unless you need there to be a narrative that the earth isn't flat. So there's no narrative there. So let's move on to number three, because I think any normal person would say there is no narrative there. So what's number three now?
Okay, well, appealing to normalcy, which is the general standard.
Blah blah blah. Give me number three. Come on. I'm trying to follow your process here, man. So let me hear number three. Yeah, no, I am, and I mean I'm 100% right about number two. So just give me number three.
No, you completely jumped on the ship and fled from the number two because you imagined.
Okay, so what narrative obscures the image? Because I don't see
they went there. Simply that they went there is itself a narrative.
Oh, really? But it's not a narrative when there is verifiable proof that they went there.
If you have to listen to the explanation to the image other than just looking at the image yourself, then that already is an appealing to the narrative and not the image itself.
I didn't need an explanation.
If the image does reveal the thing itself, then it doesn't need an explanation because you can clearly see what it reveals. Because it is revealing by nature.
Okay, and what? I mean, I didn't need them to explain to me that the 360 camera was there and the sun went around for 24 hours. Like that's what I saw with my eyes, right? They didn't need to explain to me that that's what happens. I mean, I already knew that's what happens at the South Pole because I'm a human with common sense. But I'm just saying, there is no narrative obscuring it unless you want there to be a narrative obscuring, which is the problem. Which is the problem with your whole entire cult mumbo jumbo, is that with that very one, number two, you can call anything a narrative. Anything you want. I can say you're making a narrative that you're a whole family man with your picture. Right? Not true. I believe you're a guy with a family,
Let's remember that those are not actual criteria those are imaginary criteria according to Zenek and his inner bias towards faking pictures.
I know. What's number 3 though, Zanak? What was number 3? Just so I know. I'm trying to learn, man. I wanna understand your.
You're not trying to learn. You jump to conclusions because you attempt to.
I didn't jump
you
to any
actually-
conclusions.
You actually
can't
are
tell me.
red herring the. You're actually red herring it by your ignorant.
Semantics. All right, semantics. So tell me, what's number 3? Just inform me again. What's number 3?
No, you are ignorant to number 2, so it would be odd.
No,
to
I'm
move
not.
from 2 to 3 when you cannot follow the. That if this was a modus tollens, if you can't follow the premises, etc., it would be really stupid to continue this conversation with you.
Wait, how is there a narrative, pal? Because you could have gone online and followed their flight. So there's no narrative being built that they went there. We know they went there because you could have followed
That
the
is
flight.
the narrative. That you can follow the flight is part of the narrative.
Oh, I see. So narrative is anything you don't like. That's basically
No,
what we're
it's not
saying.
anything I don't like, dude.
I'm 100% certain that narrative is basically anything that doesn't conform to what you want.
Okay, let's actually go through this. I think I want to go through it myself because you asking questions
We've heard
creates
enough of your
red
cult
herring,
mumbo
whether you are
jumbo.
aware of it or not.
This roidal blah, 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 isn't anything. It's cult mumbo jumbo.
No, it's not. It actually is going to undo all
If
your
I
mumbo
put it next
jumbo.
to Scientology, it would look the same. Cult mumbo jumbo. You
It sure
remind me of
will
that
for
Keith
you, our
Raniere guy.
condition.
You remind me of that Keith
Okay.
Raniere guy. You're not having women get like, brands put on their pelvises, are you? Like, don't do that, man. That's not cool. But like everything you say sounds like cult mumbo jumbo.
Sure. Great.
Yeah. Thanks for agreeing with me. I'm glad we agree that you are cult mumbo jumbo-ish.
No, I'm not agreeing. I'm just saying sure. And if you can hear the intonation in my voice, if you're not ignorant to intonation, then perhaps you'll figure out what I mean by sure.
No, it was more butthurt than you trying to be cool. Like I get it.
No,
like
I'm
you
not-
don't
I'm
like
not-
this
I'm not
royal blah, blah,
butthurt.
blah, blah, being called cult mumbo jumbo, but this royal blah, 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 is cult mumbo jumbo.
No, I'm not butthurt. I'm just sad that you're so gone.
I'm not the one that's gone, pal. I didn't need to set up some kooky dookie thing with 3 things to say that stuff is fake so that I can say everything has a narrative and I can deny objective reality. And that's literally what you did.
No,
That
I
is
do not
literally
deny
what you did.
objective-
You came up
No,
with
I
a
do
whole
not-
thought
I do not
processes.
deny objective reality.
You do.
Thank you for. No, I definitely do not. No, Rindalism is likely the only discipline that actually protects objective reality.
Cult mumbo jumbo.
No, it's not. Okay, Mr. Ignorance. Keep doing it. It's all funny. Yeah, this is obviously not Adham and Red Hair.
It's not Adham, it's insults because it's cult mumbo jumbo.
Wait, can we do a competition between Zenek and Dumak? Who is more mumbo jumbo?
At least D-Mox is entertaining, man. I'm sitting here in my office and this guy's talking and I'm falling asleep. I mean, holy shit.
Yeah, it makes you to want to rip off your eyes or something.
Zynak, you know what you should do though? Like your voice, I'm just giving like an honest thing. You should do like reading books. Like, like for audiobooks. Because you do have a good voice for that. I would tell you. Like you should read audiobooks. Like,
But he's a horrible actor. He cannot do voices. It sounds like shit.
But he's got like that soothing voice, like I put it on like Audible as I'm dozing off and I need something to listen to,
Yeah, man. Yeah, voiceover for sleep. Yes.
What's that called? ASMR? Like you get the guy with the hands and
no.
talking.
Don't compare him to. But nobody needs that. There is AI today for that. So Zenek is useless as a human being.
But he's got Roy.
he will be useful as soon as he presents his argument to the academia. They will take him completely seriously, and his worldview will be on top of the world.
He can be useful as a table.
There is actually a really interesting piece of internal critique that we can expose his argument to.
Hey, hear me?
And the internal critique is this. We know that a logical argument is sound if it actually reveals the logicality of the argument instead of revealing a narrative. It's kind of what he did himself. So we can just attack his argument by saying, well, you're actually presenting a narrative by making an argument in this manner.
100%. Yeah, I agree.
PhD Helios, I think you were trying to get in, but you were really low.
I guess you guys can't hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. It's a little distant, like echoey-ish.
Oh. How about now?
Perfect.
Go ahead. You're all right.
So if the thing can only instead of going into all your attempts to deviate me off the topic by attempting to reduce my intelligence to mumbo jumbo,
Okay, I'm talking, bro. Do you not hear me?
you're lagging. You have a robotic voice.
Hello?
I think that's you, Zynak.
No, it's him. His mic is a little bad. Go ahead.
What it is. Yeah.
Hey, PhD Helios, you're cutting in and out. You need to be closer to your mic.
I am close to my mic. How about now?
Now it's good.
Okay. So what we were talking about earlier is Xanax 3 criteria for why TFE is fake. So it's nobody else's, it's just his. So it doesn't mean it's correct. I mean, he can paint it and lead you to believe that because he didn't really establish them or even come to the conclusion that they were correct. He's actually he's trying to demonize you or like give you like give poison candy to babies. That's what he's doing.
Okay.
That's the type of guy he is.
Okay, I'm glad that you got that out. But the problem is this, which is that I was giving a standard for image, not for the TFE. So if you think that those criterions were specifically for TFE, you already have lost out on what I was actually doing. What I was doing was that I was creating a standard for assessing, you know, if we can verify an image or just the standard for image verification, which then could be used on, for example, the TFE footage. But I didn't get to do that because the room wanted to rather attempt to publicly shame me over going, instead of going into the topic itself. So I never got to do that.
Okay, let's go through it one more time. We'll give you one more chance. You can go through it with me. I'll try and be a little nicer. You want to go?
Sure. So,
Well, let's have it.
so really, it's explained by a sentence. If the thing can only be known by picture, story, or report, then the thing is not known at all.
Okay, so picture, story, or report. So that means an occurrence, right? If somebody has an occurrence of something, either by paper, story, or report. So what if somebody physically goes there? Does that count? Because that's an occurrence, right?
The thing is that
I can have a picture of China, right? I can have a picture of China on my wall, like a postcard. You know what postcards are? People before the internet used to mail people postcards of where places that they visited or places they've had maps and they visit these places and they send people postcards, right? Telling them where they've been. So does that count?
We gotta look at what the people who are claiming it's faked claim. Usually they say that the witness
So
could
now
be
you're
lying.
changing the criteria?
No.
Why are you changing
No, I'm not
the
changing.
criteria? We're talking about your criteria. We're talking about the first criterion. Why are you changing it?
I'm not changing the criteria. The criteria is still, can the image exist without a viewer? Does the image reveal the thing or obscure it with narrative? And is the image verifiable without the image itself? And these further need presence-based verifiability, unmanipulated medium, and independent encounter without the image. And so, going into that, there really is, if you don't have access to what is being depicted, he simply
We do. We have video. We have live stream. We do though. We had live stream of witness of witness being there. He was
live
actually
stream
there.
can be tampered with, and live streams can be tampered with. Okay.
I don't disagree that, but what's the probability that it was tampered with, or
I cannot.
you want to go over the probability of them faking it?
I cannot
'Cause it's their
provide
claim
you
that it's
with a probabilistic number as to how likely something is faked or not. Just here and now. That
So then
is.
they didn't fake it.
No,
If
that
you don't
no,
have,
no. That's not, dude.
Yeah.
Likelihood of something being faked does not equate to it being faked or not. Okay, bro.
If you can't prove it, then it's hearsay.
That is the point. You want to be able to prove it.
Let the judge, let the record reflect. This man has zero proof.
We're not even finished talking, dude. Dude, we have not even finished talking, and you want to give a conclusion. What the fuck is going on?
The judgment stands. TFE is real. Laters.
Yeah, goodbye.
Actually, fuck, I didn't even finish my point, and you just give a conclusion because you want to jump out of the conversation.
He didn't have nothing.
Yeah, he didn't have anything, and he just wanted to stop here because he didn't have anything more.
Okay,
I guess,
I'm back then. I did have everything. You guys could prove it was fake. You guys didn't say you had to prove it was fake. So why are you calling it fake?
Bro, I'm not calling it fake.
I know you're
Zenek.
not, because it's real. Thanks.
Zenek, do you wait? Do you have a position about the TFE, or you just talking
Sure
in
do.
general? Okay,
I have not
what's your
yet said
position?
anything about it being fake, and you are projecting that onto me. So hear me out.
Wait a minute. You typed yesterday in the chat, what are you going to do now that TFE has been proven to be fake? So you have taken a position on it being fake. And you know you typed that in the chat. So you believe it's fake. Okay, that is
Okay,
a
so
positive claim.
everyone,
Prove it's
so
fake.
everyone here knows that I made that claim. Is that so?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, then that is something
Okay.
else.
Now prove it's
Great.
fake
So
because you made a positive claim, and prove it's fake without using Ronda Rousey, Baba.
Oh my God.
Yes, we want you to take an actual picture and do an actual analysis and talk about why it is fake. And don't tell me because of the narrative.
Oh my God. This
You
is
can
so,
pick any type of media from the final experiment, and you need to show this is fake. Or you need to admit it is
I
real.
think
Those
the
are the
video
options.
I think the video
Your
that I
options are
provided.
yes
blah,
or
blah,
no.
blah, blah, blah. I think the video that I provided earlier is a good collection of how it's faked. But you being an ignorant to what a 3D room is and chroma key, I think is not a good position
You
to
being
judge from.
your incredulity
ignorant of
about
chroma key.
how editing works isn't an evidence for the TFE being fake. So I'm giving you the chance right now. Take as long as you need to and get back with the evidence. If you don't have evidence, you need to admit that you've been lying. Simple as that.
Actually, you need to admit that the thing itself, you trust and believe the people who provide it to you, and you don't actually have any direct knowledge of whether or not they speak the truth.
Right. So
You're a
when
believer.
a person makes a stream from 3 different directions at the same time, and I'm watching this event, it cannot be faked.
Just because
This is my evidence. Now bring me your evidence.
It's because
now
it
shut
is
the fuck
hard,
up and bring me
bro.
evidence.
Because it is hard for you to realize that someone can become an idol within a group of people who actually.
Okay, so you're not talking about my evidence.
No.
Zenek, focus. Zenek, focus. Focus. Don't talk. Don't talk. I don't want to listen. I don't want to
You
listen.
don't want to listen. Now you're exposed as
You
being
need to shut up right now. You need to shut up right now.
No,
and focus.
you need to shut up because you're intellectually dishonest.
You are trying to
You don't wanna
answer
listen.
before
yourself.
you.
Okay. Okay.
What you're doing is you're skipping what I said and you're continuing with your rhetoric. We don't want your rhetoric. We want
skipping
evidence.
what I said, which is pretty easy to understand. And we have witnesses in this chat who can actually follow along quite easily, whereas you seem to have a let's call it incomprehensibility, which actually seems to be faked in some sense because you really seem disingenuous.
Okay, you have two choices. Either you talk about my evidence that I just gave you, or you provide your own evidence. There is no fair chance of let's do philosophy about how images work. You understand that? You made a claim. You said the TFE was fake. Now be a man and prove it.
Obviously fake. He said obviously fake. Let's keep that in mind. Exact words. Obviously fake. The screenshots in the chat. You made a positive claim. Prove it, motherfucker.
And be a man, bro. Yeah, be a man about it, bro. Don't be a little girl like you've always been in like drama class. Because you went to drama school because you're a little girl. Because we all know only gays get into that line of work. It's not like you're a bricklayer or a fucking truck driver or something that a man does. You're a woman,
listen to this.
so be a man. Finally.
I'm definitely more man than you.
Ooh, that one hurt him.
Not a positive
No,
claim.
that is 100% false.
Nope.
Because I never went to drama school. You know what school I went to? The School of Hard Knocks, buddy. And you know what I did there? Do you? Yeah, I took wood shop class, metal shop, automotive, stuff that men do. I didn't play with wigs and fucking recite stupid poetry from Shakespeare.
Sounds like you play pretended being a man because you so wanted to be a man. Sounds like you went on to play pretend being a man because that's what you think a man is.
All right, let's just get past the stupid masculinity test stuff. It's stupid.
Yeah, Zanak, we won't say anything about that anymore. We'll leave the drama class alone, all that. But you made a positive claim that TFE is obviously fake, so we're going to need you to prove that without using Rondi Razababa. Okay, so let's prove it with evidence that it's fake. Okay, and posting a YouTube video that was already debunked does not count. Ready? Go.
Bro, if I am to uphold that standard, then you should abhor or abolish your concept of or model of Earth being globe or sphere or convex. Can you do that?
What are you? No. You made a positive claim. This is what I hear Flurf say all the time. You made a positive claim. Now prove it. I mean, I'm not wrong, right? Am I wrong? Is that not what I hear all the time? You made a positive claim. Now prove it.
You can already prove that by the footage provided. It's self-evident in its nature. You just don't want to actually take a look at it and see it for what it is. And then at the fence there, we have people writing in the chat, "Oh, this has already been gone through," and yada yada. Okay, provide the counterclaim that you have.
Okay, let's do the chroma key one. Do you use chroma key? Do you know how it works?
Sure do.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a 3D design and animation background, so I know how it works. Yeah.
Okay. So you, with your knowledge of chroma key, can't see how it's only the things that are green or blown out by the very bright light from the 24-hour sun that get the little TFE logo on it. Like you said common sense, right? So like common sense to me is, oh, look, the guy's got teal on his pocket and TFE pops up. It's chroma key. That was common sense. Just like you said. So that one doesn't work. What other one you got? Come on, let's go.
Wow, you sure are picky and choosing those that benefits your rhetoric.
Well, I mean, I'm not dumb enough to believe that, somebody went
You are
down
dumb
to
enough to believe because you believe that they went there.
Yeah, I do. Because you could follow the plan. Because if I want to spend 40 grand, I could go there, right? And I'm also not dumb enough to think that they did what? They went and built another sphere that was like 10 times larger than the sphere in Vegas down in Antarctica. Like that thing took 5 years and $2.something billion. They're not going to do that just to prove to a bunch of flat earthers that the earth is round. Nobody is spending billions and trillions of dollars to do that. That's just silly. See, you have your Rondi Rousey Baba. I have what's called common working man fucking sense. And common working man fucking sense is they're not going to spend billions and trillions of dollars to build a dome in fucking Antarctica to trick a bunch of flat earthers.
They don't need to build it in Antarctica.
Hey,
what, they went to the one in Vegas?
Yeah, where do you think they flew from Punta Arenas?
All right, I'm just gonna literally talk over everybody.
Dude, I can also send a drone with the GPS tracker on it and fly it.
Yeah, but where do you think they went from Punta Arenas?
I can also create the code on a computer
thing.
Can
you hear me?
Go in the direction. Yeah, I'm sure listening to what you're saying and hearing
But
you.
where? I'm asking a question. I just wondered if you were deliberately ignoring it or you can't hear me. Where do you think they went?
I don't need to give or provide where I suppose they went as an answer because I can tell that the video footage is faked.
Oh,
Like
fair
they
enough.
could be anywhere faking the footage, obviously.
What you
They could
so
be in
basically
a
your
cave.
position on this, despite all your big words, is not, isn't it?
No, it isn't.
Well,
It's
it
just
is.
appeal. No, you're attempting to make me appeal to possibility, and it's just stupid. They could be anywhere, obviously.
Yeah, you are definitely a flat earther because you don't actually stipulate or put forward any proposition. Just try and go to everything else. That's what you're doing now.
I don't
not
need. I don't
field
need
of
to provide.
possibilities. It's a
I don't
field of
need to provide.
probability because dude, shut up. As Bjorn had gave out an example of them building the sphere, which cost $2.2 million, he laid out probability aspects of if they faked it or not. So it's highly improbable that they faked it.
Wow. So probability doesn't mean that the thing isn't fake. Or have you forgot
So
what
what's
probability
more,
means?
99.9% or what? Or that 0.1% that of a chance that they faked it. Which one are you gonna take? Let's see how smart you are. Are you smarter than a fifth grader?
The thing is, it wasn't something. It wasn't. It was
a 99.9% chance that it is fake if they've been lying about space to begin with. How about that?
The thing is with ALE, they didn't.
That is not a non
Are you
sequitur. That is a logical inference by the prior.
No, that's
Okay,
a
hold
red
on. Go
herring.
Paz it go.
And a
Wait, hold on.
non-sequitur.
Let Paz it go. Helios, let Paz it go. Paz has been trying to get in there. Go ahead, brother. And then Helios will go, and then we'll let Zynak mumbo jumbo us.
Do you believe? Do you understand that if this was a nefarious deception and they were taken somewhere into some sort of like
Your question is
construct?
discredited because I don't believe.
Well,
Your question
okay,
is
fair enough.
discredited because I don't believe.
Yeah,
So
you're a
next
waste of time. You're a waste of time.
No, you're a waste of time because you ask me if I believe in things when I don't. So next question, please.
Okay. If you don't believe in it, that's fine. But what's the point? I'm not going to ask you questions if you don't believe in anything. That'd be vacuous.
I'm not religious like you, believing in the globe.
Don't tell me what I believe. Don't talk about beliefs. You haven't got any.
That is
You're not
what you
equipped to.
believe.
You're not
I
equipped to
am.
talk about belief. You don't know what a belief is. You haven't got any.
The Earth is a globe. Fucking have
No,
integrity and live up to your belief.
Don't tell me what I believe.
So you
bloviator.
don't have integrity and don't believe the Earth is a globe. Or
I'm
you
not
just
talking
don't
about
want to
beliefs with
believe the
you.
Earth is
You're
a
not
globe because
equipped.
I tell
You're not
you it's your
equipped to
belief.
deal with beliefs. You haven't got any. You should have some. If you haven't got any, you're not equipped to deal with talk about beliefs. There's something wrong
No,
with you.
I don't need any beliefs.
Fine, but then you don't know what a belief is because you should have some by now. It's a grown-up thing to do.
I do have, which is why I undid my beliefs.
Yeah. Well, then you're used to steady conversation about beliefs, aren't you?
Okay, so he doesn't believe in anything. So what do you think is true, Xanax?
Reality in of itself, that which is actual and doesn't actually need a description in order for it to be or exist.
In order to know that, you have to believe it's true first.
No, I don't. That is you
You have-
invoking a philosophical claim to what knowledge is. No, that is actually a fallacious epistemic claim.
For some people coming, I mean, for some people coming in,
But we use words. Hey, we use words to describe all these things that we do and that we know. So that means that you can't use words anymore.
Well, he believes that NASA lies to him, though, right? You believe space. You said that. You don't have to do anything else because you believe that you're being lied to about space in the beginning, correct?
Yeah. Sounds like it, doesn't it?
Hey, next word that Xanax utters, we're going to question whether he believes or knows that word is true or not.
Well, if you're going to do that, it would require of you to be able to discern belief from knowledge to begin with, but you can't because you have modeled them into conflation. So good luck with that.
Oh, jeez.
Do you believe that model?
Nihilist, Donnie. He
You're
doesn't believe
just
in anything.
wrong. By the way, you believe that to be true. You have to believe to know something.
True words, right?
This is what always will happen when an actual genius enters the chat. You will have all the imagined intelligence.
You're the actual genius, right? I'm not sure if I feel amused by you or if I should feel sorry for you, because if you actually think that you're a genius and when you
No, you should
post
feel
these
sorry for
ideas to
yourself.
the academia, your worldview is gonna like revolutionize the world, then
Actually
there's
will,
just
yeah.
one word. There is one simple word for what you are. You're deluded, and you have delusions of grandeur. And I don't want to use that too harshly against you, because if that's true, then you would be sensitive about that. But you will
you're
see
just
in
jumping to conclusions. It's
time
okay,
will
bro.
tell. Time will tell if
It
you're
sure will. So appeal to time
if it
instead
will
of
happen,
your
and then you should
conclusion.
start to think, maybe Laurie was right. Maybe I am not a genius. Maybe I have delusions of grandeur, and maybe I should not then brag about knowing things that other people don't when I don't actually know anything.
That is kind of that has been a large portion of my life already, although I was a genius. And so I was thinking about, how am I the genius? Maybe that's not really the case. And then through experience I realized that, holy shit, there's so many dumb people around, and actually, yeah, if this is what genius is, then I am a genius. So I realized then, through embodying me being a genius or just living myself as genius, everything just made a lot more sense. And so a lot of people now, orient to me because I so easily help them reorient themselves to see what they can't. Simply in their own lives, I have helped a person out of a mental asylum simply by speaking to them. And the psychiatrists and psychologists, they're amused about how I'm able to actually treat people by simply speaking with them.
Inferiority
Yeah,
complex.
no, I'm not bragging. I'm giving you, well, if for you it is bragging, but for me it's just simplicities
For
of
me,
my
it's
doing.
bullshit anecdotal evidence that doesn't make any sense. And I'm just going to tell you, man, you need to read a book about Keith Raniere and Nexium because you sound exactly like him. Cult mumbo jumbo. And I'm the smartest guy in the room all the time because I took a take-home IQ test once upon a time. That is literally what you just sounded like, man. Holy hell, man.
Let me actually.
Really.
I would make a claim that I probably read more books than everyone in this room together. And
Let
I'm
me
not.
actually.
Absolutely not all the time.
Mickey Mouse doesn't work and doesn't count.
Let me actually challenge you a little bit on.
book,
Let me actually challenge you a little bit on whether you're a genius or not by making a small micropoint. Earlier, you referred to the when we were trying to ask you for evidence that the final experiment was faked. You said that I know it because it's self-evident, but do you not realize that that's a logical fallacy? You said that you don't want to fall into the hole of appealing to possibility, but that's appealing to self-evident. Because I can prove anything by just claiming that it's self-evident. Of course, pigs fly. That's just self-evident. So if you don't realize that it's a complete fallacy to think that just claiming that something is self-evident actually proves your case and you don't need evidence, if you don't realize that, then you should realize it. And if you don't realize it, maybe then you're not as wise as you think you are. Because that is a fallacy. You cannot just back up your case by saying, well, it's self-evident. You need some kind of evidence to actually prove it. That's how claims work.
Yay.
Where's Omni
Yes.
and Maud? Where are they?
When are you going
Zanet
to make
is-
money with this renderism thing?
Zanek is probably using ChatGPT to whip out an answer.
Someone get hold of Maud and Omni.
I don't know if
Why?
you
Why
want
do
to
you need
have
that?
that debate right now, Papa Flurf, because we're all idiots and Zynak is the only genius in the room. I hope you know that. Like, he's the genius and we're all a bunch of, I don't know.
Okay, so
I'm not sure what's been going
no,
on, so I can't
I
comment.
started speaking with my microphone on mute, and I didn't realize actually. And
what a
and then
genius!
I thought you were interrupting me.
That's
Yeah,
not what a
that was
genius would do.
We are seriously sorry about the situation. We hope you have never figured out.
Yeah, I'm still human, although I'm a genius. So that's the thing, you know.
I think
Anyhow,
you might be an AI.
yeah, maybe I am.
What was the
Anyhow,
last book you read?
How
that
to be a
was
fuck with on
organic
Discord.
farming, organic farming by a man who has worked as the lead or head at Organic Norway.
What color are your eyes?
I didn't hear Steve's question. What did you ask?
Now, what color are your eyes?
They're blue. But let's get to his question. He asked me. He was picking on a phrase that I was making, or a statement, or in his world a claim. I know because it's self-evident. And first and foremost, you're right. Anyone can use that as a claim. You know, that is something that it is a claim. They can claim that I know because it's self-evident. So, anyhow, no, you can claim anything as self-evident, as I said, but unless it actually is, your claim is, you know, it's void. So self-evidence is not a rhetorical trick, although many use it as a rhetorical trick. It is a condition of the thing being present in itself, not requiring your proof or belief to be known. So you don't need to have language of a tree in order for its self-evident nature being a tree or existing. And really, is it now a tree, or is that not just a name we gave it? Anyhow, so let's break it down. Yeah, sorry.
Here is a good way to determine if something is self-evident or not. Things that are self-evident are literally things that no one contends. Your example of is a tree is a brilliant example because no one contends that a tree is a tree. We don't actually find that with the final experiment, because I would dare to assert that most people do think that it wasn't faked, and you hold the contrary opinion that, oh no, it was faked. So that by definition, because we see that there's a divergence of opinions, by definition almost, it's not self-evident.
That's not by definition, that's by description or interpretation.
It is by definition, by the definition of self-evident, the definition of self-evident such out that as being self-evident. It cannot be.
But you have yet to provide a definition of self-evident. So what definition do you speak of?
What?
Like
the definition that people use.
A word can have multiple definitions, and people can use each one definition as the only definition when a word could have, some words can have like over 20 definitions, and people can go on about using one or two at most sometimes. Perhaps.
What do you mean when you say that it's self-evident that DFE is fake?
Definition do you appeal to?
May I? Because we're talking about definitions, and I'm a translator, so I don't want to get sidetracked. Yes, people can do that. People can cherry pick one definition from among many. People can do that. Now, did you notice me doing it? Because I will not do it, and I will never do it. I'm a translator. I know that every dictionary entry has several different definitions. So when I talk about definitions, I talk about the totality.
Okay.
When I need to define something.
Okay.
So, for example, if you ask me what's the definition of self-evident, I will open this website called onelook.com. That's kind of a dictionary of dictionaries. You can search like countless number of different dictionaries for the definition of the word. I then open like randomly the first 5, and I look them all up, and I look all of the entries completely. And then, based on those first 5, I come upon a conclusion of what that word means. You have never seen anyone being this precise about definitions in this conversation, because I'm a translator professionally, and I take this stuff seriously.
Very good. So, which definition? Like all of them?
Typically, when we use words, we don't define them. We just use it. For example, I used the word example. That word kind of floats in the common usage and in the zeitgeist, you could say, and in the general consciousness, where you cannot have a conversation where you are required to define all of the words. So being able to use a word doesn't hinge upon and doesn't rest upon actually using the dictionary definition of it. Because I could pull you up if you make a sentence of 3 words, I could then pull you up on 3 different words that you didn't define based on the dictionary, and now so you cannot even use that sentence.
Okay, so it's cultural, tribalistic, or great. So people are conditioned into using a word that they don't actually fully grasp. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that links back to my earlier point about language being ambiguous and there not actually being accuracy, because language is only accurate enough. I'm glad that I got to revisit that topic, because it kind of sounded like I was saying language isn't usable, because of course we need to have some kind of accuracy, otherwise language just simply doesn't work. Language does have some degree of accuracy because we can use it to communicate, but its accuracy is very limited. And one of the limitations is that, yes, words have multiple definitions, and when we use a word, we don't think about dictionary definitions, we just use the word in the form that we kind of learned it to mean through osmosis and cultural transmission. And it might be that we could simply be completely misunderstanding what the word even means, and but you know, that's how language works. It's not a perfect system, it's just one that works reasonably well for us to communicate.
Okay. Yeah, great. So now what?
Now I'm actually looking up the definitions for self-evident, because you asked me. So Merriam-Webster says self-evident, evident without proof or reasoning. Well, that already would seem to shut out the final experiment as being self-evident, because no, it's not. If people are asking questions about it, that means that it's not evident without proof or reasoning, and actually people have used proof or reasoning to come to the exact opposite conclusion. So it doesn't seem like it's self-evident as relying on the Merriam-Webster. Then we have Wiktionary.org. Self-evident, obviously true, and requiring no proof, argument, and explanation, axiomatic. Again, there's a question about it, so it doesn't seem like it's axiomatic.
I'm glad we can be so formally rigorous and all that kind of stuff about this, because you're providing evidence of what I'm saying.
And what evidence is that? How am I backing up what you're saying?
The thing is what it is. It doesn't require, as you said, let's say reasoning, explanation, interpretation, etc., etc.
The tree is antecedent to you naming a tree.
Yeah, but that's not comparable to the final experiment, which is the point that I was making, and I'm using these sources to point out that the final experiment is not like that.
Well, this is where you don't seem to follow along, that there is a camera or a footage that depicts, and an image is not the thing itself, which was the prior conversation about 1.5 or maybe 2 hours ago, which unfortunately was quite a difficult one to have. But what I said there, to put it simply, I gave a standard for an image. An image is, I have it here because I wrote it down. An image is a constructed appearance captured or rendered by a medium which represents something, but is never that thing itself. So here is the thing. What is self-evident, like the tree, antecedent to our naming of it, the action thereof, giving it a name or a sanctioning or even a baptizing, that, you are now named tree. Like you are baptized by water, you now have the name of, let's say, Josh or Martin. A picture is not the thing itself, and you don't have direct access to it. It is seen or captured, meaning time is frozen, and you are now seeing it through a medium, that being a camera, video, or internet or something. You can have two mediums, obviously, because you can upload. And you can have layering. So simply what I said is an image is a constructed appearance. Constructed here by a photography lens, or the camera, not the lens obviously, but by how the camera works in of itself. And then captured or rendered by a medium, that being the camera, and then rendered on film, for example, which represents something, meaning it's an imitation or mimesis, but it's never that thing itself. Itself here is a signifier, because obviously the new thing, that being the photo, is itself a photo and not the tree that you could take a picture of. So
this is really interesting to me.
Nature. Yes, it is. So the self-evidential nature here of the image is not what it depicts or sort of reveals, supposedly, but the very fact that it is a picture. So if we go on to say that what is in the image is the thing itself, then we're actually confusing everything we're doing. So if you want to say that the final experiment is proved by appealing to something that represents an action that is claimed to have happenstance in reality, then I'm simply saying and providing the explanation to the action that you're doing, that simply, yeah, you are appealing to something that represents something that is claimed to be happening in reality without direct access to or knowing thereof. You trust and believe in the image, and that's it.
That's interesting to me, because if we think about this even for a little bit longer, your whole thinking actually completely takes the rug out from underneath the whole scientific method itself. Because what is an experiment except someone doing something somewhere and then them representing it on a paper? Typically it's just words, it's not even images. Sometimes it's an image and then words. So that means
thank you for following along.
Whenever you read a scientific paper, you're not encountering the thing itself, you're encountering words on a paper. So none of the scientific papers ever written in history, throughout the whole history, none of them have any validity whatsoever, because they are not the thing itself.
Correct.
That's
But
why he
here
disagrees with them.
Here we come to a critical point. If a so-called logical argument goes against the whole scientific method itself, we can just assert that it's an absurd way of thinking, because the scientific method seems to work. So if your whole thinking goes against the scientific method itself, and you seem to agree there, then maybe there's something wrong with the way you think, because there doesn't seem to be much wrong with the scientific method.
Actually, I would say that what I'm doing is providing clarity to our doings, and it is a desire to be honest about what we do and not jump to conclusions and actually run away from what we do by simply miscategorizing our behavior. So yes, this is quite interesting actually, because what it then does is just simply provide a site for really what we're doing here now, which you put forward so well by gaining, the sight thereof by what I speak, which simply is this. Yes, everything that is mediated now through an explanation, interpretation, assumption, hypothesis, etc., is exactly not the thing itself, but an attempt to describe or explain or provide some kind of detail of that thing itself, obviously. So by that very notion, now we can simply easily render something what is self-evident here, is the very notion itself that, yeah, they are attempting to describe, explain, etc., which is what they say they do. But unfortunately, this self-evident nature that of their doings aren't actually realized, it seems, by most, even though actually that is what one is trained to know of their field of study. I was, when I went to school. Actually, yeah. This is really weird. Here in Norway, a person who goes into studying sciences does somewhat have this with them and realizes it as such. But what happens really weirdly or oddly enough is that when I go on the internet here and talk with people from around the world, it seems to be some kind of clarity in one's doings that aren't actually being taught.
When are we going to get to the point where you tell how the TFP was obviously fake?
Eventually, I hope.
Yeah, I mean, it's been hours.
Interestingly, can I ask you, Synak, did you at some point say that the final experiment is self-evidently fake? I want to get you right because I was doing something else. Did you say that?
I didn't say that it was self-evidently faked. I say that it was faked, or
it's obviously fake.
What I more specifically said, I actually have to look up what I said.
It's in the chat.
See. I wrote, so how's it going knowing that the TFE footage is obviously fake?
Okay, obviously, but not self-evidently. You did use the word self-evidently before. What was the exact context, if you remember?
Well, here, the picture, what I just said with the picture is not provided claim or explanation, which is simply that the TFE footage is a footage. It is images in a row, maybe 24 images per second, depicting something, which is not the thing itself. So, for example, it depicts the moon or the sun doing this and that, yada yada, which sure does appeal to a model, but it depicts it. So it's not the sun itself doing that. So simply, for me to know whether or not it does, I would have to go there and get the self-evident nature of the sun doing that.
Can you go there?
I would like to go there. Yeah, I don't.
Can you go there?
Hopefully.
Okay.
I don't know.
So
I haven't been there, so I don't claim to something that which I don't know of.
Right. So you don't.
I don't know if I
you
can
don't
go
claim
there.
that Osaka in Japan actually exists, right?
You're definitely claiming that it is obviously fake, even that you don't know it.
Yep. Unless you lie that you said it.
Okay, so discerning that something is faked, although that might be hard for many, doesn't remove away from me my own discernment when I am professionally trained within that very field, which would actually build the discernment of telling what is fake or fiction
Yeah.
from what is
So
real.
bring your forensic analysis of what was fake. You professionally trained, whatever.
Let's move to that.
Go ahead.
So
Yeah,
not
and are
only
you professionally trained in that though?
I am professionally trained in acting or representation, so I know all about how
So
to
not
make
so not
image.
in discerning if video footage is fake or not.
I definitely do
But he
that
has a
too.
camera.
Because I definitely do that too because I have worked extensively and
But you're
have
not
also
professionally trained in that.
I have also education in journalism, media reporting, 3D design
That's
and
not.
animation.
That's not anything to do with whether video
All of
footage
them
is
have
fake
to
or
do
not.
with. It does actually have to do with narration,
Okay.
dramaturgy being the umbrella term. Actually.
Dramaturgy, but so when I studied
That's
logistics,
the
I'm actually an
only thing that
airline
you're doing
pilot.
right now.
Bro, theatricity, dramaturgy, narrative,
Dramaturgy.
storytelling, all of these are my field of study and science, really.
And it has nothing to do whether
Yeah.
video is faked or not.
That is
it
actually
does.
the same as if
Totally
an
are.
actor that plays a doctor says he's professionally trained in
Yeah.
doing surgery.
No. That's not at all
Yeah.
the same.
Yes,
No.
absolutely,
Well, because
100% equivalent.
I studied
that is
because
logistics,
you
therefore
are
I'm qualified in
not
flying an airplane.
because you are not a video forensic technician. You have no clue how these stitching algorithms work because you're not a media programmer or a computer scientist.
I said I'm an
So
expert
what
in
of your
mimesis.
expertise bring
Expert
you
in mimesis.
in the method of acting? So you're an actor,
Expert in
so you
mimesis.
can analyze the evidence they have brought from Antarctica and say that it's fake because they
I'm an
look
expert
acting
in
or what?
mimesis. I'm an expert in mimesis, meaning imitation.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and that doesn't
Look it
make
up.
you a video
Google it.
forensic.
That's your preferred platform or whatever you do. Google mimesis. Have fun.
Mimesis. Hi.
mimesis.
And that makes you a qualified person to see if a video footage is fake or not.
Obviously, if I am an expert in imitation, I can see whether the footage is imitating reality or whether or not it depicts reality.
No,
Yes.
absolutely not.
Yes.
You are an expert
Yes,
in delusions.
absolutely, yes.
You're absolutely
So-
delusional about what you are and what you can do and what you can't do. Absolutely.
Absolutely. You're absolutely ignorant to my expertise. That's an
Sure, but
absolute
Zaynak,
illusion.
then I studied logistics, so I am an expert in logic, right? Because there's four same letters. You fucking idiot.
That is a
Also-
simplification.
I want to
Simplification of dramaturgy.
I can disprove you, bro. What if I show you something that I invented? You can't determine if it's real or not because I'm the first person ever to, created the thing. Your logic doesn't make sense. It doesn't logic. Come on, bro. Be real.
Simply you made a claim, so that's the self-evidential nature of that. But if you think you have humor in your trickery of imagining yourself as smart, then have fun with it.
I know I'm smarter than you. I don't have to believe that. I know that.
And if you believe that smartness is better than being wise, then have fun.
Okay, genius.
Thank
Can you
no
define
problem.
smart and wise?
What, you don't know what smart and wise are?
I do. I asked for you to define those.
No, I don't want to do that now.
Sure.
Where did you become a master in imitation? Where can I pick up the skill?
Through acting.
Oh my god. Okay.
Can you imitate an American accent?
It's easy for me to see who's an actor, you see. I can just look at footage and see them acting. That's how well developed my discernment is through this expertise.
He's a news anchor.
I can even hear
Zenek,
it through
you're
intonation.
the most cultish-like person I ever heard. You need to humble yourself. Don't be such an ass.
Are you gonna?
If you
Are
can't
you gonna
tell by
buy
my
land
voice,
somewhere
I'm
and
humble, then-
have like a place for people to come and follow you?
Mr. Misinformation Agent, if you can't tell by the intonation in my voice that I'm humble, then you have bad hearing. You need hearing aid.
A humble genius.
Humbly
The most
genius.
humble. The most humble.
Yeah. I think, Zynek, do you think that other people are not like worthy enough to debate you? They're not humbly enough.
Well, they sure can try.
But they usually are not. You have like the higher. You're like in the top percentile of the IQ.
Usually what happens is that I have the patience to sit through them having a tantrum, and when I then have to go through like 40 minutes of it and going back to the topic, usually they've had their need to express their inner rage, and that is usually when we can move on and actually have a conversation. But what I need to do most of the time is that I have to be patient with the rage that someone is infuriated or, expressing.
And isn't it funny
when that rage
it's
is
always
expelled, then we can continue in an honest way.
and it's funny that it's always the others. It's never you. It's always the other one.
Yeah, maybe if you stuck to like the
That's not so
topic.
funny. It's sad. But I've been like that myself earlier when I was younger, so I know exactly what that is. So I can easily recognize it, you see, by experience.
Just checking. Did you bring any points where TFE is fake, or beside they look acting?
He forgot that.
Oh,
No, we can. Well, the entire footage is imitation, so we can go into how it imitates reality. And I already said that the footage
You see
I
that there is a
provided-
difference between like in video is imitating reality and it's reproducing reality, right? A video is taking reality, recording it, and then you can replay it so it can reproduce reality. That's not imitation.
Oh, no, that's not reproduction. That's just a depiction.
That's a Okay. So okay, go ahead. What is the fake one there? So were they there,
You
or
get
is
just
it just
played
that
with the
you say,
words.
okay, it's a video, it's not reality. That's your kind of evidence of fake, or fake means they weren't there. There were no 24-hour sun. Not if it was the actual sun. Were there a 24-hour sun? How did they fake it? How did they change the drone footage? How did they, I don't know, fake so that Witsit said there was a 24-hour sun, but it doesn't matter? Go ahead.
Well, I simply just describe the final experiment as a visual, narrated, and communal expedition claiming to witness the midnight sun in Antarctica, intended to resolve the false dichotomy of flat globe Earth debate through recorded experience, and that's it.
So you have no evidence. Okay.
No. We can go into the evidence, but that's simply.
Then go ahead. I ask you now the third time.
Well, what if someone went to the Antarctica who wasn't in the space program and took the footage?
And so, if we want the evidence, I've already also actually provided that if you can parallel it to the TFE. I've said that only what is known directly without mediation, belief, or authority is real. So what is self-evident needs no
So you're
additional
not real.
explanation.
So you are not real at the moment.
Don't you have ears to listen with?
Yeah, but I don't hear you. I hear a membrane in my headphone vibrating, so it's not you.
Well,
It's
that
just
belief
imitating you.
But that is the problem. That belief hinders you from access to the sound of my voice.
No, it's the same logic. You say if you weren't in Antarctica, then Antarctica isn't real, and I say you are not real because you are not here.
No. That would be to make a claim, and I'm not
No.
making
Yes.
a claim.
You made the claim.
Okay.
You absolutely made that claim.
No. Then listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that since I haven't been in Antarctica, I cannot make a knowledge claim as to whether or not Antarctica in of itself actually exists, because I have no access to it.
Okay, so you don't know shit. So you don't know shit, but yesterday you said it's obviously fake. Right?
Well,
that's fine for me.
That's besides the point. Whether or not the place is
No,
real.
it's exactly the point. It's exactly the point. You claim it's obviously fake, but now you claim you don't know shit. You don't even know if Antarctica is there. So you have no clue of nothing. That's
Okay,
fine.
but then you seem to not
It's not
grasp
bad. It's fine.
what
It's
I'm
good that
saying
you.
here.
It's good that you agree on that.
Bro, you're not listening to what I'm saying, and you're making a weird assertion as to what I'm saying.
Elaborate. Go ahead. You said you don't know if Antarctica exists because you have not been there. But at the same time, you also claim that TFE was obviously fake.
Obviously, I have access to the footage. And obviously, I don't have access to Antarctica. You follow?
Yeah, so you can see footage of Antarctica a lot, where thousands of people have been, and then you have access to the footage. So again, I'm asking you, what of the footage is fake, and how can you prove that it's obviously fake?
And I've already said that this video, which is sort of like a meme, pretty nicely gives that evidence without me having to go into it too much. But we can open up that video and I could guide you through each and explain why this picture in of itself, or this rendering, or this frame here and there is fake.
Okay, you can also just explain
Come on, do
which
it. Do it.
artifacts
Do it.
of the video are fake. You can also go through it. Go ahead, share your screen, show us the fakery.
Do it. Do
You can
it,
definitely-
motherfucker. Do it.
Why am I a motherfucker? What the fuck?
Because you're a piece of shit. You've been
Demons.
claiming for 5
Okay.
hours that something is fake.
Not been 5
You
hours.
cannot provide the evidence. You don't want to share screen. You don't want to do anything. So you're a piece of shit.
Dude,
It's just agitating agent now. You're letting him off the hook. You're just letting him off the hook because you're starting agitating and he will starting defending and blah 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 and so on. So, Vanek, back to topic.
Yes, you already.
Show and
you're
explain us
correct.
your evidence.
I think
Show us your evidence.
you know what I will do? I think I'll maybe I should record a video and explain it to you, and then you can go through
Oh, yeah,
the video on your own.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. You can also just run away. That's also fine.
No, that's not running away.
Yeah.
unless you think that-
You're exactly doing that. You have a mouth in your face. You could use it to once say something like logical and try to describe which evidence you have that the footage from TFE is fake. Obviously fake. Not a little bit or a little bit weird or
Snooze.
Exactly.
In this stage, I will accept any video that you want to talk about, and you will show us how the image is fake or real according to your three imaginary categories, which you based for hours. Are you able to do that? Are you able to open any video? Anything that you want?
I sure am. And I have a feeling when I do, you will call
Do it right
compression.
now. Do it right now.
So, will you flee to compression because you're ignorant of how compression actually works when I do that? Yes.
Do something, and then we will talk about it.
How did Cynact already know what you were going to do? Huh.
What?
Hold on, hold on. Now you're saying you're trying to gain a victory point by first predicting that he's gonna do something, and now you're gonna claim the victory point before that happened. It's like,
yes, and that's me
aren't you
showing
gonna
how
do
genius
this?
I am.
See, now I won because I knew that you were going to do it, and you actually didn't do it yet because I didn't let that moment come. But I'm just gonna claim the victory point by pretending that the thing already happened. You're pretending that he already did the thing that you predicted that he will do, but he didn't do the thing because it's in the future, you asshole.
Congratulations.
Let the moment come at first, and then you can try
All the
to claim the
confident
victory point.
prediction.
You cannot claim that you are right when
I
the
sure
thing that you
can,
claim
because
you
that's
are
how you
right
make a
about is in the
scientific claim.
fucking future, you asshole.
You don't need to start ad homing me and call me shit when you are witnessing how you're making
I
a claim.
gave you the
I
benefit
obviously
of any video. Why are you talking? Shut up. Bring us a video. Shut
Obviously.
up. Don't lie. Don't even light up. Shut up and bring us a video. Unless you plan to share screen right now, shut the fuck up.
Okay, so I'm not gonna play your game. You're gonna play my game. So here's the thing. I'm gonna accept to the terms of debunking the shit, and I'm already also gonna say this, which is just for fun because I'm actually a genius. Your main argument is gonna be that it is compression issues. So now that that already is known, have fun calling it compression issues when I debunk it.
Why are
because
you talking
you're
piece of
ignorant.
shit? Why do you make assumptions, piece of shit? You want
Okay,
to be not
Mr.
a piece of shit?
Compression
Share
doesn't
the
know how it
video.
works. I
Share
will.
the
I already
video,
told.
scumbag.
I told you
Dishonest
I'm not
fuck.
gonna. Mr.
Leftovers
Sadness,
of what I shit on my breakfast, Mr.
are
Sadness.
you crying now? Almost. What's going on?
No, you're talking instead of providing a video. Each time you talk, I will expose you more. So provide a video or be a piece of shit. What do you
You're not
choose?
actually exposing. You are.
So
You're
you're
using
talking.
a lot of bad language.
You're
to
agreeing
give
with
you
me that you're a piece of
what
shit and you have nothing.
Dude, you're kind of
Xynax
talking
won
yourself
already.
down.
He's ad homed you like multiple
You are
times. so-
disrespecting everyone listening by not doing anything. Piece of
I
shit.
kind of win. I kind of win by default by how you treat me.
Xynax
You
winning right
win
now.
in your imaginary cage name.
This is a global liability right now, M Agent.
Yeah, this is really sad
Hey,
to engage with.
Gatebreaker.
Like, if this is your
Go
best
in your
example
corner
of
and cry there, okay?
if misinformation
You're not in the
agent is
conversation.
if misinformation agent is the best exemplar of this paradigm, then that's really just a fucking
Who the
sad
fuck is
situation.
asking you for your opinion? Are you able to provide evidence?
Who the fuck
Or
is
you
asking
want to
for
waste...
your sad retorts? Are you able to just not be sad anymore and just like be a man and treat people genuinely? Or are you
And
just gonna continue
genuinely,
with that talking
2
about how
hours
it's
ago,
homophobe?
you need
2 hours ago, you said 2 hours ago, and 2 hours ago before that, you just repeat yourself.
right.
Are you
So either
recursive?
the people here are retarded
No, it's only
for
you.
giving you this opportunity,
it's only you.
or you're
It's only
retarded.
you. No, I
You're
think none
retarded.
here is. I think none here is retarded.
You're a
but I
piece of
think-
shit that
Okay,
likes to
so-
waste people's time.
No, I
You
don't
want to
like
make
to waste
claims?
No,
The
I don't
longer
like
you
to waste
delay,
time.
the longer you delay, the more
more you
you
speak,
show
the more
how
it is delayed.
toxic and disgusting piece of shit you are. And I'm done.
I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
toxic and disgusting, but thank you for your claim about it. I guess I will consider it.
No, you're not. Because you keep lighting up instead of providing evidence.
Because you keep gaslighting me by red herring me.
What is the
from-
gaslight? Show, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Where did I say something wrong?
Kind of everything you do is intellectually dishonest. Like where?
So
did
you
I
cannot
begin?
name anything that I did, and therefore you
I mean,
continue to lie.
So far, there's
How do you live with yourself?
So far, the totality
Like,
of
how
your
do you not
behavior
unalive
yeah,
yourself every day?
Yeah, I'm curious
Demons.
about that to you too. Is that like you speaking in the mirror right now and
You're
asking
feeding
yourself
that
a
demon
deeper
right now,
ground
bro, and
question
all
what
that
you
life
should
force.
figure out? No, he's asking that deeper ground question.
So you have evidence, or you done crying?
I do have the evidence, and I told you that I will make a video.
Okay,
and
so you're muted.
What on earth? Okay, so let's not hope that the globe defenders are going to continue. Let's not hope this is the typical representation of globe defender.
Siak.
Yeah. Hey.
I like what you said. How they're intellectually dishonest because they're auto globe cult, man. Like they don't even see that they're just like no matter what they're doing, they're trying to reaffirm the globe to themselves, and that they're really not engaging in a conversation properly.
Yeah.
We can engage in the conversation properly. It's
Some kind of
interesting to me
conditional
that
trauma.
you want to attack us instead of actually having a conversation, Mr. Arabic letters and scribbles. So instead of attacking people here, actually talk about the topic, can you?
I think his name is Jesse. I heard him speak before.
Yeah,
and
Jesse.
actually, I think me and Jesse are not attacking you. We're actually genuinely caring about what is going on in your world.
says that
because
we're
it actually sounds
dishonest
like you're
and in a cult.
emotionally traumatized.
Yeah, the
What is-
reason
what is
they're
going on
here
in my world, man?
is to reaffirm the globe. Like it's not
Yeah.
about talking to people at all.
It is about talking to people. So
No, it's
if you want to speak as to my motivations, I'm gonna
No.
say what my motivations are. I'm here to talk to people.
Okay,
It's not
maybe
about
you.
reaffirming the
I'm
globe
not
because
talking
the
about
globe
you,
is
though.
self-evident.
I don't know why you jumped in to speak for someone like M-Agent.
You said Glober.
Yep, I'm a glober, and that means
Okay.
that your statement was about me as well.
I'm here to talk to people.
No, I'm not here to generalize you with somebody that
You did
just
generalize,
engages disingenuously on topics because they're just
I'm not here to do what I do.
themselves all day. You have a motive. You come in with a motive, and it's not about learning new things ever with you guys.
Do you have a motive?
Well,
Do you have a
the
motive when you come here?
He has
The
an
simplicity-
automotive.
The simplicity of TFT in of itself is to create distance and remove the knower from the known through the mediation of the image.
Babble.
No, it's not babble. It's actually highly intelligent.
Remove the knower from the known.
See what they're doing? This is like they're agitated. Like they hate hearing.
Yeah, but
like,
you're
this is them.
acting like
Sure,
you're
but
agitated,
Jesse,
but by
Jesse.
us, though.
I think they're jealous
Hold
about
on.
the fact when two
But
intelligent.
nothing bothered them.
Jesse,
What
can you
M-Agent-
explain what
M-Agent-
Zynak said when he said you're trying to take
what
the knower
M-Agent
out of
was
the
doing
knower?
didn't bother you at all. But me and Siak having a decent conversation is like knee-jerk reaction now. But
You
let
just
M-Agent
joined the
say
room.
all that
Zynak has been
absolute
going on for
garbage.
5 hours about
All
nonsense.
that absolute garbage. You don't blink an eye, dude. You're crazy. You're just a crazy person.
Yes,
How long have you been in this room now,
But look at how
Zynak?
you react to me
Jesse?
and Siak trying to have a conversation. It's just crazy.
Let's ask someone who has been witnessing here for some time who never spoke.
Yeah,
in
I've
this
been
room.
here for a couple of hours.
No, not any of you. There is a man here called Dizzy Joe. Like, what have you heard?
Who?
Dizzy Joe.
I just arrived.
Yes, I haven't been here for long. I think Bendy Space has been here for a very long time.
But he never
Black
speaks.
Sabbath. Blue Marble has been here for a long time.
Yeah, but we have some people who really wants to have some kind of position in some kind of hierarchy, but never gives their credentials, and you can never see their face, you can never hear their voice, and you can actually never have access to the person, yet you are to respect the very fact that they are who they are. So
What
this
does that mean?
that means
What's the meaning?
dishonesty. That reduces dishonesty as the status quo, expecting dishonesty to be honesty.
But you said that there are people who don't show their faces, who don't speak, who don't make themselves known. Therefore, what?
Well, they sure can write.
But you said that they don't say anything.
Well, using your voice is like me speaking now. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can also write words, and you can use your voice through the written form.
Yeah, and you said that there are people who don't make themselves known, who don't use their voice, who don't speak. So they're not people who are writing. So what did you mean when you said, who are these people?
So, in its okay, what I actually said was that by that nature, that is itself dishonest.
What? So people who don't make themselves known are dishonest.
Well, you gotta ask yourself, or ask them, why hide?
So people who are just listening are dishonest because they don't speak.
No, that is conflating the point.
Okay, what is the point?
The point is that a person engaging in let's say, a forum or this medium, if they are here with high investment and they protrude claims but actually never make themselves accessible or able to be identified, then they actually go into the forum through dishonesty, because you cannot hold the person to their word.
How can they make claims if they don't write, speak, or otherwise make themselves known?
Very good question, because that is all that is going on here most of the time. Most of the time, you see, you have all these people calling themselves PhD this and that and yada yada, and say they have an expertise, but you have never actual access to, let's say, their PubMed profile, or if they were doing that, or scientific profile in of itself is what I meant to say. You don't have access to the person, their science or their field, and the studies conducted, etc. You don't have access
So now
to
you're
the
saying
link.
that now you're not saying that it's the people. It's not the people who don't make themselves known, but it's the people who act as other people.
Well, it's definitely those people who, if we're talking about intellectual dishonesty here, it's definitely committed by those people who never give access to themselves.
So what do you mean with access to themselves? What do you mean with
Because
that?
they can't be held accountable to their words or what they say or who they are.
And you said that these people don't use words, they don't say anything.
Well, they use words, but in written form.
So then they are actually communicating, even though you said that they don't even use their words in writing. You're not changing so you're changing what you said, and you think this is somehow reasonable and interesting.
Okay, let me make it abundantly clear.
You can't.
I definitely can, but if you're going to say that before I even begin, then you just expose yourself and
No, I'm a
your
genius.
intellectual dishonesty.
But try to make a coherent point.
Great. Thank you for providing me the opportunity.
Yes.
So, honesty, authenticity, and genuinity is to engage in conversation and making yourself known. Known where
Known
your
how?
limitations. I'm not finished. Known in where your limitations are, where your expertise lies, that being experience gained, and your perception of reality as of now that constitutes your beliefs, ideas, so on and so forth. But simply in the most simpleness or simplicity is direct access to an unfiltered being that is you without a persona, without an act, without fakery, without play pretend, without a character. Just you.
So can I sum that up for you? Is it just you want to bully people who say things that you don't like, that are smarter
No, I
than
don't
you?
want to believe people who just say things that I don't like. I
Actually,
want
doesn't
access.
everything you say, isn't that all like the pseudo guys? Like the flat earthers, pseudo archaeologists, like right wing dudes on the internet right now. They're all like hiding from discussion and debate about their ideas all the time.
There are definitely people on both or many sides of any model that are inaccessible.
Yeah, but you got like Flint Dibble,
do you-
right? Flint Dibble wants to talk to Graham Hancock. Graham Hancock's dodging him. He only did that one Rogan appearance, and then like there's nothing else. And then you've got people like Dirth, who Dirth is never going to go do a debate again after the Professor Dave one because he's got his ass handed to him. But then you have guys like Professor Dave or PhD Tony who are out there doing debates all the time, or you have guys like Flint Dibble. You have guys like some of the left-wing streamers, the guys that are anti-MAGA, who are always out there being like, yeah, let's do a debate, let's do a debate, let's do a debate. And all the big names just dodge them again and again and again, or they'll do one appearance on a friendly podcast. So what's your point?
Yeah,
Well,
I
the
think he
point
still
is-
hasn't made a coherent point.
What?
Yeah, I mean,
Also,
your
all of
point seems to
academia
be that-
is you being able to be argued against, right? The whole point is you publish something and other people can peer review it, or they can just publish a competing hypothesis or a deep.
Obviously, that is well. Maybe this has escaped you, but I have already I have said earlier, not today, but I have said that I am to publish it, meaning it's accessible in the
Are there
public
people
domain.
are there people out there who are just PhDs who aren't working on anything? Is that what upsets you?
There are definitely many people within a field or in a few fields that are sort of subfields of a field or two fields actually that are that would be waiting. Yeah. That's how it is sometimes. But
So
that
it's upsetting you that there's people with
I'm
like
not finished.
PhDs or whatever that aren't publishing stuff.
Different
or aren't
kind of field.
people
Let's just
about
put it very
their
simple. There are
expertise.
professors, doctorates, so on and so forth that are waiting for what I have to say. Not just because I say so, but because they are.
What, you mean Ronda Rousey, Baba Mumbo Jumbo? Like this crazy shit you think is something? Because it's not, man. I'm serious. You have a real narcissism problem. If you think that your whole theory of how we can logically look at stuff makes any goddamn sense to a normal human being.
No, actually,
Yeah.
what's happening is that you're kind of lucky having access to someone who is actually a main proponent in their own
A genius.
expertise, who is going to publish, who is going to publish something that is going to be groundbreaking in that said
No,
field.
it's not.
Not only for that field.
Sinek, do you
for
think that you're the
science in
first
itself.
person to think that they will make something groundbreaking and they're just a few seconds away from being the new hot shit?
Well, if I have made a better reasoning as to being and time, obviously I replace Heidegger. If I have done that also on morality, obviously I replace Schopenhauer. So where does the list end? Should I just keep going?
It
Wait, are all
ends in the
these-
word if.
Are all these just unsubstantiated
You it
theories? Is that all you've got? Because like people have come up with a billion different theories of morality, different billion theories of like, I don't know, philosophical knowledge. But to mean that any of them are correct, you'd have to find a methodology to get to how are they correct. So if you have a theory of morality, what do you do to prove that it's correct?
You're
can
very
quickly
right
ask.
in that. Many people come up with many theories, but I don't come up with theories. I provide knowledge.
But that's what a
Fucking
theory
Chalk
is. A
Man's
theory
the
is
cult
knowledge.
leader over
No,
here.
a theory is not
It's
knowledge.
just
A
knowledge.
theory is an
Of course
attempt
it is.
to gain knowledge.
No,
No,
it's
of course
knowledge.
it
It
is
just
not.
might not
By
be validated.
definition, theory is
Okay, so
knowledge of a subject.
let's not go into how he's ignorant of theories.
No. I'm not ignorant
let's go back to
of
the
anything.
point.
I'm very philosophically versed on this sort of thing. So, like, a
Oh,
theory
sure.
is a set of explanations that seem coherent,
And all
that
the
match a
knowledge
set
of
of
a subject.
observations, right? That in and of itself is knowledge because it gives you a potential explanation for something, even if it's unproven as of yet or unvalidated as of yet. Knowledge doesn't have to be concrete, like information that is true about reality. A lie can be knowledge.
Correct.
Okay, so all theories are knowledge. Thank you. Congratulations. You agree with me after 2 seconds of me explaining it to you.
No.
Impotent.
No, not impotent. You're ignorant of the fact that I speak of true knowledge, not knowledge of a fantasy. Obviously, if you have
There is no
created
true knowledge.
bro, obviously, that is your philosophical bias and claim, and I guess that's your struggle as well, because likely it is. So you said there
Actually, you know
is
what?
no
There is
true
one piece
knowledge.
of true knowledge. That's your own existence.
Be quoted on that for your life, dude. There is no true knowledge.
Yeah.
That was Mr.
Well, there's only
what
one
is his
piece of
name?
true knowledge.
Dogs
That's your
are
own
gods.
existence to yourself.
Dogs are gods. What is your real name? And do not lie,
Albert.
please.
Albert.
So Albert, you said that true knowledge cannot exist.
No, there's one piece of true knowledge. That's your own existence. Everything else is fallible knowledge.
Oh, really? No. Sounds
100%,
like solid.
yeah. And that was a joke.
It sure was. So,
yep.
Not only does he claim that true knowledge cannot exist, he's also intellectually dishonest.
How am I
didn't say
intellectually
that, actually.
dishonest? Don't just label me. Why don't you tell me how fallibilism isn't the most likely epistemological position for knowledge?
I'm not labeling you. I'm by my profession giving you a characterization because my modality or profession goes into characterization, meaning I study theater and drama where the character exists. So, Mr. Man, rendered as a character, you sure are performing the act of one.
No, I'm not performing. This is my belief. My beliefs are justified because throughout all of our through all of our history and throughout like all of our lives as individuals, we all think we know something that turns out to be untrue later on. So the example I always give is my wife could walk into the room and she could go, "Oh, your car's parked in the driveway," and there could be keys on the bench, and I could look at my wife and go, "Oh yeah, this is probably true." Except I might walk out and someone with a spare key has taken my car. This has happened to me in my life. I have people in my family who have spare keys to my car. They talk to the wife about it, but she forgot to tell me. And it turns out the car wasn't in the driveway. Now, that's a provisional knowledge. That's knowledge that is not necessarily true because no knowledge is necessarily true except your own existence. Do you have a single reason why I'm wrong about any of what I said?
Thank you for providing the evidence of what the effects of an educational system that conditions the mind into a thought form looks like.
That's just an ad hominem fallacy, literally.
No, it's not. It's
it's an insult instead of an argument.
No, it's not.
You just called me stupid and indoctrinated because you can't disagree with what I actually said. It's pathetic.
No, it's not
That's why I
that I
called you
disagree.
impotent just before.
No, it's that I properly categorize where your experience comes from. You're just
to properly
ignorant of that.
categorize it, you'd have to give an argument for that.
Well, I just did. The argument is that education conditions the mind into a thought form, which actually is also
Yeah,
what it
and
says
is that
in
thought form
educational
necessarily
theory.
wrong? How do you know that thought form's wrong?
Well, if it doesn't make you see what is apparently real, that of what is true knowledge, then obviously it is wrong.
That's just your assumption. That's a tautology.
No,
Anyone that disagrees with you is wrong,
and this is
and they're wrong
evidence
because
of
they
the
disagree with you.
nature of
There's
the
no
effects of
argument in that.
conditioned
It's perfectly
mindset.
circular.
But yeah, it sure is perfectly circular for you. So if you believe that true knowledge cannot be attained, then you've exposed your philosophical bias. Thank you.
Well, I don't believe
next.
that. I think the only true knowledge that can be obtained is your own existence. Can you repeat that back to me? Because you've lied about it like 4 times now.
That was a joke. So is that a joke?
No.
Or
The
not?
joke was I'm 100% certain that all other knowledge is fallible. That was a joke. Do you understand that joke?
Sure. It was
Yeah,
so fun. I
okay,
laughed now.
Yeah. Can you explain that joke to the room before I do?
No, I think the joke is best explained by the.
What is this
the
about?
One.
What are you talking about, dog?
Okay, so the joke is that I'm 100% certain that all knowledge is provisional or fallible except for your own existence. Now, that's a joke because to be 100% certain is the opposite of claiming fallible or provisional knowledge about something.
All right, if I
So
disagree
I can't
with
claim
you,
certainty
are you mad?
on all things. No, it was a joke. Jokes, I don't get mad about jokes.
All right, well, I don't know if I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, no one does. It's a dumb thing. Like anyone who's pseudo something or religious, they just don't agree with me. But none can give an example of something they know to be certain that isn't their own existence.
That's called radical doubt.
No, it's not. It's called fallibilism. Look it up. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, fallibilism. It's an epistemic position whereby you understand all knowledge is provisional and it's all probabilistic, and you shouldn't make certainty claims about anything except your own existence, because any certainty claim could potentially be wrong.
So then, by that notion, you also do not believe or hold that the final experiment has happened.
Belief does not require certainty. Belief requires only probabilistic above 50% understanding or likelihood that a thing has occurred. So I do believe and I do hold that the final experiment destroyed the flat Earth. It's just that it's
Then
not certain.
now you are living in a paradox, because by your own worldview that cannot be.
Why?
Because you just said that you can only claim to know that which is your own knowledge, of the world.
For being such a genius, you're a very bad listener.
Yeah, I just claimed that all knowledge is fallible, provisional, so it could potentially be wrong. It's just that probabilistically, something like the final experiment with all the different justifications rises to the point where I claim that I know it happened, but that knowledge isn't certain. Now, you're confused. You think all knowledge is certainty, and that's just like the wrong position in philosophy. It's redefining the word.
Okay. But then you go on to say that the final experiment did happen, correct?
Yes. Why do I say that?
It's an incontrovertible truth.
Do you not see what you are doing wrong here?
No, I just explained to you why it's not wrong to claim that I know something happened, even if it's not certain.
Okay. I mean,
It's the definition of the word knowledge, which is a justified belief, right? Something that has some evidence out there using your sense data that you've gathered that justifies you believing it to be true, even if you don't know it's 100% true, you know it's likely true.
Okay, can you admit that your claim is a belief? Your claim phrased now as I claim all knowledge is fallibilistic, but still claim
All
that the
knowledge
final...
is beliefs. Yes, it's a belief.
Okay,
Do you
great.
think knowledge is a belief?
Thank you for providing the evidence that you do not know but believe.
Do you know that all knowledge is belief? Did you know that?
Did you know that is a philosophical claim? Did you know that?
Yeah, it's
Did you know that
definition.
you adopted that and believe in it, making it now create this fake reality for you, in which you, since you have accepted that as true, now imagine yourself into this fakeness? Did you
Why don't
know?
you give me some knowledge that isn't a belief besides your own existence, just to test whether knowledge is separate from belief?
Okay, so do you believe when your friend stands next to you and takes a piss? Does he take a piss?
Yes. I believe that, yes.
Do you know he takes a piss,
Yes.
or do you believe he takes
I
a piss?
also know that, yes.
So you now also believe and know. So how were they not the same, yet they were like 3 seconds ago?
Because if I was sitting in a room by myself, I might believe that my friend was next to me taking a piss. But if I open my eyes and look next to me, my friend's not there. It becomes knowledge when there's some justifying thing happening out there. So justification is me opening my eyes, looking across, and seeing my friend taking a piss. So the difference between knowledge and belief is justification.
No, it's not justification. And you see, also by your explanation, you say that it goes from belief into knowledge, meaning that belief is not knowledge.
No.
Meaning that
It means that
your own
knowledge is
report,
a subset of belief. It's a
man,
type
become
of
become
belief with
self-aware of what you
justification.
say, please. Please become self-aware of what you said. You just said that it went from belief to knowledge or knowing, simply because you don't need to believe or think about or imagine whether or not he's taking a piss, but you get direct access to the very fact that he is pissing, and you don't even need to believe or think even to see by the very directness of what is evidentially the nature of what he's doing, simply taking a piss happening, So you looking at him pissing don't even require for you to even be able to speak a language. You can just see that he's pissing and you can know what it is. And then you can stand up and
Yeah,
piss for
I
yourself.
could be completely delusional. I could open my eyes and I could see a vision of him pissing that isn't actually there. That would mean that my knowledge isn't certain. It's fallible knowledge, which would mean that
Just
it's
because
basically
you,
just a belief. It's just that my eyes turn it into some piece of knowledge because it increases the probability because I don't have schizophrenia.
I'm glad you can speak, but you forgot the very first word that you used. Just because you can invoke could, obviously, could, appealing to possibility, doesn't mean obviously that it couldn't happen, okay? Or couldn't happen.
Yeah, no, that's how this works. If there's a could there, if there's something that
Radical doubt
could
invokes
cause me to
radical
that could
doubt.
cause me to be wrong
Radical doubt.
be wrong
Do you know
about a
what
problem.
radical doubt is?
If there's
Do you know
something that
what-
could cause me
are you
to
are you
be
ignorant
wrong
of
about my
radical doubt?
proposition,
Radical doubt.
it's not radical doubt. This is
Oh,
I
what is
claim
radical doubt?
probabilistic knowledge.
Bro, what
Buddy,
is
just be
radical
quiet
doubt?
for a second and listen. I'm gonna
No,
explain
please
it to you, okay?
substantiate how it's
I'm
not
gonna
radical
explain it
doubt.
to you. Just be quiet for a second, okay?
Okay, there
Great.
you
So
go.
radical doubt is the idea that every single thing in your life you should doubt. It's a normative statement. Whereas what I believe is that you shouldn't doubt all things that happen in your life. It's just that there is a doubt that exists there. So you should take that doubt into account and never make certainty statements about things that are provisional, which is all things except for your own existence.
Where to even begin? Okay.
I mean, in the meantime, I can.
Are you
tell
just like
something
throwing
funny.
around worldviews, or are you telling us what you believe when you're doing this?
Well, he sure is giving or providing his belief that reality constitutes only unbelief, which is adopting a philosophical idea or landscape of how reality works, meaning it is an ontological and epistemic claim that he lingers to and has now, by this condition, created a thought form that actually hinders him from having access to epistemics and ontology in of itself by the
Right,
very
exactly.
questioning of what is real. Like, can you
Meanwhile,
follow
he's
along?
also saying that he knows that his friend is missing just by looking at it. It goes beyond belief. It's like
But
which
he
one
doesn't
is your position? Huh?
he doesn't recollect the very fact that direct witnessing is not believing. But he thinks
Well,
it is belief because he has conditioned himself through this philosophical propagate that all knowledge is built from belief and you cannot know anything for certainty. You can only know it through probability, replication, testing, and yeah.
what if your friend used a rubber dick, right, a fake one, and used a water gun to fake peeing? Do you know he's peeing or not? You're a professional actor. You should know this.
Okay, that was I gotta give it to you. That was funny actually.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I can't tell if Dog thinks he knows anything or not. because he would have to know that he doesn't know things. So I don't know what his position is.
Okay, I'm going to say this one time, and you need to listen and repeat it back to me, okay? All knowledge is fallible, so I can claim knowledge. That doesn't mean I'm claiming certainty. It means I'm claiming likelihood. Thank you.
Okay. All right, cool.
We know that's
Except
part
for your
of
own
fallibility.
existence. Your own existence is certain.
Yes, so thank you for providing your claim. That doesn't mean that that is how reality or knowledge operates. You have a claim.
You just had an
to their
example
operation.
given to you of a rubber dick, so I'm sorry, buddy.
Okay, but you still have a claim, and a claim is a claim.
Yes.
And a claim
Yes.
is a claim.
Yes.
And so a claim
Yes.
is a claim.
Yeah, a claim which seems to be inductively true, right? That all of our knowledge about reality points to this claim. So it's justified to believe that it's a true claim, even if it's not certain.
So simply then, since probability is not knowing, but calculated uncertainty, and a gamble dressed in numbers, you have not just escaped, you've merely renamed belief as probability and called it knowledge. Thank
No,
you,
actually,
Simon.
so I read philosophical articles. Again, Stanford Encyclopedia of
Yeah, I
Philosophy,
sure do
fallibilism,
get that
and then
you're
I
a
also read
fanboy of
some of the
philosophy.
articles on methodological naturalism, that sort of thing. And I got a broad understanding of epistemology, and then I came to the conclusion this is the only epistemic position that has actual justification applied to it.
Oh, really now? Then
Yeah,
you
like
should
name
be
one other
glad that
epistemic position that's better.
Roindalism that I've created. So I'm glad that you can throw away and burn your DC comic books and now actually start to be a real man.
So if I see a hoof print outside of my window, how would I know what animal made that using your methodology, your epistemic methodology?
Again, one more second. I didn't catch the first thing you said. If what now? What your window?
If I see a hoof print from a
Okay.
hooved animal,
Yeah.
yep. How could I know what animal did that?
Well, by I guess a good way to go at it at first would be to buy this book that gives rise to knowledge of what animal gives what prints, and likely there also are depictions of what that prints look like, and then from there you can sort of build a discernment to what animal that is. But the best way to go about it would be to see and create for yourself that very guide that gives rise to the evidence of which animal did what, simply by following a animal, seeing the prints that it gives, and record them. You could, for example, take a picture. Yeah. So
Yeah, so if I see that animal, if I follow a horse, and it turns out the horse gives the same footprints as a one outside of my window, could it not be the case that someone came along with a dog?
You're roboting now.
With fake feet on, fake hooves on.
Okay, so you were roboting, but I think I know what you were gonna say, which is that if you have a horse who created some footprints and then you cut out, then likely you could have another animal that maybe perhaps created exact same prints, or even someone could have rendered some kind of tool to imitate the prints. So by that simple notion, obviously, if you haven't, and here's where Roindalisme is so sharp, if you don't have direct access to what exactly made the prints, then obviously all you have is what now?
Well, I'd have knowledge still of what made it. Mine would just be provisional.
and so would I. But I wouldn't have knowledge of what made it. I would have a knowledge claim. And I would properly categorize what I'm doing because I am honest.
So you wouldn't have knowledge, though, would you, in that case?
Well, I could have knowledge of likelihoods, but knowledge of the actuality.
And congratulations, you're back to my worldview, where you have knowledge of likelihood. So if you saw a hoof print outside your window, you go, it's probably a horse.
Bro, I don't deny likelihood, but I don't confuse that with real or true knowledge, which would be the direct access to which animal did the very thing that left the print, which would be the true knowledge that you say is inaccessible because you have this weird mouthpiece
so how would
that you regurgitate through adoption.
So I'm going to try to tell you what your knowledge is, and you can try to explain how I'm wrong. But to you, knowledge seems to be knowing what something is, and then seeing that thing, and knowing what that thing is because you know what that thing is. There's no methodology. It's just knowing because you know. It's a perfectly circular tautology, as most tautologies are.
No. It's not
Okay, so
circular.
you know the hoof print because you saw the thing that made the hoof print, or you didn't even see. You know the thing that made the hoof print, therefore you know what made the hoof print. That's what you explained. That's a tautology or circular, depending on how you frame it.
Bro.
Thank you. All right, I'm out of here. You broed me. We're done.
No, it's just really weird that you want to attempt to make it tautology. It's like really escaping the point, or simply maybe the point just went straight by your head because I don't know. But let's figure it out, I guess. So simply you asked me what knowledge would be, and then obviously that would be in Rindalism because that's a discipline I developed, as compared to fallibilism or the knowledge claim that fallibilism holds. So simply what I say and what Rindalism states is that knowledge is direct, undoubted, and self-evident contact with what is. That is a definition of it. I could give you many. But you know, from the conversation we've had, I'll give you that one. So simply it is not derived, inferred, or believed, or modeled, or probable. It does not depend on explanation or proof. It precedes them. So the difference and contrast between fallibilism would be that Rindal knowledge is immediate presence and fallibilism is through a represented model, which usually is actually for most of science as of now. And really knowledge in Rindalism is not derived from logic, whereas fallibilism is logical bound and probabilistic. And Rindal knowledge would be that which stands even if all theories collapse, and fallibilism would collapse if foundations are falsified. So Rindal knowledge is further what is self-evident and needs no proof, whereas fallibilism would always seek justification and which never gets resolved, really. So, you know, what kind of knowledge is that? None. And lastly, knowledge from Rindal could be shared without belief, like we taking a piss together and not even believing that it happens. Whereas fallibilism requires faith in a method or expert, also like most of science. So I don't know, dude. You wanna? Oh yeah, you said that it's tautology. So let's address that too. You even called it circular or recursive, although they are kind of the same. So no. Because I don't necessarily have a definition of this or that or something, doesn't point to an undeniable condition. So that is the thing, you know, you cannot escape the condition of knowing. You may name or model it or doubt it like you do, but the fact you are present and aware is prior to the words you use to describe it. So you seeing a friend taking a piss You know, that is prior to the words. So that is not tautology, but an origin. And that is the difficulty for you to grasp origin. You say that origin can never be accessed. And so, by your philosophical bias, now you have obviously greatly conditioned your mind away from being able to see origin. Did he leave? I guess so. Yeah, so how many more are going to attempt to throw shit at me while I substantiate my knowledge, and then people just end up leaving because they grow tired at being furious and attempt to like make me emotionally uncontrollable because they imagine me as having no integrity or ability to control them.
Why do you post that? You earlier said that something about we need to judge something if it presents itself or if it presents a narrative. Why did you just present a narrative that people are leaving the chat because they are enraged because you presented that's just narrative.
It sure
the
is, so
actual
let's
fact,
figure out what it actually is.
I'm still speaking if you don't mind. The actual fact that happened was
And
it
now
got
you're
a little
providing
bit
the narrative.
hold on, I'm still speaking. The actual
Yeah,
fact
yeah.
that happened
Here's the
is
narrative.
it got a little bit silent. And because it got a little bit silent, you want to pose yourself as better than everybody, so you made a narrative that, oh, it got a little bit silent because I presented immutable God-given truths and I'm better than anybody in.
Yes, I did.
Dude,
Thank you.
it's just a narrative. Admit it, you make narratives and your narratives are just like everybody else's, except they make less sense than everybody else's.
Actually, what really happened is that perhaps I spoke something profound. It made people think. Then some left, some stayed, still thinking, I guess, hopefully. Or maybe someone even fell asleep because they can't listen, or they're drunk, or who knows, like, who knows. And then perhaps I attempted to have some humor, and then you couldn't hear the humor because you want to address me as this person who thinks themselves as too highly intelligent for anyone's audience, and you know, simply inferred by the very fact that I do actually think myself as a genius. But you really want me to be having delusions of grandeur because that fits what you would like more or desire of me, because you want to somehow reduce me to your desires. And yeah, I guess that's also a narrative. But sure, bro.
Sure. I actually didn't kind of hear the joke there. The reason why I didn't hear the joke there is when you actually act, because you have said yourself earlier, unless that also is a joke, that when you present this evidence, it's gonna be the new paradigm and stuff like that. So when in fact there is, unless that also was a joke, which means that you're joking about everything that you actually say, then the way you make a joke and then the way you actually pose as being better than everybody, it's they are indistinguishable from each other. So it's kind of, I'm sorry if I didn't get a joke and it was supposed to be a joke, but it like,
well, if you want to hear the true nature of what I indeed actually say, is that I think that everyone is a genius, but many are unfortunately conditioned away from their own genius. They've yet to awaken to it, and this discipline is an aid to give rise to said awakening. And through that, I also say subliminally or between the lines that I don't actually think myself as better than anyone. I actually think everyone is equal. But I recognize that people are conditioned away from being themselves, rightfully so, by enacting a character, persona, etc., simply putting on an act. And that is an obvious inference through experience, simply by the very fact that people, when, for example, they go out on the town, they're not even themselves anymore. They consume alcohol, they consume this and that, yada yada, and they don't really need to consume anything other, well, perhaps their beliefs, in order to put on said costume and not be themselves. So simply by that, as a first inference, I'm pretty well on my way, I guess. By not having done that for quite a while, through its recognition, and developing myself instead, there definitely is a development. So it's very easy to hear when one comes into a room where everyone goes around and still faking it because they think they're making it. It's not a difficult thing to do, You know how when you are like, I guess, I don't know, 20 years old, and then you recognize when you were younger, or when you maybe you find yourself in situations where you witness people of younger age than you, and then you remember how it was like to be of that age, and then you realize, where they're kind of at. It's kind of like that. Just that with this, it has no specific age, because you can be 80 years old and still putting on the act. So it's more like somewhere between the age of 14 and 20, most got stuck in a certain mindset.
Or as Mark Twain said, when I was 16, I couldn't believe how stupid my father was. By the time I turned 21, I couldn't believe how much my father had learned in 5 years.
Yeah, you can have a father who is younger than you in the head.
No, it's a joke. The father didn't learn shit, didn't learn anything in 5 years. It was the 16-year-old that realized dad was right.
Yeah, but it usually also can be the case on its head, which is that the young boy actually does realize what is going on here, or what should be done, and the father can be conditioned as to not even see, and the boy becomes the father to the father.
Okay, you've completely torn that inside out, because it was the 16-year-old that didn't recognize the wisdom of his father, thinking his father was stupid. Then as the 21-year-old grew up and recognized, oh my God, dad really is the source of great wisdom. His experience is in fact true, and I was an idiot when I was 16. What the fuck is wrong with you?
That sure
Why
can
are you
too.
mad, bro? What the fuck?
You don't need to like throw a
Well,
tantrum.
for 3 hours, he's just been talking like he's some sort of Noam Chomsky or something, and it's all dribble to the highest order.
Well, maybe because I don't throw a fit just because I somehow got hurt and I can't control my emotions. Maybe it's somewhat pleasant to listen to sometimes. I don't know.
Well, you seem to doubt that the TFE actually went to Antarctica,
Well, I do doubt. So you don't need to.
and that is a ridiculous statement to make.
Okay.
If you think that is still in doubt or in question, that they even went on that trip, then your ability to curate information is highly flawed.
Okay. Do you think that a 4-year-old should make the decision of whether or not they are a boy or a girl?
Of course not. And that whole fucking gender discussion is really for other people. But at 4 years old, no, there's no decision making by a 4-year-old.
Okay, great. So, do you think that queer or LGBT?
Okay, I'm not going into that realm. Okay.
Okay.
You can talk about pissing in somebody else's shoe for all I care.
Yeah, let's do that. So, if you're pissing in someone else's shoe, or someone is pissing in your shoe, and he's doing it right in front of you, and you can even see the penis and all, and it's not a a fake penis, but it's a real penis, because maybe you even suck the penis, because I don't know how you want to get the evidence, but you do you. So just because now you have the situation where you have obviously you can see that the penis is pissing in your shoe, are you believing that it's pissing in your shoe, or is it actually happening? Like, do you know that it's pissing in your shoe?
I can
No,
answer actually.
I just noticed that your shoe is full of piss and you don't believe it.
I can actually also answer that question. Your method of determining if the penis is pissing in your shoe, because image is not the representation, you need to go and, just like you need to go and touch the tree, you need to touch the penis and touch the piss in order to know if it's pissing on your shoe or not. So you're the guy. Yes.
No. My eyes work first and foremost. Secondly, I also have the ability to hear pissing happening. Thirdly,
He doubts that they went to Union Glacier. I mean, everything he says is total fucking crap.
No. Just because I have doubts doesn't mean that it's totally crap. Dude, I can have doubts about what to do with my life, whether I should go into becoming a politician, or whether I want to create art or music, or an artwork, or music, or being a butcher, or live my life, or whether to flee from it all and all that kind of stuff, dude. It doesn't make me full of shit. It just makes me human, if you remember what that is. Makes me have a life, and that kind of things too. So yeah, it's easy to forget a human being when you only sit around here and have a pissing contest, and whether want to figure out whether an artificial dick on an image is real or not. But that's not really what I want to be doing. I don't want to sit and look at pictures and attempt to figure out whether or not that is real. I want to get direct access to whether or not something is real. Like, for example, the TFE. TFE is rightfully exposed as just hearsay. You got to believe in the story told. And so simply, as a professionally trained dramatician and a pedagogue in the field, the least thing I want to do is actually appeal to a story. I want to appeal to what is real. And by real, I don't appeal to it anymore. I just point there. It is,
Anybody? I think he has just made his own point. He is full of shit.
And that's intellectual dishonesty, not talking about the topic or anything I said, anything of value, adding no value, just saying, I can't communicate with this being who is so honest, so I want to be dishonest and say he's full of shit. And then I'm gonna mute myself, imagining myself as having won some kind of game, and then now I'm gonna feel inferior because someone explained my behavior. And now I'm gonna likely unmute and be mad again and throw a new tantrum because I can't control myself. 10, 9.
Why are you explaining your own behavior?
No, I'm explaining.
Why are you talking about yourself throwing a temper tantrum? And then you're counting down to when you're gonna have a temper tantrum.
Now I'm gonna act stupid and play dumb and not actually hear what Sinek said and attempt to find a way.
But you're the one playing dumb. You're literally speaking of yourself passive, because you cannot actually be honest and say that the other person is doing so. So you're passive aggressively pretending to speak of yourself, but actually speaking of the other person. Do you realize that that's just a dishonest tactic?
No, it's not dishonest. It's
of course it's dishonest. You're lying about what you're doing, but you're actually
No.
intending the words to be not about you, but about the other person. Yes, that's the dishonest.
There is no lie there. It's obviously what I do. I obviously impersonate what he's doing, and then I explain his actions so as to drama-pedagogically, through my expertise, explain to you his behavior through
You don't have any expertise in behavior.
Okay, bro.
Yes,
Be
okay.
ignorant. Okay, bro.
Now, there's going to be a little brief moment of silence, but after that silence, I am going to tell you guys my wisdom, because I'm an expert in my field. And even though no one has realized that I'm an expert yet, and no one has realized yet that I'm wise, and actually the feedback that I have gotten throughout my entire life is, no, you're not actually an expert, and you should be more humble, and you should think about if you're actually right. I am actually right, and I will speak to you the rightful words from God, directly from God himself, or I might actually be God, because I have wisdom, and I will go to the academia. I will speak to them, and my wisdom will become the new paradigm. That's not delusional at all. That's just what's going to happen. I know that that's going to happen because I made a fantasy in my mind. I never put it to the test, but I know it's going to become a new paradigm because I made a fantasy about it.
Okay, so first and foremost, I gotta give it to you. You almost managed to do something that might be called an impersonation. Secondly, just because you have reduced yourself to the intelligence of normalcy and now enters into the normal, being of low intelligence, which is rightfully where the IQ settles, doesn't mean that that's not a possibility for, and simply just because you can't see yourself and just because it sure doesn't when you have reduced yourself to this level. So simply just because you can't see yourself as going through that, doesn't mean that that isn't actually something that can happen and likely will happen, and also has historically happened if you even trust the historicity of the books that you I guess hold dear, share and cherish, and sometimes maybe even wipe your cum with after you had some kind of fap. But here's the thing, dude. That is quite the likelihood. And also, you made lastly this assertion that I have not tested it, which is completely false. And as is revealed, which is through your ignorance of all 3 points, simply ignorant. So yes, I have tested it, and there are witnesses in this chat that has seen that being tested. And so simply, I've debunked all 3 of your points, and now you can go home and cry about it with your normalcy and have fun.
I'm already home, and I don't need to cry about anything because you didn't debunk anything. Even if you did, I wouldn't cry about it. But there's no need to cry. I would laugh, but there are other people trying to sleep, so I won't even laugh. Firstly, I will point out several silly things that you said. First silly thing is you said that I lowered myself to the IQ of normalcy. IQ, you can't really change it that much, so you cannot lower yourself to any IQ. You have the IQ that you have. Can you raise it by just a little bit by becoming more proficient at the test? Sure. But basically, your IQ is the IQ that you have, just as your height doesn't change. You cannot lower yourself to, or at least heighten yourself to any. That makes no sense. You are born with what you are born with, and I have been born with a really high IQ. I must say, without bragging, I know that. I wouldn't be so good at translation and what I do if I was low IQ. So your personal insults, I see through them. And I see that you're just getting angry at what I say, and then you try to attack me personally, but that goes nowhere. Now, you referred to historically, it's quite likely that it will happen that your ideas will become the new paradigm because historically speaking, that has happened. No, that's just completely wrong, and I could say that it's a lie, but lie would mean that you're deliberately leading us astray on it. I think that you're just completely mistaken because you cannot think historically. have your ideas become the new paradigm ever? No, historically speaking, that has happened 0 times. Has somebody else's ideas have somebody else's ideas become a new paradigm? Yes, that might have happened, but you are not those other people, so you cannot refer to some other person somewhere. Their ideas got accepted, so mine will as well. That's quite likely. No. Most people who present ideas or who think that they have genuinely great ideas, they don't have great ideas because there's such a thing as Dunning-Kruger, there's such a thing as delusion. So most people who think that their ideas will become the new paradigm, they feel their ideas won't become a new paradigm. Yes, there are successes sometimes, but you cannot refer to those people because this person, you are not that person. So you cannot refer to that as any kind of proof that it's likely that your ideas will become accepted and will become the new paradigm. Then you went about how your ideas have been tested, and I know that I'm going on, but you went on as well because I'm just addressing the points that you made, and you shouldn't have made so many different points at once in a run-on comment. If you don't want me to address them along, you said that your ideas were tested. Yes, they have been tested here, and what we are saying to you is, it's just babble. There is nothing to your arguments, and they will not be accepted, and they will not become a new paradigm. So yes, you have been tested, and you have been
and you
seen
imagine
wanting.
yourself as a judge to what I say, obviously. Okay, so I heard everything you said, and really, this is quite unfortunate. So, just because you imagine yourself as a forum of which to spar what you imagine as ideas, because you see everything as an idea, doesn't mean that that's actually what's going on. And so really, who has delusions of grandeur when you imagine yourself as someone who's highly intelligent just because you can use something that has been rolled and functioned for working the way it does, meaning, your entire thesis. However, the thing is this: I do not claim to an idea, I claim to knowledge. And really, it's not even a claim, it's just me pointing at what it is. So you thinking this through this philosophical bias that you have, that everything is an idea, also rendering this belief that you have, is simply what my discipline does. It exposes your behavior through categorically putting your behavior into its proper category. And simply it describes the actions that you do, meaning that psychology just becomes like a subfield, or if not just evaporated within my discipline. So I mean, have fun with that. And lastly, just because you think that this room is some sort of like intellectual powerhouse that would be like the portal through which would sort of be a judge and jury, as if I am in some kind of like political room and you're imagining yourself there with some kind of like wooden hammer passing the note or bill, doesn't mean that it does anything else than reveal your imagined superiority, if not, your own delusions of grandeur. So who's projecting now? And
Thank
that's
you.
it, pretty much. So no problem.
I can
Have
answer
fun.
that question if you want me to. You are projecting. Now
Okay,
it's
great. So it just
interesting.
goes back
Yeah,
into you
hold on. I'm
projecting and
speaking, so
projecting.
I would appreciate if you don't speak at the same time because I cannot hear you and you cannot hear me. It's interesting that you said that you don't have an idea, but if I know that you have said that your whatever you're presenting will be accepted as the new paradigm. Well, what gets accepted as a new paradigm? Ideas will.
One second.
So if you want to claim that what you are presenting gets accepted as the new paradigm, then it has to be an idea. Plus, of course, anything that exists in the human mind exists as an idea. For example, there is a real tree out there. It's a real tree and not an idea of a tree. But as soon as I see it, it's an idea of a tree. As soon as I speak about it to you, it's an idea of a tree that I'm communicating to you, because I cannot communicate the tree itself. It goes back to the same point that you made earlier. The map is not the terrain. So my idea about the tree is not the tree itself, and my communication about the tree is not the tree itself. So I can only think about the tree, so it exists as in my mind as an idea of a tree, and then when I present it to you, I present it as an idea of a tree again, because I cannot verbally. Can I produce the trunk and the leaves and the whole of the tree out of my mouth? Can I puke it out of my mouth? No, I can only speak words that present the tree as an idea. So of course you have an idea. Saying that you don't have an idea, that's just babble. It's meaningless, it's empty, and it's false. Now, returning back to your intellectual powerhouse, and I hear you're muttering, but I don't care because I'm still speaking. Returning to how you said that I claim that this is an intellectual powerhouse, this chat. I never made that claim, so that's a strawman argument, firstly. But secondly, you said yourself, these were your words, people in this chat have kind of tested your ideas. I was commenting on that note by you. So you brought out this chat as an intellectual powerhouse, and I was pointing out that while some people in this chat might have agreed with you, most people don't. So you don't get to use, when I bring back the argument that you said, you don't get to ridicule it as me saying it's an intellectual powerhouse. That's your words then. You said that it's an intellectual powerhouse, and now you're just embarrassed that the powerhouse isn't speaking for you and it doesn't like your ideas.
And now you're saying that it is an intellectual powerhouse by simply saying
I'm using your words against you because you brought up this chat. So if you want someone to say, if you want to put the words intellectual powerhouse into somebody's mouth, then put them in your own mouth. Because I never said those words, so you can claim them. You can have them.
You know what a subliminal inference is, or subtext?
Yes. The subtext of my comment was simply this. You said that people here have tested your ideas. I also said, yes, we have tested it, and we have found you wanting because you were not accepting your ideas. The subtext is, I'm using your argument against you. The subtext definitely isn't, it's an intellectual powerhouse. So if you claim that the subtext is it's an intellectual powerhouse, you have no idea how to interpret any kind of subtext. And I am a professional with texts, so I'm an expert on this field. So I have more master here, me, Mr. Mustard. I speak with master when I say that you are wrong. When you try to read into that subtext, you cannot deal with texts. You only know about making false presentations, which is why everything you say is false. You are not expert in language, so you don't get to speak about subtext.
Okay.
Excuse me, I would like to interrupt. I'd like to make an announcement. I just dropped some major info. This pretty much nukes the globe, kills the globe.
So you got a Nobel Prize coming in. Beautiful. Thank you for announcing that. We'll look forward to it. You
It's
winner,
in
you.
It's in the text chat.
Great, finally.
It was released at noon today, my time.
Amazing.
Does it have a title? What's the article called?
There's 14 documents to be exact, CIA documents. There are 12
Are
documents.
these not the same ones that we have seen before, like ages ago?
It's not what anybody thinks, but yeah, let's just put it that way. Anyways,
Where is it?
Diak
In which
doesn't
text
believe
chat?
that
in the
your
text
documents
chat.
are real.
Yeah, this is usually how the Hegelian dialectic saves itself.
Yeah, I trust my sources.
Yeah, you trust
I
them.
can't see anything. What is it? Is it documents? Has it got a title? Do you want to give us some way of reading it, perhaps, considering it's so profound?
It's simply the
I
flat
don't debate with
non-rotating
more.
Earth
I don't
document.
debate with people that want to debate. Usually,
No.
when you debate with people that want to debate, you get lowered down into Hegelian dialectic that ends up into ad hominem attack, and this group tends to like
No, I
to.
just want to read the document.
This
So
is
can
not
you maybe
Yeah,
only
you guys
can
like
you
to
maybe
attack.
tell can you cut the word solid? What the fuck? What's the name of the document? It's that simple. Just name it so I can look for it. Yeah.
It says flat, non-rotating Earth documents.
Thank you.
There's 12 of them. It's I just said debate is over, so if you scroll up, you can see it. What was your name, so I could tag you in it?
I thought I found it. There were other bits under it.
Okay. Yeah. And then like check with that guy and see with him because he's the one that released it. See if he can, because he'll probably be like, yeah, the ring is done. So we know the truth of what NASA is.
According to SEAC, though, according to SEAC, those documents are fake. They're not real. So
Yeah,
your Earth
well,
isn't flat.
I don't
It's a globe.
debate with people. So
That's
you
actually a
guys
good
have
point.
fun. You guys have fun.
Those documents are only, they are not the thing itself, they are only words in paper about the thing. So they are kind of suspect from the get-go and obviously fake.
And now you realize why my discipline is so important.
And I don't think the Russian translation from whatever it was 1960. I don't think that's fake.
Isn't
I think
this fun?
due to the translation of Russian, and yeah, it's specifically addressing the geodesy related to putting satellites in orbit. So
Isn't this
yeah,
fun, guys? How
and
you can
and he said
choose
that document
when
just
to use
dropped.
the
And he said
discipline
that
to
document
debate
just dropped.
futures.
That document's been talked batted around here for years. So yeah, catch up.
Well,
Yeah, it's fake. We know it's fake.
It's good to get evidence of when you selectively choose to uphold the discipline that gives the clarity and rigor to be, honest, and when you choose to flee from that because you have a belief system that needs to be defended over the truth. So yeah, Roindalisme would say that the CIA flat Earth documents likely are just a propagation or part of the Hegelian dialectic until one knows more, because that's really
However, those
more
documents
scientific
are laden
output
with
than
those
anything else.
documents are laden with spherical trig and geodesy. So they are not
They
saying the
are.
Earth is flat in reality. They're dealing with the localized coordinates of the geoid and all the relevant aspects of gravitation to put satellites in orbit.
So your drama is drama A, and Joshua's drama is, or that's B actually, and Joshua's drama is drama A, whereas CIA's own language is something else entirely, really.
Well, it's not like the Earth might be flat. I mean, we know we know that is just silly, right? I mean, you're completely online with the shape of the Earth, right?
Well, I think to be online with the shape of the Earth is to adopt a belief system about something I don't know, which is in of itself inappropriate and disingenuous and not authentic, and just simply pure stupidity. Because I would obviously never go into saying that I know something for certain when I don't. So I refrain from saying what supposedly shape the Earth has, as if that is even something that I need to know, and instead realize that the Earth of which I walk on take on many forms and shapes. Sometimes there is a mountain or a hillside or a slope or a small hump and so on and so forth, and the ocean is never level. It seems to be the water seems to be almost never at a standstill when apart from when it is. But looking out into the horizon or into the horizon here defined as the apparent line that terminates the view, there never can be just stillness, because that is not the environment where the ocean is. So simply by that notion, I'm not as stupid to project a simple binaristic geometrical flatness onto something that rather is something different entirely. Just because I need simplicity and some kind of like argument.
But do you believe the final experiment was fake?
I can just simply look at the picture and see that it's faked.
Okay, so how do you figure that? How do you?
Yeah, I said earlier that I would. I guess I'm gonna make a video now.
Yeah, he said he doubt that
But,
they even went to Union Glacier.
Yeah, I don't think they went there.
Yeah, you
Well,
see, and
maybe
that level of information curation is just like so myopic. He goes, "Oh, I don't know that they went." ALE carries like 500 people to that location annually, and the fact that these 9 people, well, couldn't be part of that. Couldn't be part of that 500 because that's too extreme, too extraordinary. Couldn't possibly happen. Maybe it did happen. I don't know. I'm agnostic, but the photos are fake. Fuck off.
Okay, so just because people go to a location doesn't mean even that the location is where they say it is. Like you're jumping to conclusions so quickly, you're like escaping the very obviousness of what could be.
Well, the aircraft was tracked and that actually flew and landed there. The people on board had multiple real-time video, lots of exposure, and they were on the heels of other a group of people who went there to run a marathon, and people visit there all the time. It has been in place on an annual basis for over a decade. But it's like
simulation sure is something we can do. Simulate tracking is something that is possible. I'm not sure if you're ignorant to simulation or just not really want to.
Okay, I got it. The guy is so far off in the woods. It is just unimaginably denial of reality.
Heineck made a really good point, but now I'm gonna attack him and think that he's stupid and like laugh at my own ignorance because actually I realized that in fact, yeah, it can be simulated, and so I just needed to talk Heineck down in order to flee from the very fact that simulation exists.
So I'm sorry. I still don't understand. So if I conclude that the final experiment is fake, am I wrong that is saying that I have looked at enough of the evidence to come to the rational conclusion that it's fake? Is that
I think fake is just one possibility and real is another possibility, and he's adopted the fake one.
Well, if it was just some other guy saying that, then I would say, oh well, your lack of forensic expertise means you're concluding that it's fake based on no rational decision. You've just decided it's
but then you have someone like Sinek who is an expert in mimesis or imitation, and being said expert in imitation and simply drama and theater being and seeing. Drama means to be and theater means to see, meaning theater is a place for sight of what entails. Drama then is the being that is.
Why do we have
simply you seeing a tree? The tree is the drama. You are that medium of theater. Simply that being my profession, obviously, does do something. Has a value.
Well,
if we go into imitation, having expertise of imitation, that which imitates what is real, but through, let's say, intonation, gesture, behavior, modality of whatever now, just thought, reasoning, imitation, like for example, someone here imitating intelligence while not really being intelligent, things like that. Having expertise in that does actually make one able to discern, I guess,
fact from fiction.
So
Could be.
So I don't know. Why do we have doctors doing surgery when we could just have actors who have played doctors doing surgery?
It's obviously someone who is faking doing surgery is not doing surgery.
But don't they know? Don't they know how to do surgery as well as a trained surgeon?
They could go into it. Yes.
I don't know what that means.
A trained
Meaning
surgeon
that,
would be better,
yes,
better at faking it, though, wouldn't he? If you were trained in
an
that game,
actor,
you can do that bullshit.
Let
I'm
him
sorry
finish.
to interrupt you.
Let him
an
finish.
actor could very well supersede the doctor in surgery.
Okay.
What a crock.
So that is crazy talk, my dude.
It sounds like it, sure.
I'm
But if an
pleased that you have
actor,
such a high opinion of your profession, but actors playing doctors would be better at surgery than people who are trained in it.
no, not just a
Well,
general person, but I'm saying situationally, yes. If an actor wants to become that, good within a discipline, because that is the integrity he wants to uphold through the performance of his act, then obviously, yes, an actor could train himself to become a surgeon, or even undergo becoming a doctor just to perform the role because he wants to be not just imitating surgery but doing surgery. And it really also depends on the director of the movie, what he wants. Does he want the actuality or not? The simple example here to give is, for example, the very time old one now that, well, it becomes time old, which is, for example, the act of sex. Some directors, they don't want imitation, they want real live action.
yeah, especially porno directors. Right.
Well, sure, but not only, also Hollywood. So it really depends on the standard of the director and the actor he hires to execute his standard.
So what you just said is, well, if I trained myself as a surgeon, or if I got trained as a surgeon, then I could be a really great surgeon. Which, okay, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about whether or not your experience as an actor makes you a good surgeon, which is crazy talk. If that's what you're asserting, I think we both know that.
No, not for myself. I'm not a good surgeon, not at all.
Okay, so I'm glad to hear that. But my point is, if you're holding this belief the way that you sort of seem to be, then the question is, how did you have the expertise? How did you come up with the expertise necessary to evaluate the final experiment? Because you're not an expert in video digital forensics.
Okay, so
you don't have that skill.
So simply, me providing you the information on the very fact that an actor can go into such detail about the adoption of, let's say, the behavior of his character, so as to take on a profession and even go through a rigorous study, and even to the point where he gets the title in his own life, which is obviously something anyone could do, whether or not you are an actor.
Right.
But whether an actor decides to do that is besides the point, because obviously anyone could do that simply by wanting to do it. And well, obviously, not just simply by wanting to do it, obviously you need the grades too, but if you really want it, you're only hindered by yourself, really. So
what is the point?
That is besides the point. That is not a belief. That is just statements of the facts. Like you, if you want to be a working in the military, then yeah, I mean, easy way for you to get there, I guess. Yeah. If I want to be a police officer when I'm a child, I can work to becoming a police officer, and likely, if I did not stray away and that's still what I want to become, then yeah, I'm a police officer now at some point, I guess. Yeah. So that's just how it works. That's quite simple. So to the next point. The TFE footage. You say I don't have that expertise. Okay, well, I'm curious. Have you you seem to be making a claim without actually knowing my person or being.
Okay.
How is it fake? Just explain to us how it's fake. That'd be better without bringing person into it. How do you know TFE is fake? Simple question. Should be a simple answer.
Well, there are many things that you can see. I already said that they are very well established and provided in the video that I earlier sent. You know, together with when I shared what I said, that being it obviously being fake. If you, I don't know if, well, for those who remember, I
didn't
attached
see it.
video.
Can you briefly tell me what it was? Is this a video you made, or is it a video somebody else made?
Actually, maybe I didn't add that video here. That is odd. I must have confused it with another channel. Actually, I will add the video now.
Is this a video you made, or is it a video somebody else made?
No, it's a video that's kind of going viral on these forums.
Okay, so so it's a video somebody else made.
It sure is.
So did you believe that the final experiment was fake before you saw that video?
I didn't have any beliefs because I didn't actually go into looking into it.
So you saw this video, it convinced you, and now you're an expert in.
No, it didn't convince me. I saw the video. Then I went into studying the clips that is in the video. Then I found the same things. Then I looked at the clips myself without the video. Then I discovered that indeed there's more to this than it's just being raw footage. And through that, I came to the conclusion that, yeah, there's just not really real, because here's that chroma key, not just on this bottle or a logo, but, you know, with the entirety of the background. And here is a seam in what seems to be the inside of a room. That shouldn't be there. And that's obviously
What scene is in the inside of the room?
errors.
What scene is inside of the room? Let's talk about that.
Like you can see, you have some different things. You have the I'll just find you the video.
Well, you've just taken 6 minutes to not answer. I just said, what have you got that's simple? And you just gish-go it for 6 minutes. I think you don't have any evidence, personally, but just excuse my abruptness, because you just gish-go it for 6 minutes. You've got nothing, unless you show it to us.
I've been repeatedly attacked now for many hours, and it's 12:50 a.m.
You got nothing.
No, I do have it, bro.
You've got nothing. You've got nothing, dude. That's it. I'm stating categorically, you've got nothing.
Okay. I got nothing while I'm providing it for you now, looking for it. I definitely don't.
So once again, so you didn't think it was fake before. You say you had no opinion on it before, but when you saw this, you don't want to say it convinced you. You say, I looked at it and I saw the same things. Can you think of a reason why I might be a little critical of that as a you know, a chain of events?
Nice one.
with everything that's going on these forums, and obviously, of course, I can see why. Like, I would rather be curious as to why wouldn't you? You know.
Why wouldn't I be? Why wouldn't I what? Why wouldn't I be critical of that story as you told it?
Exactly. Like, why wouldn't you be? I think the most sound mind here would be critical of what I've said, and especially if also you believe it to be true.
Well, so my belief that it's true has to do with how incredibly difficult I think it would be to pull off a fake the way that people have hypothesized that that it was fake. Okay, people have hypothesized that they didn't really go to Antarctica, or that they did go to Antarctica, but they used the Unreal Engine 5 to make a fake sun, or maybe they I mean there's a large number of, for lack of a better term, batshit crazy ideas.
Yeah. There sure are a lot of batshit crazy ideas, like the globe Earth model.
You know what I find is when someone's got something to present, they say, "Look, here's a bit of evidence. What do you think?" That's an honest presentation. But when they start with the media are lying, someone is lying, something is fake, and then present, that is the art of a shyster. And it's best to avoid that approach, because most of us with a trained eye will pick that up as a deception, like a magician forces the 7 of clubs onto you. So that's why it's best to say, "Here's the evidence. Tell us what you think." That's the honest approach, in my opinion. Thank you.
But this is the thing, dude. I didn't come here to have that being the topic. That is something that someone asked out of me, and I haven't created an archive with me coming here talking about this with you. This was pulled out of me because someone was curious whether or not I thought the TFE was faked. So yeah, I have this footage that I have been looking at, and I'm like trying to find it now. Like I'm not this dude who keeps sending all this stuff to everyone, because I actually have better things to do.
All right. Well, the reason why I ask that is because it seems to me that despite your commitment to the discipline, what you're doing is, just doing what everybody else is doing when it comes down to it. You weren't there for the final experiment. You have no actual, therefore you can have no actual knowledge of the final experiment. What you have is secondhand stuff that may or may not be misleading. You can't really be sure. So what you then do is come to the best conclusion that you can with the skills and knowledge you do have. And instead of saying, well, I don't really have those skills, so I'm not sure. No, you decide, I do have those skills because I have an acting degree. Therefore, I can certainly tell when video is faked, which is not how this works. I'm sorry. That's not how it works.
I do get that that's what it sounds like, just because you think I want to find like some excuse so as to feel as if I have an argument, but that's not really the case.
Well, okay. I was hoping that you could explain to me how it is that that's not the case.
I've kind of been doing that, but you haven't been present for all of it.
Well, that's
but
true.
I did address this earlier with the image, so that has already been established. But since you weren't here, I'll repeat it once more. I'll attempt to make it as short as possible. So I said that I set a standard for an image and how you can deduce it's reality or whether or not it actually depicts reality. So we could give you a definition for that standard, which is an image is constructed. An image is a constructed appearance captured or rendered by a medium, which represents something, but is never that thing itself. So you can take a picture of a tree, but obviously it's not that tree, but a depiction.
Yes, but yeah, but that. So I don't know what that gets us.
That gets us many places. First and foremost, we get clarity on what a picture is or an image. Simply, it would be a conflation to imagine that. Simply, it would be a conflation to go on to say that what is in the picture is the thing itself. Like, for example, with TFE, this footage is the happening.
So do you really think that anybody is confusing the picture with the thing itself?
It seems to be all that they're doing. They're saying, here's the footage, thus it happened.
The footage is evidence that it happened.
And so what is evidence? Is that
it distinguishes imagination from reality. If I
So
imagine that
you're
people
saying,
went
so
on a
you're
trip-
saying that it's absolutely what it is. Like it gives a portal to the thing and not a representation. So you're actually misusing.
No one's saying that. No one's saying that.
Yeah,
at all.
nobody's saying that. Well, I mean,
I'm asking.
yeah, you're 100%, having to straw man me here. Come on.
Okay, so I'll tell you what a digital image like these represent. Okay, that they are a manifestation of some metrics about. Pardon?
No, I would like to hear what Omni has to say and not your explanation.
Okay, go on then, Noe.
Well, it's pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward. I don't believe that the footage of the final experiment is the final experiment. I'd have to be daft to believe that. I do think that it is evidence that people went to Antarctica and took those pictures and did those experiments and met with those people.
Okay.
My belief that it is not faked is based on my my view that it would be incredibly hard to fake that the way that most people in this conversation believe that it may have been faked.
Okay, so we have the same position, but you have it seems to be so that you just cannot see, or maybe even want to see, but I don't want to use that. It's difficult for you to see as to why it would be.
Well,
Really.
So I've heard people say it was fake for a variety of reasons. Now, maybe this one video that you've seen is, the groundbreaking, the final evidence, the thing that clears it all up, and we say, finally they got it. Yes, clearly it's fake. But I mean, you are, I would certainly hope, well aware, that all of the other people who have declared it to be fake have made videos on this, and none of them are convincing. I mean, it's a blunt way to say it, but we had a whole event here, which was Q Up showing his evidence of the fakery. And I got to be honest, it was kind of sad. It didn't hold up. It didn't. He didn't have any great pieces of evidence that we hadn't seen before that were that were meaningful. I mean, it was a sincere attempt. I'll give him that.
Oh, Ben found the video for me. No, it's not that I don't want to post it, Ben. It's that I actually struggled to find it.
Okay.
But he provided it.
I believe that you were struggling to find it. I'm not doubting you on that count.
Yeah,
What
I'm
I'm
pretty
saying-
sure I shared it earlier when I shared what I said, but I looked through the chat and I couldn't see me sharing it. But if Ben has found me or my share, then obviously I did.
I
rather than
don't see
not
it.
doing
So
at the
where?
same time.
Okay, so is it in the chat now?
Yeah, it's here. 1 second. I just right here on the bottom, and then you can go to what Ben shared.
Okay, TFE final mistakes from flat Earth reconnaissance.
Yeah, there sure is a lot of fun in this one. We gotta turn off the music though. Added
Man, that's
trigger.
so cool.
Welcome to Antarctica. Anyone that's made a video with that on there, take it down. Redo it. Say something else.
Yeah, we already covered this first one.
Yeah, so you say, but I did not see you cover it.
Well, were you here for the QOP versus Nicktoon?
Yeah, but I don't think QOP.
He did.
I don't think QOP is really. I think he's a double agent. I don't think he's even. I don't think he's actually a real debater, and neither do I think McToon is.
Yeah, so this is. I mean, I've seen all of this.
Okay, great. Then you should be aware of what it shares. Okay, so we're kind of hearing you seeing it again, I guess.
So, do you believe that this is? I'm at a minute and 33 seconds in. Do you believe that this is a real limitation of computer graphics?
Well, it's definitely not compression issues.
Do you believe it's a real limitation of computer graphics?
No, it's not a limitation of computer graphics.
Because that's what he says. He says the program being used to do this cannot, give you a realistic blocking of the sun, right? He says that. That's what the text says.
Well, in that sense, sure, the computer graphics can be limited so as to, not be able to actually perfectly replicate reality.
So I've asked the question before. I am going to ask it again. Do you think that is a real limitation of CGI graphics?
What was the limitation again? You said
he says what is seen in the video does not happen naturally. The computer program used to present the CGI of the sun can create the realistic effect of the sun overwhelming the video camera, but the program makes a mistake by artificially blocking the entire sun behind the thin crosspiece. The thin crosspiece should not be able to block the entire sun.
That sounds like human error and not a limitation.
So your theory is that the people who put all this together, just weren't very good at it?
Yeah, usually it's the case.
Okay.
Yeah, they're pretty bad 3D designers. But that's what being educated in the arts does when you get it through the state and not a private school.
Well, right. So you went to the real school for this.
I went to a private school, yes, and the private school usually has better teachers than the than the the official school. That's kind of like a given. At least it is here in Norway.
Did you go to university?
He went to the best university.
Did you?
So again, it's a given that the private school is better than the public school
Did
because
you
the
go to a
private school
university?
hires.
But do you think this is faked by the government? I mean, the government can hire private school people, can't it?
They sure can, but it seems to be. I'm just saying that it just seems to be the work of someone who isn't really. Like for me, this is just simply amateur work when I'm looking at it. It's just bad.
So
It
not
has nothing
only
to
not
do with.
only does your professional opinion of this material conclude that it's fake, but that it's badly fake. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, you know,
Well, they
that,
went to great extents, so I'm not gonna say that it's badly faked in that sense, but just the work itself with the footage is bad.
so I mean, I got to tell you, I think that's I think that's ridiculous.
Okay. Yeah.
You know,
You're
and what's
entitled to
more,
your belief.
I think that coming to that conclusion based on virtually nothing undercuts the idea.
Nothing, dude. It's a lot. Have you not seen this video? You said you've seen
Yes,
it.
I've seen a bunch of the stuff in the video. I
Yeah.
mean, some of it we saw. I haven't closely looked at all of it, but I've seen a ton of this stuff before. A lot of it came up in the MC Toon versus what's his name thing, Q Up. So
Yeah, but I already said that QUp is not the correct person to debate with. He's like part of the shit.
you think he's an agent?
That's QUp. Come on.
Tell me. Do you think he's an agent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be better to like question evidence than other people's motivations?
Do you realize that if QUp is an agent, he is like absolutely the worst agent pick you could possibly pick?
No, he's actually a good agent in the sense that you want that kind of nutcase.
Do you?
Well,
so I was in military intelligence, and I can tell you that firsthand that they in fact do not want that kind of nutcase.
Well, this is quite the place on the internet, and you're dealing with let's say Geo's at least claimed ayahuasca retreats and people doing drugs and all that kind of stuff. So obviously you definitely need someone who is off that. You're attempting to put the agent into the environment. But the agent then needs to be in the environment that he goes into, meaning that he needs to go into the ayahuasca retreat. But you don't want him to be a newbie. You want him to have some kind of integrity too. So he needs to be somewhat knowledgeable about what he does.
Yeah.
Right.
No matter whether you go to private school or public school, you can't teach critical thinking skills, can you?
Dude, I'm a professionally trained actor. I could easily know how intelligence works or a military
They're
operation.
intelligent. Being an actor got to do with having critical thinking skills, you idiot.
No, being an actor makes me someone that Omni would, if I had undergone like let's say militaristic training. I'm likely the perfect candidate for being a spy.
Okay. Yeah, but you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm talking
Just
about
so that
listen
you
to
can
the
be
three
somewhat
words:
more
critical
humbled
thinking
by my
skills.
profession.
Team America. Remember the movie Team America? I sent them in there without an actor. That mission was doomed. For fuck's sake, man, I'm pissing myself out. This is entertaining.
Have you seen the movie Tropic Thunder?
If I had gun and combat training, I'd likely be one of the best agents there are. Oh.
You know,
This is like this is Zoolander right here. You know, like I'm a professional model. Like so, like obviously I can do whatever you tell me to do.
I am a nato and I can kick ass.
That's retardation.
I am Fabio.
That's how
I am Fabio,
reduced
and I
and
cannot believe
retarded
it's
they
not butter.
want you to think of an act. Hey man, but that is the thing. They want you to think of an actor as being that stupid, so as to ridicule the profession away from what it actually can do.
So that's
I mean,
all.
okay.
Acting is acting. It's not fucking rocket science, though, is it?
Actually, I would say that it's more complicated than rocket science.
Of course it is, pal. Of course it is. Of course it is, sweetheart.
And listen to the religion now becoming obvious.
Okay, so I have a problem with this right now, and we're going to change the topic.
Yeah, we
Oh,
don't
man.
need
Well, I think
the
that
professional actors rocketry in the conversation.
Yeah, I think that professional actors have a great influence. I mean, they have a great insight into physics because they study physics all the time.
They do, yeah.
So I don't know.
That Russell Crowe really is a mathematical genius. Did you ever see A Beautiful Mind?
That was a good movie, actually, man. I like that.
Yeah, I know. He's definitely a mathematical genius now because he studied all that stuff.
Who's the actor who thinks one times one?
Don't Home Alone. Fuck, he's a genius too.
Or Matt Damon is really solved that equation on the board. He won the Fields Medal.
And he's an astronaut too.
Who's the actor who thinks one times one equals two?
Speaking of
and a
low
botanist.
actors to attempt to make a point, like keep
Who's the
speaking
actor?
of
This
those
guy.
who sold their soul. It's a good one.
Who's the actor
Well,
who
think
thinks
about
that
it,
one
Matt
times one equals
Damon.
two?
Matt Damon is smarter than rocket scientists because he had to study rocket science to become the Martian, which, so there you go.
Tom Cruise is a fantastic spy, soldier. Oh, fuck, he's been everything. Tom Cruise can do the lot, man.
And
Usually
Ian Holm,
everything that one is ignorant to
Ian
is
Holm,
open to
man, like
ridicule.
he can
So
fight
go
Balrogs.
on, make
You
more
can
ridicule.
beat that.
Yeah, and Terrence Howard thinks one times one equals two, right?
Just keep going on making everything one is ignorant of into ridicule because obviously
I mean, you said that actors are so bright.
Actually,
I mean,
Synack, do you think 1 + 1 = 2? Or I mean, wait, was it
one
times
times
1 = 2? Do you think 1 × 1 = 2? Synack?
obviously you can deduce that by the logic itself.
Honestly, I can't. I don't know whether or not you think it. So why don't you
hyperbole?
Why don't you just clarify?
One lots of one. Let me think about this.
For someone who's an actor, I reckon you could probably work on your voice skills because you tend to monologue a little bit. Maybe add some inflections and a bit more emotion in your speaking because you do really sound quite drab at given times when you speak in one monologue and no tone. So perhaps your acting skills aren't as good as you may think.
And you need to exercise and not sounding as if you have a heart attack every time you speak. But I don't know. You do you.
Thank you very much for the criticism, and I'll take it on board. Unlike your good self, who seems to think he knows everything.
No,
Well, he's a
I do not
genius.
assume to know everything. I already said earlier, and you were present, at least so I think, because I've seen your face here, or your persona.
Well, being an actor. Being an actor means that you're.
I don't think that I know everything. So if you want to keep continuing misrepresenting me, then
all right. So let's do.
And also for the room, no, I'm not Terrence Howard who makes idiotic claims so as to just have a public platform to earn more money off, because these kind of actors sell their soul saying the stupidest of things just to become viewed or put in the public spotlight. So they sacrifice themselves into stupidity just for money. So no, I don't think 1 × 1 = 2, and that's it.
You cured my insomnia.
Yeah, no problem, dude.
I don't think Jim Carrey's shitting the bed, if I'm honest.
Have you been in any popular movies?
No, I did not sell my soul.
So he's an out of work actor, in other words. Brilliant.
Tell me you weren't
I-
good enough without telling me you weren't good enough.
I
Why
didn't
does-
study acting because I'm a gay little floof who was insecure about himself.
He just never found the right script.
80% of them are.
Yeah, he just never found the right script that's right for him.
Nice one, Larry.
Didn't you say you studied like in theater? Like, and that's how like you came up with the jargon for like musical theater?
I never used the word musical theater. So
Well, whatever. Theater and arts. You came up with like you started talking about jargon like 5 hours ago, and you started talking about like theaters and arts, right? And they use these jargon words for like imitation or something.
Somehow I'm reminded of gin. I don't know why. The vocabulary is different, but the sentiment is the same.
No,
Now,
he goes on. Ladies and gentlemen, may I speak over you? Let me continue speaking over you. I'm not hearing you, although I am. Ladies and gentlemen. That's kind of quite different sentiment, wouldn't you say?
No,
Actually,
Jin's always the smartest man in the room, so it's always hard to deal with him.
he is.
He could be an actor, and we might not know it.
Jin's an actor, and Jin don't know it.
But that actually usually is the way it goes. They are an actor but don't know. Professionally trained as an actor without realizing it. Now impersonating a character for the rest of their lives, not actually being genuine, authentic, and well themselves.
So
That's
you had a
weird.
high quality education, and you ended up an actor. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Or to know that, like, to not even know when you're being professionally trained by an acting coach, I would assume. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, call it the academic discipline.
Oh, you think like anyone that goes to school and
No, he
gets like a
doesn't.
doctorate, they're an actor, and the professor is the teaching, the actor teacher.
Kinda is they adopt it unawarely, but yeah, it's inferred by the language used, simply role and function.
It's not about knowing relativity. You've got to feel the relativity. You've got to be the relativity. You must impart the relativity through your veins and your bodies.
Well, aren't you witnessing what now is happening with quantum theory? Come on, it's just like the next step.
Come on.
Come on, yeah, come on.
Hey, before we reply to that, do you believe in the flat Earth?
No. No.
So the Earth is a globe?
No. No.
Okay, then you're not ready for quantum theory.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Do you believe latitude and longitude give you specific ground coordinates?
I'm not ready for quantum theory, guys.
That's not quantum theory.
It might be.
No, I was responding to the guys who spoke before you.
Graticule.
Yeah, quantum theory, so much muchness.
Do you think latitude and longitude give you actual ground positions?
No.
Are they useful?
Do you genuinely believe that? Or are you just using your acting skills right now?
Well, I am attempting to summon the Weasel, a working quantum physicist, atomic physicist. And, I think the conversation might be of interest.
So, yeah,
I don't know.
let's do that. I just want to address this man who asked me if I think that latitude and longitude give actual ground position. No, they're simply numerical abstraction.
Are they useful?
Right, but if
Well,
we
that
assign,
depends what uses.
if we assign like specific like points like on the ground as like 0 degrees latitude, 0 degrees longitude, like we're
Let me
like
give you a simple explanation to that too. Anything can be made useful.
Flat Earth
listen,
cannot.
let me ask you this:
Even an
would you ever announce your latitude and longitude position on Discord right now?
Don't dox yourself. Don't do it.
All right, who told him I got a missile?
I'm just saying, would you do it, or
Is it? Could he do it? I mean, yeah. Could he do it? Is latitude and longitude such an ethereal, imaginative thing that he doesn't even have one?
Well, I would release somebody else's latitude and longitude on Discord.
Just because I don't believe it gives actual ground position doesn't mean that I don't see that it has predictable power in allocating the position
So what does that
or a
mean?
locality.
That sounds
It means that I don't confuse prediction or success of replication with actuality.
Okay. I feel like this is either a distinction without a difference, or a avoiding the question.
Simply, it's like has been said earlier, the map is not the terrain.
So what do you think that means? The map is not the territory, is actually the quote. So what do you
correct.
do you know what that was originally said in reference to?
No, actually, right now I have brain fog and I don't remember.
Okay, semiotics. It was originally said in reference to semiotics. Are you you know what semiotics is?
Yeah.
Okay. So when they say the map is not the territory, they don't mean the map does not describe the territory. They don't mean the map is not an accurate depiction of the territory. They mean literally the map is not literally the territory.
Correct.
I mean, I guess unless it's a map of you standing on a map, in which case that might be a little meta. But
literally, latitude and longitude are not location. They're
So-
labels pretending to be a place.
so there is no, if latitude and longitude are not location, then there simply is no way to provide location in a in any terms that would be useful for calculation, right? Like I can't there because location is only a physical, only a physical thing. Then the only way that I can have information about location, the only way I can legitimately provide location is by being in that place, right? If I'm not physically there, that's not a location. I can't give you my address is not my house. So I can't give you my address, and expect you to get to my house.
Okay, so
Is that
I'll make it very simple for you. Just because the system or model with its labels has internal consistency doesn't mean that I go on to confuse those labels for the locality or place.
well, what about external consistency? Because that's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about internally consistent. We're talking about external consistency, meaning that if I give you my address, you can get to my house. You can get to my actual house, which indicates that my address is a legitimate pointer to my house.
Okay, do you mean by external consistency simply that someone else could be using it?
Meaning that internal consistency would be that within its own scope, it produces consistent results. External consistency means that outside of the outside of its own scope, it produces legitimate or consistent results. Basically, that yes, that some person is actually capable of using latitude and longitude to navigate, to get to, you know, a location, to whatever, to find you know, whatever it is that, you know, to find places. That if I have two different, if I have a latitude and longitude, that will uniquely identify me on the globe. I can't be anywhere but one place.
Okay, so I have learned it differently than you. I've learned that internal consistency is that the system doesn't contradict itself, meaning just simply that it's not self-contradictory. Whereas external consistency simply is that multiple people can get matching results, but doesn't necessarily go outside the system, because it is a system's consistency that is in question here. So the very fact that
this isn't a
multiple
question
people
of
can get matching results.
consistency. It's a question of whether or not the numbers in Latin long reliably resolve to real world locations as opposed to unique real world locations, which they do.
I'll make an axiom for you.
Okay.
If all men agree upon a map and reach the land, it is the land that is true, not the map.
No, if all people agree upon a map and reach the land, it means that the map is correct. I don't think it can mean anything
Or
else.
highly accurate anyway.
Yeah, it's accurate, but it's land that's true. not
Highly
the map.
accurate. Highly accurate.
And that's it. So I just have a really high standard of being clear.
But it's a standard that video that you noted meets.
So
What's your
with this
standard? Like
standard-
99.9%, 99%? Like what's your
Well,
standard?
the problem is the video that he showed meets his standard, but that video, you know, is
yeah, there are. I'm not gonna disagree with that. There are parts in the video that I'm looking at twice, and this is something that might not just actually be what they claim it to be. But then there are other parts that are like, okay, yeah, this oh, this happened. Oh yeah, that can't even be happening. And you know, it's too obvious to look away. So
I want to test if he's like a guy from Bev. Does elevation follow a horizontal plane?
He's not a Bevite.
if you were on my server, you'll see that Bev is having a hard on attempting to attack me as much as he can, and has invited his army into my server to attempt.
Well, that's everyone. Unfortunately, Bev is on a holy crusade to trigger as many people as he can.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so I'm gonna make a special sharing where I debunk his level whatever it's called, imaginometry and levelology or
so
whatever.
could you clarify? Like, do you think elevation follows a horizontal plane?
Sorry, my hand is actually hurting because I should likely sleep. If
Okay.
what again? If my
No. I think we're good. I think we're good. Go ahead.
No. I want to address this. I don't want to flee from it by that. So you said if I believe what?
Does elevation follow a horizontal plane?
I think this has to do with people not being able to properly place the horizon.
Just asking what you
elevation. No, elevation and horizontal are not reality. They are constructed fictions.
Okay. Does elevation, the constructed fiction, follow the horizontal plane of a constructed fiction?
Well, if they are constructed fictions, then they are constructed fictions. Okay,
I think he's a bad bet.
okay, so what is elevation? It's simply height above a reference. Yeah. And then what is
Typically sea
horizontal?
level, yes.
Yeah. And what is horizontal? Well, it says that it's a flat line,
Perpendicular to vertical,
level
generally.
line, perpendicular to gravity.
Well, to
And then
vertical, it might
No,
not.
that's level. Level is perpendicular to gravity. Horizontal is not,
Right.
or not necessarily.
Yeah.
Horizontal is orthogonal to the gravity vector.
Okay, maybe you have some explanations of them that are more precise. Anyhow, plane, a two-dimensional infinite surface. That's correct, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just call elevation an idea based on comparison to a model. Horizontal a direction in a model, not a feature of reality, and a plane simply a mathematical abstraction and not a thing that is or exists. So
Let me
I don't
try
invoke
asking this
I
one
don't
last
invoke
way.
any of these three as real.
So when
Are plumb
constructing,
lines parallel?
hold on. So when constructing hydroelectric dams, and you have to deal with the fall of water, that's based against elevation, and that amount of elevation gives you a head pressure, which yields the amount of energy that can be returned with a turbine. So that's just some imaginary construct.
Like I've said, anything can be made useful.
Not everything.
Yeah.
Actually can, yeah.
He might not be a bev head, but he like just reeks of bev head like.
No. Bev is a nut job, man. Please, come on.
Yeah.
Well, you sound. Yeah, but the thing is, you sound like him.
Okay, well, please don't confuse me with him. That's.
I'm not saying I'm not confusing you with him. I think you sound like him. Not like in the
Okay.
same voice
Well,
way.
what I meant
You're
to
just
say
like
is-
the way you answer questions, the way you avoid answering questions. Really.
All right. Let's let the guy go to bed, man.
But in hydroelectric dams, sure, they're used as tools. But the dam is not built upon a plane. But they or the ones constructing the dam uses that binary thinking so as to more easily get on with it, so as to say it just very blunt.
Well, it's not a question of more easily, more successfully.
Obviously, if you level something as flat, then obviously it's easier.
It depends on how big it is.
If you went on to construct a house and you didn't, from your ability of imagination, level the ground before you built your house, I mean, obviously you would have quite a
Yeah,
weird
exactly.
house, I guess.
Exactly.
Unless you do level it when you get to the first floor.
Well, like I said, it depends on how big it is. So in the footprint of a building, yeah, the flat level dichotomy, that's not an issue. That's why I brought up something large where the word flat just doesn't really show up.
What about this?
My
I
friend,
know,
my
like you
friend,
said, you want to.
do you see that you can use that mathematical abstraction or the idea simply, and by applying it in reality, it does have a functionality and can be used as a tool. You do
Let me
realize
ask you
that,
something.
yeah?
In reality, is a plumb line in New York parallel with a plumb line in California? In reality.
No, because one is in New York and the other California.
So you don't think
so parallel.
you don't think
So whether so whether or not something is parallel depending on whether or not something is parallel depends on its proximity.
Really,
So
it's zip
after a
code.
certain distance,
Some
after a
zip
certain
codes
distance, they're not parallel.
Some zip codes are more parallel than others. Like 90210, very not parallel.
Actually, let me rephrase. If they are parallel, then they are, but that would be really hard to tell because it's such a vast
Right.
distance that how are you going to be making that measurement?
There are ways.
There sure are claimed ways.
Well, I'm just asking you, like right now, in reality, if people had two plumb lines, one in California and one in New York, would they be parallel? Like, is that what you think, or would they be like going towards roughly the center of the Earth and not parallel?
Let's not assume a model. So they would be parallel if they are parallel, but simply, you know, that is just to get to know that is quite difficult.
Do you currently think right now that they would be parallel?
If they were parallel, then they are parallel.
Now, I'm not
That's
asking
besides
if
the
they
point.
are parallel, they are parallel. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking currently, right now. Do you think they would be parallel?
Okay, so the question now is really, I would think that if there is a bridge built between them that shows that it is level.
So you think okay? So that means you think level follows a horizontal plane.
Like I said earlier, fucking useless.
He's a bevhead.
Yep. Not going to answer any questions.
Well, yeah, because he said you can only know something by personal experience. Granted. So, in my personal experience with things not too distant, only say 12 miles apart, I can measure the fact that the plumb bobs are not parallel by my own experience.
Yeah,
But
you
he
think
called that.
then we get no tanks in here, and he tells you that.
Well, you know, well, but then
he gave it away. He said that they would be parallel if a bridge connecting the two lines was level, which means that it would be horizontal, and like that's what he meant. He gave it up. He thinks horizontal follows a level plane.
Yeah, so
I mean, a level
Lake Pontchartrain is level.
Tool you're using.
Yeah, but Lake Pontchartrain is level, and we can see the verticality at both ends, and they're not parallel. So there you go. We got the bridge that is level. It's at the 39 60-mile radius arc of Earth, and the vertical at each end are not parallel.
Okay, so you're using this tool that has like a water or an air bubble inside some kind of water pocket, like, yeah, correct? It's
Yeah.
spirit level, isn't that what it's called?
Yeah, that identifies the gravity vector. Yeah.
Yeah. And now you invoke something else. No. So
No,
so
I was
simply-
describing what it does.
Why are you bothering? Is it the bloviator?
I know.
So you can balance this on top of a sphere, and obviously you can get it level. What is your point?
That the vertical of point A and vertical of point B are not parallel lines.
What the fuck? Okay, dude,
And you think
can
they
balance
are?
You can place this on a table, and if it's you know, if you have established each feet to be horizontal or on the horizon even, then sure, you'll get the bubble in the middle.
Well,
You
on
can
a
even
table,
place
okay,
this
okay,
on a
well,
sphere,
okay, on a
and you will get
table.
the same result. What's the deal?
Okay, let's address that point. On a table is at the absurdium. That's why I mentioned 11 miles apart. Something that's not really very far apart, but plenty far apart. On a tabletop, no, there's no point in even talking about at the absurd.
Bro, I already said that you could do it on both a flat surface and a sphere. It's simply one requires just placement and being level, the other requires balance.
So when they're 11 miles apart, I cannot do that on a flat because the Earth is not, because verticals are radial to the planet, as evidenced by the measurement.
Okay, just calm down a little. You're now attempting to do a measure on an extreme distance.
No, 11 miles is a chip shot. That is not an extreme distance. That's a medium distance.
Okay, so do you have connected this distance?
Yes.
Okay. With what?
Phase differential GPS and the Haversine formula.
Oh my God.
Well, it's 11.5 miles, and that's for this measurement. That distance is insensitive to 100 feet, so I don't even have to be particularly accurate. But I have it down to about a centimeter. But even if it was off 100 feet, it wouldn't change the measurement because the angles involved are so close. You know, the angle's only like 9 arc minutes. And again, I'm just coming from my own experience. So you said knowledge can only be had with things you experience. So I've been experiencing this for decades.
I didn't say that knowledge can only be had with what you experience.
Wow, I thought that was the very core of your argument, that you don't know things that you don't experience.
It's certainly a part of it, yeah. But it's not the entirety of it.
It's the no tanks scenario.
What is that?
You have to experience it yourself, unless it's you, Bill, in which case it doesn't count, or Jesse Path of Light. No tanks is just remarkably weak about that, but
And of course, and much like a no tanks, it brings up a tabletop, you know, as opposed to something of significant distance. Bring up something at the absurdium. Bring up the infinitesimal.
Why would I have to? That's the point, though. If it's in the absurd, then it's really not a good point to be making.
Well, you brought it up. You used the tabletop. I didn't.
That's not in the absurdium. That's just something that's really easy to use because it's right
No,
here.
but when dealing with the parallel of vertical lines or not, that is in the absurdium.
You are attempting to just make a huger scale so as to invoke complexity, so as to imagine. But
there's no additional.
It is through assumed complexity one can create fiction.
No, there's nothing complex about it.
Something that's really just easy to do at smaller scale.
No. There's nothing complex about it. It's just two measured angles. How complex is a measured angle?
That's the thing. It isn't really that complex, but you are looking at the wrong reason as to why it's not so complex. And at the same time, it is complex because to establish that requires, if you're really going to be good at it, it requires more than a model so as to explain the model. And then you're just going into recursion.
Okay, I got these two angles, measured them, nice and simple. They exceed, but their addition, simple math addition, not very complex. It adds up to in excess of 180 degrees. So now we've got two measured angles and an addition problem. How complex is that?
Could that measured angle be attributed to anything else other than curvature?
Oh, I'm not talking to you. Yeah, because it's exactly the measurement of curvature, precisely the measurement of curvature, the fact that vertical lines are radial to the planet, incontrovertible.
I thought that actually refraction made it look a little flatter than it is.
Oh yeah, it has a minor attenuation which could be ignored in this case.
Okay, it's not exact.
It can be ignored because it's a small percentage of the overall measurement.
Oh, it's still not exact technically.
I mean, you've never been to the center of the earth, so all you have is a claim.
There we go.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Sonic, for being so obvious.
There we go.
Yeah, here we go. Someone that actually pointed out and established the obviousness of it. So all you have is a claim. You have not been to the center. Amen. Oh Lord, hallelujah.
Yeah, it's kind of like measuring around a bowling ball. You don't have to measure to the center.
But there's a difference with the bowling ball and the table and that distance is that you have direct access to the table, but you call it something abstract. Whereas the abstract is actually not having direct access to the globe being a ball, thus you cannot establish whether or not it is.
Oh, we don't
Whereas
have
with a
X.
table or a bowling ball, now you're actually providing evidence to what I said earlier. With a bowling ball, you can actually establish the center through an estimate by measuring the ball itself. So I don't fucking know what world or fantasy you live in, but apparently it's not in the real world.
Well, you just said
maybe your fantasy is in the real
you just
world, but it's not reality.
you just implied we don't have access to Earth.
Bro, I just used your dude. We do.
We have
but
access
not...
to Earth.
Bro, we're not in space currently looking at it as, assuming that it exists. We're not in space looking at the Earth as a round little pale blue dot as you adopt to, like you would with a table, because we get to scale and are thus able to infer some kind of radius or diameter or whatever you want to have. Cannot measure it at scale. Computes? Question mark.
Spoken like a
Table.
true Bevite.
No, I'm not a Bevite. So table, very simple, right in front of you. Same thing with the bowling ball, right in front of you. Very easy, very, 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 very easy to establish the center on a bowling ball. Very, 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 very hard. Very hard, very hard to establish the center on something that you actually can't, you can't go into space and get that established. Thus being abstract. I don't know how more simple I can make it. So in theory, you can exist parallel, but in reality, really, you cannot even establish it because you aren't able to, at such extremes, do the actual necessary study to conduct that. So this is why you have a model. Like, please don't forget that. And just to point this out too, if you're gonna stand, let's say you stand at the shore in New York or California, like how would you know whether or not even you're there at the same time? You cannot establish the altitude, because how would you know if tides and currents and all that exist? How would you even know where the altitude begins? That would be a local point, and it would always change due to the situation or the now. Like you wouldn't have a constant point of where the altitude begins, but you would if you have a mathematical construct. So really the simple answer to all of this is that there is really nothing constant in nature.
only that which is projected onto it and imagined as so.
Are you an existential nihilist?
No. I'm just one of those guys that still can use their thoughts.
Check out the picture I put in the chat. That was me today, looking at the Delk print.
Dynax would say that's not what it shows.
No, I would say that looks like a happy woman.
Riding on a pony on a cattle drive.
The rendering and of the idea of a woman. Did you ask him how many variables they considered about that print? And what about all the ones they
Oh
didn't
yeah,
consider?
there was variables. Like for example, well, I just want to say this print was found in Dinosaur Valley National Park, and it's like I think it might actually be a state park, Dinosaur Valley State Park, and we found like a bunch of dinosaur trails there, and people from around the world that believe in whatever come and see the footprints. But one of the footprints was found by Alvis Delk, or yeah, Alvin Delk. He found the footprint, and apparently he stored it and didn't even realize the human footprint next to it until he like cleaned it off much later. And then he noticed that footprint, and then they donated it to the Creation Evidence Museum where it's now on display. And they one of the other variables would be, okay, well, could this footprint be chiseled out, even though like I said, it's like a recognized park, a state park where they found multiple fossils and do research on the findings there, and even mainstream academia. And they actually said that it was not compression because they did like CT scans, and I think they did 800 different types of X-rays on it to see that the compression in the rock was consistent with something that was naturally formed rather than something that would have been carved or chiseled out. And I got the guy to explain it, like all the X-rays and scans they did on it, and some of the results on the scans. I have a video of it. I haven't posted it yet, but so there's more to come on that. But yeah, I think one of the other variables will be: is it carved? Is it chiseled out? And I think I just gave a couple reasons as to why we could conclude that's not the case.
Other than the guy's word that he got it years ago at that park, is there any other evidence that he did get it from that park?
Well, that, like I said, that park has had many dinosaur footprints found there. Do you think they're all like illegitimate?
No, I'm talking about that rock specifically. It's his word. He said, "Oh, I got this years ago at this park, and only years later did I realize what else was on it." Like,
Oh yeah, he had
other than his
he had a
word.
bunch of fossils.
Well,
The
yeah,
guy
but other than
the
his
guy.
word about that one rock, was
Well,
he?
yeah, I
Did he have
mean,
a picture of where he took it from or anything?
I'm not 100% sure. I have to look into more about how much photographic evidence, but he has a bunch of findings from that park. Like he was like one of the first people to go like excavate it, and he wasn't even a creationist. But yeah. And so I guess you're saying maybe he could have like found these findings. Dan, are we gonna look for the horned lizard thing? Okay. He could have found it and then chiseled this out later, but that's why they did a lot of X-ray scans on it to find it was consistent with compression.
There should be ways to study the rock to guarantee that it is from that park, though, right? Like
Yeah,
composition,
absolutely.
mineral analysis.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the state park was only like 1 mile down the road, and the guy was local that had excavated it. And like I said, he has many findings from there. Like and there's other dinosaur tracks that look just like that one in the area. And you can tell they're legitimate by doing like X-ray and CT or whatever scans they do on it. A bunch of different types. Oh, here's the lizard. That's crazy. What is this called? Einsteinal Monument Co.
Jordan gonna be blown.
Here's a little funny thing. Let me see if I can share my screen. No, I can't. There's more than 25 people, but there's a state. It's the state of Texas, county of Eastland, and they had this like legend here. So they had this like horned toad that was like put in a time capsule, and 30 years later, they came and opened the time capsule, and his lizard was still alive, and now it's like on display in this like courthouse right here in Texas. It's crazy. I can take a picture. Take a picture of it. But it lived in a time capsule for 30 years, but it died of pneumonia?
Yeah. I don't think cold-blooded creatures get pneumonia necessarily. Maybe.
All right, now we're going to Santa Fe, New Mexico. Okay, I put a picture of the horned lizard.
Insert Yosemite Sam horny toad quote here.
Mm-hmm.
Taylor, was that footprint in Texas? Was that a creationist museum in Texas? Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
I'm sorry, but when you look at a top-down picture of it, if that big toe is a real mark and not a carving, I'll be shocked.
Oh yeah, well they found out it wasn't a carving through the CT scans. I'm gonna post more. They have like analyses on it that I can post. Dan, do you want me to drive? Yeah, I could drive. They have a whole lab there in the Creation Evidence Museum. They have oh my gosh, they even have an electron microscope, and they do genetic analysis. And I got to freaking hold a dinosaur bone today. The scientists there let me, because I was recording, told them that I do research and stuff. So they do analyses on dinosaur bones. They found nerves, they find osteocytes and collagen, and we even got to see some blood, like heme from blood. It's in a dinosaur bone.
That got cut out of a dinosaur bone.
Yep. And so I took a video of the whole lab and stuff. It was super cool.
Unbelievable.
The scientists came and like gave me like a personal like demonstration.
Yeah. Go forward. Go forward. Forward.
Why?
You're gonna...
I'm gonna try to get the video together later.
Come on, you guys. If you're gonna be this quiet, take DMOC off for Christ's sake. God.
You got to do your own DMOC impression first for 45 seconds. Go.
No, nobody. You know what? I damn sure can't do DMOC impression. Now, if somebody could, you're good. But me, no. I can't even come close.
DMOC's got to stay in his cage. I'm sorry. Maybe somebody else can fill in for you.
He's been in there all day. Come on. What is up with you guys being so cruel? What is up with that?
Free DMOC.
Are you guys just naturally mean or what? City kids?
Steve, would you like if when I was talking to you right now, right? After everything I said to you, if I said you fucking weirdo and you R word, would you want to hear that person over and over again?
You know I love you. What the fuck, dude? I'm family. You know,
Yeah,
come on,
Wobers
bro.
do that too. Wobers do that
What?
too, and they never get mean.
I mean, this is a thing I keep seeing, this false equivalency. There, you can't compare someone getting frustrated during a debate and maybe throwing an insult back at DMOC insulting everybody every single sentence. That's how big difference.
Yeah, he needs to
You know? Like,
he
Killer,
might,
I have never
he just,
insulted you because you haven't insulted me. So I'm not going to call you any names. I'm not going to be insulting to you because you don't insult me. Someone insults me, they get it back.
Can you get the food like somewhere close?
What's that? I spit on you. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. You're cutting out, Taylor.
Just a couple minutes.
Taylor's cutting out, I think.
Free DMOC.
There you go. That's what I said. Come on, man. It's going to be quiet. Otherwise, I'm going to start flipping my gums. Oh, yeah. Yeah. DMOC, yeah, man. Welcome to Discord. Huh? Who has more fun than a Discord player, right? You don't know what it's like. It's awesome. What were we talking about? Oh, with proof of South Antarctica. Something like that. Yeah. I don't think it's pretty simple, really, the logic behind it, right? No big deal. Especially when you have so damn much. What do you even call it? We used to always call it cryptography, but you know that's what it is. But CGI. No, it's a joke, isn't it? Everywhere you look. Welcome to. You too can play. Huh?
Free DMOC.
Free DMOC. That's why, like I say, otherwise you're going to have to listen to me yak away.
Who's the moderator here?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, come on. Speak up. Shoebill, come on, dude.
Bill's a mod?
I don't know.
Bill, are you a mod?
No.
Yeah, I don't think there's an awake one in here right now, honestly.
Well, I'm not a mod either, Bill. Don't feel bad.
Okay. That means you guys will start running noisy and stuff like that. No mods. So, proof of a picture right? Proof. How come people argue so much about that? That's crazy. Even in the Bible part of it, right? Test all things. Well, not everything. Don't test everything. Okay. All right. I will. Who the hell would live in New York? That's what I want to know.
Greatest city in the world, brother. You don't know.
Oh,
Hate to
come
tell
on.
you.
Come on.
Hate to tell you. If you
You
never
know.
visited it, you don't understand, my man. Got everything. Got everything. Not gonna say it's not expensive. Very fucking expensive. Definitely expensive. Definitely a lot of assholes. But I have learned that it seems that the biggest assholes move to other states, and then they're huger assholes to the people in those states. So the people in those states think we're all huge assholes.
Yeah,
Self-fulfilling
that's right. Yeah, you guys got a reputation for that.
I know. You go down to Florida, and you got all these assholes being assholes when they're former New Yorkers, and it's like, fuck, no wonder you left. We got rid of you. And now you go make us look bad everywhere else. Great job.
So what about LA? What do you think?
Brother, I quit politics a long time ago because my politics is sports.
Sports?
Yeah.
You believe that shit?
What is that?
You believe sports?
I mean, I like sports. I enjoy it. And this way, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, the games are rigged. Don't you think the games are rigged? Huh?
I mean, I'm sure there might have been times. The thing is with gambling now, I think that if there were a lot of point fixing going on shit, you'd find out about it. Like that guy in the NBA just earlier this season who got caught pretended he was injured so he wouldn't go over the point spread for the night, and he was betting on himself to not hit the point spread. So that happens, and you're gonna get caught.
What do you know? What do you know about magnets? What do you think about magnets?
They look great on my fridge.
No. In sports.
They don't
What do
have
you
a
mean?
magnet in the ball.
Well, huh? What? Go ahead.
They don't have a magnet in the ball. The NBA, they don't.
Well, I don't know. I'm not making a claim. I'm just asking you what you think. I've seen them, right? You got the glove, you got the magnets in the ball. You know, you can buy that, right? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Anybody can buy them. I don't know how much though. Now that's the NFL. Oh, well, whatever, right? I'm not claiming the NFL does that. But anyway, then to the basketball. Well, okay, football. One more thing in the football, right? Like when they kick field goals, I've never seen so many doinks, right? You know what a doink is, right? That's where it hits the goalpost and doinks out. But anyway, just something to think about. But then basketball, what, you don't think so, huh? I thought
No,
maybe the basketball would be like the easiest one to do.
It's like, so like when you shoot a ball, you get the arc on it, and you can see like the magnet's trying to attract it to it or something like that. But you'd have to kind of turn it on and off. You know what I mean? Because you could just shoot like an air ball. You can shoot a complete brick. If you shot like an air ball with a magnet, it'd go below the rim and then stick up to the rim. You know what I mean?
I think
So you'd have to be able to.
yeah, I think it would be controlled, turned on and off all the time.
Yeah, I would say that'd be very complicated.
Not really. One man, that'd be your job.
Yeah.
team sports are harder to rig as opposed to like boxing, where it's just a few number of people have to collude to cheat. But like a team sport, kind of hard because then everybody has to be on it, or that one person has to throw the game.
Is that you, Good Wife? Is that you, Good Wife?
No, that's
Good
what
Wife.
I'm saying.
Good Wife. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, I'm
Yeah,
talking
you-
about cheating sports. Cheating in sports.
Yeah, no, Good Wife. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Steve.
Yeah, I don't know who that is, bro, but
it also depends on like the position. You know, like in football, you could be the quarterback and throw the game. No one else knows about it. Just play a shit game because of the power. You know, depends a lot on your position. But you're correct. You know, it'd be way harder to rig a team sport than it is an individual one like wrestling or boxing.
Yeah, they wouldn't be. Yeah, they wouldn't be crooked or nothing.
And in the modern NFL, if you're a quarterback and you can make $60 million a fucking year, are you gonna risk that for?
Or we put it all on the line for this one big game, you know?
Yeah, it's that's where the problem is, and it's also, you know, look at what happened to other sports when they had a gambling thing. Look at what happened with baseball in 1919. If it hadn't been for Babe Ruth coming along and them juicing the ball,
yeah,
baseball might have died. So like that thing where it comes out that an entire sport is fixed or one series would destroy that sport, especially now with social media. Can you imagine the outrage generating on social media if like people found out their team threw a series? Holy shit.
I always voted that athletes should be able to bet on themselves to win.
Oh yeah, I'd be cool with that. With the way we let people gamble now and everything.
Let's not forget what happened with Pete Rose, right? He almost ruined the game.
Well,
Pete Rose, you guys know Pete Rose.
Yeah, he was. So his scandal came out at first. It was I didn't bet, and then it was only bet on myself, and then it came back that he bet on himself to win, lose, especially when he was a manager. So like his was more just about him lying. I think if he would have came out and told the truth, I think he'd have been put in the Hall of Fame eventually, or in his lifetime at least.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. If he had just said, you know what, I fucked up, I had a gambling problem, please forgive me, and he had done it as these sports books are becoming a big thing, he probably would have gotten in the Hall of Fame in the last few years instead of like now. And now, I don't know. You got to like getting into the Hall of Fame, especially the Baseball Hall of Fame. Them writers are ruthless, man.
Dude, they'll all die out eventually. He has to go in the Hall of Fame. I mean, what he did to the sport wasn't cool. Everybody gets that, but at the same time, like his impact on baseball was pretty big. I mean, the dude was fucking amazing. He has to go in. You can even put like a little fucking note under his bronze statue. You know what I mean?
Dude, that's what I said about Barry. Like Barry Bonds, right? I'm all right if we put Barry Bonds in as a Pittsburgh Pirate. He doesn't get to have any of the stuff from San Francisco because we all saw the change. But what I saw as a kid with him for the Pirates and going to Mets games and seeing him all the time, he was fucking incredible.
But did he cheat though? According to the rules. According to the rules, did he cheat?
You guys, they're all fucking cheating. You guys are so full of shit.
It. I know they are.
I mean, the steroids is tough. It's tough, really.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like according to the rules, like he truly didn't. He didn't cheat according to the rules. They came and made adjustments, and like you can't take this shit anymore. You know what I mean? I mean, the NBA, they didn't even have HGH banned until 2008 or 9 or some shit. I mean, like I said, within the rules, Barry Bonds to me, I still remember the Pittsburgh Pirate, and then as a giant, his head grew like 17 hat sizes. You know,
it's so funny, man. Holy shit!
you have to have the same talk about Alex Rodriguez. You have to have the same talk about Mark McGuire. You have to have the same talk about absolutely all of them. And it really doesn't really hinge around them. It's all about Barry, you know?
Yeah, and now that we know a lot of the pitchers would juice him too.
That's
I
who
mean,
started the arms race. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look at Roger Clemens. I mean, when I read the Joe Torre book, and they were talking about how Roger Clemens, like he would be all amped up, and then they had a trainer whose job was to spread Tiger Balm on his balls so that he could go out and pitch angry. I mean, like that's a little much. So, like, you got to be on steroids if you're willing to do that.
I had a guy, a friend of mine, he played for the NFL, and before the game, he'd have someone slap him. Albert Hainsworth is his name. A big fucking dude, scary fucking dude. But dude, athletes are like very idiosyncratic people, especially baseball players. They're like very superstitious and shit. You know, they're the weirdest of them all, in my opinion. But they have a lot of like rituals and stuff like that they do. But yeah, dude, I think, like I said, the rules were they could take these things. They lied about it directly to fucking Congress. Remember, like Roger Clemens just screaming, "I didn't take steroids," you know? I mean, it's just like, but yeah, I don't think it's all hinged just around Barry. I think you just have to talk about that whole collection of work. And it really did, almost, in my opinion, I would say it saved baseball a bit. Everyone started talking about those home runs again, you know?
Yeah, well, you had the lockout, and then right after that was Mark McGuire and Sammy Sosa, the big summer where they were blasting home runs left and right. So like that did bring people back to the game, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I like what they did now. I do like this pitch clock. I can sit down and watch a baseball game in 2.5 hours instead of having to devote 4 hours to it. So that's good. But I don't like this guy Paul Skeens. Fucking amazing. How long is his arm gonna last before he needs Tommy John surgery? 2 years, 3 years?
Well, that's the thing. It's like if there were ways to get them, like, you know, like the HGHs and the recoveries to avoid that type of thing. But it's almost just like if you're, I don't know if there is a pitcher who hasn't had Tommy John. You know what I mean? Like I think it's just almost like a badge of courage in that industry. You know?
Unless you're like
a relief pitcher.
The guy from Japan that played for the Cubs last year and this year, Imanaga. If you're just throwing like 91, but everything's moving,
yeah.
But you got to be really pinpoint accurate, or else, you know.
I mean, I can't name a Cy Young winner who hasn't had Tommy Johns over time. You know what I mean?
It's crazy. It's crazy.
My God, you guys. Free D-Mock. Is he still in here? We're talking about baseball. My God, you guys are boring.
Steve, you didn't hear my theory on why Americans don't talk to each other anymore. It's because football became the national pastime. And in football, you can dominate the other team and you want to win every game, and there's undefeated is a thing. In baseball, that can't happen. Baseball, the best guys even today don't hit the ball 25% of the time. So you can't win every time, and you got to learn how to compromise. So the death of baseball has been the death of American society.
Well, yeah, they messed up all the sports. No, you know, as far as I'm concerned.
What's your favorite sport, Steve?
Huh?
What's your favorite sport? Do you have one?
Well, I mean, I was like anybody growing up, right? You know, football, basketball, baseball, and then loved it, right? But man, I think it's just too crooked for me to handle now anymore. Yeah, I can't handle the Hollywood crap.
Hockey is great, Steve. You should
So
watch
what if
hockey.
you had what if you had a sport that didn't cheat? Would you watch it just for the sake of sport?
Well, yeah, like I love high school football and stuff like that. Yeah, I think they're pretty real.
So you're like a
I don't know
purist
about.
then for sports.
Huh? Go ahead.
You're like a purist. Like you like to see like pure competition. No one's out there for agenda. They're just out there competing against one another. That's what you're kind of looking for.
Well, yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be, right? Not life. That game of life, right? It's how we operate. We operate, but that's part of the hoax, right, or whatever, right? You get trained, go to school, bell rings, go play football practice, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, no big deal. But yeah, they took it away. Well, they took it away from us, right? Like they kind of outlawed football and all that type of thing too. There's a lot of history, right, from the time I was a kid till even baseball, right? You were just talking about that. I think they have about half the little league baseball teams when I was coaching my kids.
Did you have baseball cards?
Well, I did.
Did you destroy them like my dad did?
Oh no.
No, I didn't have that many actually.
Did you have like
yeah? Go ahead.
Did you have like did you get like a favorite one?
Well, I can't even remember. I had them in a scrapbook, right? Because when you were in Boy or Cub Scout, you built a scrapbook, and I glued them into the scrapbook. Right?
Oh,
that ruined them anyway. So, but it was actually, I think it was more football cards, to be honest with you, too. Huh?
It was weird. I didn't even know there were anything other than baseball cards until I saw one that I saw one.
Yeah, there's some football cards that are worth a lot of money. Like if you can find a Bo Jackson, like guys that maybe had a very small shelf life, that's worth a lot of money.
Do you remember that Bo Jackson with the baseball bat and he had on the shoulder pads? It's like black and white photo. Yeah, those like I still remember getting like packs and like finding them in packs and shit. Like kids still do that, but with like Pokemon and like Magic cards and stuff. It's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Like that was one of my favorite things. Like that was the thing I knew that if we were like out going somewhere, if we went by the I don't want to say bodega, but more like the convenience store that sold the baseball cards, I knew that I was getting a pack of cards if I was like, "Ma, can I get a pack of cards, please?" It's like the best treat. And you got the gum too.
The gum. Man, I was gonna say that. Like that shit was like. I mean, like, would you buy a pack of that and chew it today?
Hell no.
Pack gum.
Hell no. Not anymore. This is the worst cheap gum ever. Like it was still a treat.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, it was awesome. But yeah, those little tiny little joys and stuff. I think that's like what Steve was saying. Like the pureness of it. As you go up through the ranks, it gets less and less pure because people start making money.
Now we're paying college kids.
Well, man, that's what I was going to ask. I'm sorry. That's what I was going to ask. Clarify on that. I heard about that. They're actually doing that, right?
Yeah, it's called the NIL. So when I played in college, you were property of the state, basically. Like if you had an appearance or anything else like that, they'd schedule it. You did it. They got the money. Now that process is you basically can negotiate and you get portions of that money for your name, image, and likeness. It's absolutely amazing. Yeah. I went back to my I didn't graduate, but I went back to my school and they have like a program now. They're like, you would have made this your freshman year, this your so. I was just like, just don't tell me. It kind of pisses me off.
And now they got that house settlement, which is basically going to sort of give the colleges their own way to pay the players. Like with revenue sharing. So like everybody will have the same amount. So it'll almost be like the salary cap. But what they
you know,
didn't tell anybody was that still doesn't mean these kids can't make their NIL money on the side and be like Dion's kid or this kid Travis Hunter who made a ridiculous amount of money.
So what they don't tell you, so when I was there, they used to do your rent based upon conference. And say you like the conference I had, like you had like fucking like Baylor in it and like all these small towns. And you are like, so it basically goes to like the highest, right? So but it's spread across the whole conference. So like the Big Ten, it's going to be like getting LA rent money, but living in Iowa. You know what I mean?
Completely changed. I mean, I was a big proponent of the college kids need to get paid because the schools are making an obscene amount of money.
Yeah.
But they definitely need more than just this house settlement because I've read some stories of some of these college kids, and I can't blame them. If you come from nothing and some agent says, I'll give you $500,000, and you're like, oh, wow, that sounds good. But then you don't realize you're signing away in the contract to him 1/3 of your future earnings. And it's like absurd. So we got to definitely make sure that, there's some kind of guardrails because I don't want to see these kids get taken advantage of. They should get the money they're worth because they make a lot of money for everyone and they entertain the hell out of me every Saturday.
I think they're getting there, and I think that's kind of where the NCAA missed their calling. They could completely regulate it the way they should, like you're saying. Like, hey, agent, you can only sign this level of deal. You have to go through us to be verified. All that type of process, and then still participate. But the NCAA is basically dead. You see that in all these conferences, just breaking down and forming.
They're going private on the leagues. Is that what you?
No, they're like the SEC, right? Now it has Texas, Oklahoma, all these other schools that were historically in other conferences and bringing other revenues to other conferences now just saturated one basic super conference. There's another conference, the Pac-12. It's basically defunct. Like no one's even doing it anymore. But what the NCAA would do would be regulate those conferences in the past. But now they're kind of the conferences bring them the money. The NCAA doesn't really do anything. They're just a logo now, basically.
Exactly. Yeah. Big money. Big money. See, did you know that? Like, here we go again, right? We just got to make up numbers. But they say 10% TV revenue, basically. And then 90% revenue is gambling, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Gambling's huge. Those
sports is
apps.
huge, yeah.
Amazing.
I refuse to use those gambling apps. I'm like, no. I am one of those people that I am very likely to suddenly not realize it and then look and I'm like, oh shit, I got about $1,000 on games today. That's maybe not a good idea. So like, me stay away. The most I do is like the Super Bowl box, like if it finishes your last numbers, you win money. Like that's the most I'm doing. And fantasy football, does that count? I mean, not really.
Oh, no, well, wait a minute. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say next. What about that one, man? Oh, my God. I haven't followed it much at all, but I never have. But I heard the revenue is astronomical on that one.
That's just
good
data.
Times, man.
That's literally just data. You know what I mean? That's the insanity of it. It's literally just data. It's billions of dollars annually. It's insane.
But it's good times. Like, like I'm in the league with my buddies for 10, 15, 12 years. And I mean, we don't put in a lot of money. We put in like $150 at the beginning of the season. And it's like, it gives you a good reason when you're hanging out with the boys watching the Red Zone channel to talk shit to each other. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But oh, man, what a moneymaker. Holy cow.
We just defunct. I had one. It was 20 years and everybody got married. And we just, last year was the last year. It's kind of like bittersweet, but it was a lot of fun, that's for sure.
so much luck in fantasy football though, because like I had years where I'm like, yeah, this team looks good, and then after the first week, like my top two guys are injured, and it's like, oh, I'm ruined, I'm done.
Yeah,
So,
fantasy. Yeah, I think it's a fun. I don't want to call it waste of time, but pastime, especially because of the community aspect of it. But you're 100% correct about those gambling apps. It can ruin fucking people's lives.
that's why I think they have like the AI or whatever looking at it now, and if they see someone's gambling, like
And they'll send them a voucher saying, "Here's a free $500. Gamble more." That's
no, they'll cut people off now. They'll cut people off because they don't want to get sued for someone, hurting themselves or doing something illegal to get more money to keep gambling. So they cut people off if you're gambling a little crazy. That's like the big ones. I think that's like FanDuel and the other one, the green one, DraftKings. But yeah. I think some of the smaller ones are like, whatever, we need the money.
So you said do you watch hockey a lot? I got it. I watched it when I was a kid because of the Flyers, but I can't see the puck.
It took me like I hadn't watched for a while because the Rangers were garbage, so it was like not entertaining for me. But then as like I started seeing this Connor McDavid kid, after a couple of years of getting back into watching it, I was able to follow the puck. But the problem is they're so fast and so skilled now that it is hard to follow it. Like when that kid McDavid has the puck on his stick, I ain't never seen anybody move as fast as he does. He takes 2 steps and he's like gone from everybody. It's absurd. So it's a crazy game now. The skill is crazy.
Did you ever watch I was like Eric Lindros and like I said I like the Flyers, but like just because of proximity. But did you ever see the Fox when they would like highlight the puck in like green and like it'd be like flashed around the screen like Star Wars? Did you ever see that coverage?
Oh yeah. You know what's crazy? It would probably be a good idea now, but the people who stayed with the sport through the whole thing hate it and think it's the worst thing ever. So like they don't want to bring it back. I think it's TNT does it where like on the power play, whoever has the puck, their name and number will appear above their head, so you at least have a generalized idea where it is. But yeah, it's a tough sport if you don't pay attention regularly so that your eyes are used to following the puck because that thing's moving quick.
Yeah. That's. I would just be sitting there like, where is fuck? Oh, there. Like there. No, that's not the puck. Like, what the fuck is the puck? Like, it's basically was the majority. Even like, but go into a hockey game. That's fun. That was one of the really cool. That was a really cool environment.
Probably the best live sport to see because it's not an incredibly long game. The action continues to move, and when you got guys like slamming into each other, some of the hits they lay on each other, and then, somebody gets mad and there's going to be a fight. Like, you got to love that there's still a sport that allows the guys to, all right, we're just going to handle this with some fists and, it'll be over.
So what I'm doxing myself a bit, but I was advocating for that to be in the professional basketball league. For fights to be allowed, and that wasn't.
I think the problem with that would be like imagine like I don't know. I'm trying to I'm gonna use guys from my era, but imagine like Shaq gets mad at Steve Nash. I don't know if you really want them to get into a fight. Like,
well, that's why you have the protectors, right? You have that in hockey.
Like, you gotta have the goons.
The goons. Exactly. You have that in hockey.
Every basketball team will have a goon. And they send them on, like,
dude, that's how. What do you think Charles Oakley was?
Yeah, he was good.
He was honestly
a great goon, though.
He wasn't a skilled basketball player. He could.
Dude, some of the stuff he did when I was like, he was only gonna be smacking dudes in the balls, grabbing their ass, like just to wind them up. It was funny shit. I don't think he could get away with that anymore. Someone would complain.
Well, Draymond, I would say Draymond probably would have got his ass kicked back in that NBA, but I mean, the goon used to be a position just like in hockey, kind of went the way of the fullback,
Maybe we should bring the goons back to basketball and let the fighting happen. I'd love to see Draymond get
I think that's
throw
what the
hands
big.
with Anthony
I think
Davis.
oh, dude, he'd kill Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis is made of glass, but I think that's kind of what the big three concept is. You had a bunch of like a bunch of the older players like Bonzi Wells and Ron Artest and all those other guys in it.
Yeah. Weird stuff. I like I said, I wouldn't mind seeing some fighting in basketball. I don't think you'll get it into football just because of the helmets and everything. I would just
Well, it'd be
something
safer
bad.
in football.
True.
It'd be safer in football, technically.
I think that the problem with that might be the amount of money they make. Like, can you imagine?
Oh, well, injury.
Like,
So I mean,
your quarter.
in all regards, it's injury. Especially in football, but it's in all regards, it's injury. That's kind of what they broke it down to basketball. Was they were saying that due to the guaranteed contracts, if there was an injury suffered during these league rules, owners wouldn't vote for these league rule changes and stuff like that.
The money these guys make is ridiculous, man. Like
Today, hell yeah, dude! Dude, you can sit on the bench in NBA and make like $10 million. It's insane, but that's all because of the marketing. It's because people are watching it. Yeah.
Is it ridiculous for them to get their share of the TV contract money?
I don't. I don't. So,
Oh yeah, no, I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying in terms of
I'm
like the
jealous.
numbers. That's what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
ridiculous
okay.
amount.
I thought you were saying like it's a ridiculous. Okay, it's a ridiculous amount. It's not
Mm.
ridiculous that they're making that much. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
For selfishly, I wish that they would have done other things with the TV contracts, but at the same time, dude, it's part of the collective bargaining agreement. That's the breakdown. That's the deal that were signed, and that deal was based upon a body of work that they put together.
Yeah, it's real hard to say like Patrick Mahomes isn't worth every penny that man gets paid.
Well,
Like
Did you hear like about the thing like college students can now get paid?
Yeah, that's awesome. Another thing, I'm just too old. I was born too soon. But yeah, no, I think it's awesome that you can make money on your name, image, and likeness. Bjorn was bringing up some issues about like agents coming in and getting really, kind of like predatory type deals. And I think that should be oversight. But I was saying the NCAA could potentially step in there. Bjorn, if you do you know like how to like use this app? I'm not really good at it.
What, the Discord?
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhat. Like,
Do you know how to do the 1v1 thing?
I think you just joined into the room.
Yeah, I think it's just like joining into the room. Yeah.
Yeah, you drop down for like a couple minutes. I'll tell you a pretty cool story.
Oh yeah. Good timing because I gotta go walk the dog after that, so I'll jump in now.
Yeah, I asked you how to use it because I'm still clicking to try to find it because I feel I don't have the capabilities. Okay, I found it. All right, yeah.
The only thing that's weird is like I went in there the other day and I had to like go on camera for the speakerphone on my phone to work. So I don't know if you're using a computer or not, where it might be different. But like I had to turn on my video camera for the speakerphone to work.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I might come.
Shubo, you ever do like title work or just like major like surveying, like actual real surveying? You guys hear the recent news? They just handcuffed a senator at a press briefing for creating too much disruption for Christy Nome. They just arrested Alex Padilla.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll say one thing. It sounds like Alex should be in jail.
What was that? Alex should be a Joe?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
The time has arisen. I'm calling on my people to rise up against the state of Israel.
Your people.
These people, they want to get handcuffed. They want to make wishes. They gotta get what they deserve. They're gonna get some good press, maybe some bad press. You gotta tell Santa Claus what you want to wish for. Release the demon.
Dziwne. Oh, I think it's working already. someone in that text channel actually has a very interesting theory. Maybe like flat earthers, I mean, some of the flat earthers actually are globers who pretend to be flat earthers to make them look stupid. And in that case, maybe Demog is actually like a genius because he's constantly stupid.
Everybody leaving the server?
Where'd everybody go? Room was full an hour ago.
Hello? Are there any people in here who are not muted? No?
Your Earth is Life. Was that you with the telescope that would live stream planets and stuff? Or was that
a special state of emergency in the home front throughout the entire state of Israel, following the state of Israel's preemptive strikes against Iran, a missile and a drone attack against the state of Israel and its civilian population was expected in the immediate future. We then heard loud explosions over Tehran. I'll show you an example right here. The strikes on Tehran reportedly targeted air defenses and other military sites throughout the city. Take a look here, but we've also seen residential buildings being targeted as well. Here, play this clip. You can see right here some of the damage to residential buildings, high-rise apartments, high-rise apartment building is seen partially collapse in the Iranian capital of Tehran, followed by the strikes by Israel. Take a look over here, a fire scene burning inside of an apartment building in the Farzad neighborhood of Tehran. Let's play this for Now here's additional damage and fire seen burning in the high-rise apartment buildings in the Iranian capital of Tehran, following a possible decapitation strike against Iranian military and political leadership by Israel. And Israeli officials confirming that they have targeted nuclear sites like those in Natanz and Fordow in Iran. Now, as Tommy Weeder talks about, the U.S. and Iran are supposed to hold their sixth round of nuclear talks this Sunday, the day after Donald Trump is holding a dictator parade for himself. This is a massive FU by Netanyahu to Trump, and it completely undercuts all of Trump's claims that wars would never start if he was president. Remember Donald Trump hosting major breaking news from overseas. Explosions ringing out across Iraq. We just got a statement from Defense Minister Israel Katz, who says, I'm going to read this in full here. He says, following the state of Israel's preemptive strike against. For years, the Iranian regime has willfully destroyed. For years, the Iranian regime has called for the destruction of the state of Israel, planning and advancing concrete military plans to do so. Over the past few months, intelligence has shown that Iran is closer than ever to obtaining a nuclear weapon. This morning, the IDF began preemptive and precise strikes, targeting the Iranian nuclear program in order to prevent the Iranian regime's ability to build a nuclear bomb in the immediate time frame. We have no choice. We are operating against an imminent and existential threat. We cannot allow the Iranian regime to obtain a nuclear weapon that would be a danger to Israel and the entire world. This operation is for our right to exist, for our future, and for our children's future. The state of Israel has the right and the obligation to operate in all its purposes. Guys, before we just got a statement from Defense Minister.
I actually want to hear a statement that was really kind of. I actually want to hear a statement that was really kind of. This is a statement months ago.
Months ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Rock, targeted military operation, rolled back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue many days as it takes to remove decades, tyrants of Tehran raising open called for Israel's destruction. They backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize enrichment. If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger. This was very survival. 80 years ago, Jewish people were victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazis. Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim.
Today, the Jewish state is begging a Holocaust.
On the Iranian. As Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again. Well, means to achieve. Tonight, Israel backs those words.
Okay, what you do that, then create a website that's for you. With AI website creations and links, every click is an opportunity. Take your brain. Find two nervous generate 25 seconds. Make sure it's what you love. You love it too. It's your business, your website. You do it yourself. Create your website.
Struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the enrichment. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives, threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles carry a nuclear weapon, threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000 of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be seen. Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy it. See, the old plan failed. Iran and its forces try to encircle Israel with a ring of fire to attack us. Horrible attack to us. But the people of it, the soldiers of it, rose like lions. We crushed Hamas. We devastated Hezbollah. We hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending us, we also defend others. We defend our Arab. They too have suffered Iran's campaign of chaos. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. Peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the great people of Iran. And I have a message for you.
Israel is now ready to begin military operations against Iran. Now, it's not clear if the United States will be directly involved in carrying out those strikes, but fortunately, we are likely to be included in the Iranian response, which of course raises the question of if this pulls the United States into another Middle Eastern war. Let's get into what we know so far and what's changed in the last 4 years. Starting with some reporting here from the Jerusalem Post. They say, according to U.S. reports, Israel has completed preparations for a possible attempt on Iran's nuclear facilities, with indications that a strike could occur in the near future. Additionally, a senior Iranian official told Reuters that a friendly regional country warned Tehran of a potential Israeli attack. They say in the past 24 hours, Tehran has vowed to retaliate against any Israeli action. A senior Iranian security official told Press TV that in the event of an attack, Iran would, quote, surprise both the United States and Israel. Now, this comes less than 24 hours after the Iranian defense minister threatened to strike U.S. military bases across the region if the Iranian nuclear facilities were targeted by Israel and or United States. That led to the U.S. State Department issuing evacuation offers, not orders at this point, for family members and dependents. Staffers had a handful of embassy locations throughout the Middle East. Definitely Iraq, Bahrain, Kuwait, and maybe a few others, maybe even some in North Africa. Nonetheless, it is important to note at this point that the people that are being offered to leave those locations are not mission critical personnel at the embassies, at consulate, or certainly at military bases. Now, someone was asked about this earlier today. That the headline, a lot of organizations trying to understand, does this mean that a strike is going to happen?
Brittany, are you hot miking or you want to share your screen?
Oh, I think I'm hot mic. Yeah.
I don't get headaches that often. But when I do,